We're back. We had a blip in the electricity, I think.
Okay.
Careful. Careful, careful. What are you doing?
Hello?
Hello. We had a blip in the electricity.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, electricity. The lights are blinking upstairs and stuff. Let's see what it sounds like outside, Mom. Ready? Wanna listen, Mom?
Yeah. Where's Scooter and everybody? Where'd they all go?
I don't know, because I got knocked off.
Everybody did. Yeah.
Oh, what they did.
Yeah.
I can see Scooter talking, but
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I hear you. But
Oh,
yeah, I hear
Liza Ward
you.
is here.
Wow.
I don't think what. Oh, where'd Liza go?
It doesn't even sound too bad outside.
Did you lock it?
Yeah. Well, listen, Mom. Listen, ready?
Scooter, where did Scooter go? I gotta make her. We lost some electricity, Florida girl.
Dad just turned on the light.
Florida
Look
lady.
outside, Mom. It's all icy.
Yeah. Florida lady.
And Sam lost it for 3 hours and for no
Really?
reason.
Caroline,
Yes.
do you want to see something really weird?
Yeah.
You know, I'm just going to block my camera because I'm feeling like I'm exacerbated from being a caregiver.
Yeah.
But I'm going to take my camera off. I hope. Okay. You know your icon or your, what do you call it? Your drawing?
A drawing?
Your emblem. What do you call it? The little drawing of the kids walking down the railroad track.
Yeah. It's not a drawing, it's a photo, but yeah.
How do I get a photo?
Oh, you have to add it in your, like in your settings, I think it is.
Oh, it's there. Can you see?
What is that?
I'm up in a loft, and that's a track. It's an old mill town. Can you see?
Yeah. You're in Pennsylvania.
Oh.
Where are you, in Massachusetts?
Well, I'm on the border of Massachusetts. I'm in New Hampshire.
Oh, New Hampshire, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Well, it's kind of industrial, but it's a safe place for my mom and I right now.
Good.
Mm.
What happened to Scooter? Scooter, where are
I don't
you?
know.
Well, we all got kicked off.
Yeah, we had a blip in the electricity.
Oh, was that it?
Yeah, I knew it because I was like, oh, and I was saying everything, and then nobody was answering at all.
Is the stream going?
Yeah, we're gone.
There's Scooter. She came back, didn't she?
No, I don't see her.
Oh, I don't see her either.
She's probably still there talking, and she's on something.
No, it was completely frozen.
Yeah, I know, but she probably doesn't
Oh.
even looking at it or something. You know,
She
Scooter.
probably doesn't know it.
Yeah, Scooter, where are you? I thought it was my internet goes funny every day around that time. Oh, really? We lost Kitty Cam. We lost Scooter. I don't know where she went. And who else was on?
I'm on.
No.
Charlotte.
Right, no. I mean, who else was on that we lost?
Oh,
Nana, is Nana Patty on?
Yeah, she's on.
Hello, Ari.
and Moo.
Hi.
Tiger.
Oh, White Tiger. Yeah, right.
White Tiger and Moo and Scooter.
How do you contact someone? Oh, never mind. I'll do it on my iPad.
Well, tell her to get her butt in here because
I'll text them.
hi, Sun Kissed Adrift. Hi, Nanette.
Get her butt in here for what now?
Because I have
Hi.
to. I
Hi,
have.
Ariane.
I
Hi.
made Nan and Patty
Lillian.
a co-host, but I got to make her a co-host too in case something happens and I go to sleep.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I have to have at least 2 people. Where the heck is she? Hi, Allie Cattails. Sandra. Patricia. Callie. Happy birthday, Sassy Darcy.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Sassy Darcy.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Sassy Darcy,
And many more.
today's your birthday. Sassy Darcy.
The jail visits.
You still have an hour. For what, Sassy Darcy? Oh, for your birthday? Oh, it's not your birthday yet? Well, happy early.
Hello.
Luke, Mr. Beast can't comment on your video. Yeah, I saw it. I was looking at that, but I just wasn't gonna make a video about it. I know. I
Mr.
was looking
Beast.
at-
You're making a video about Mr. Beast?
No, I was saying because I seen this thing on YouTube.
Saw
I bet
it. You saw
Mr.
this.
Beast. I bet Mr. Beast one time on YouTube. I said, let me try it.
Yeah.
And so I was gonna check the video with my PC and see if he can comment on that. I know I saw it yesterday. I was like,
Where the freak is Scooter?
every time.
Luke, what are you
Hold on.
eating?
Scooter's answering me.
What is she saying?
She's typing.
That's not good, Scooter.
Manapetty, every time I see you now, I'm just going to think of a neighbor.
Oh, I already ate. And everybody. So.
They got the message already. LOL.
She said, you like my videos, Kaylin, Karen, Lynn. What's her name, Mom? Karen Lynn?
Karen Lynn.
Yeah, Karen Lynn, thank you.
Hi,
I
Kelly
can't see it too
Finelli.
well.
So what's she doing,
I
Nana?
don't know what she's doing.
Luca, here you go.
Again, said are coming on.
So what happened is,
Yeah. Yes, she'll be here.
on my PC, when I go to make my YouTube videos, it asks if do you want to make is your videos for kids or not? But my videos is obviously for kids. For anybody. So I go to no, so people can comment on there. The same thing with my phone. It asks me that. I hit no on my phone, but I guess it still turns comments off. I don't know why. My videos aren't for kids. I'm just joking, but I pressed that.
How come it took you so long to get back, Scooter? My gosh. Here, another one too. How come it took you so long to find us?
I didn't know you guys were back on.
Well, you should have kept checking.
Huh?
Oh, that's a good wish, Ivy Lynn.
You should have kept checking.
Well, sorry. I thought your power was out.
Yeah.
Yeah, White Tiger is like, are you kidding? Because we were just messaging.
Oh, is
Ivy
that the
Lynn-
right one?
Ivy Lynn said if she could make a wish, it would be that
Am I frozen?
Wait, Ivy Lynn.
Carolyn and the
Can you
whole
say that?
family, including the big kids,
Wait, say
go
what on
somewhere
it?
warm and unwind.
She's trying to say something. I'm trying to hear something. Oh, yeah.
That's nice.
How long have you been back on?
What? Quite about a couple of hours.
No, it's
Yeah,
only
no,
been
about a
like
couple
5 minutes.
hours. Yes, about a couple of hours.
Sam let me know. What kind of chips are you eating, Luke?
What'd you say?
What kind of chips are you eating?
I can't hear you now. I'm just joking. I heard you the whole time. I was doing what you do to mom's mic. I heard you the whole time. I was like, "What'd you say?" But I heard you. I'm eating.
Oh, I hope we're not flipping out with those lights again.
I'm eating. Before our power goes out. What did I say, Mom?
I don't know, but it says
It's-
chips. But look, let me just see the.
It's
Let me.
spicy chips.
Oh, okay.
I hope we just didn't lose power. Is everybody still here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tortilla, super
Except Moo.
dipping
No,
chips.
no, I mean like with the look. Just let me see something here. So I want.
Yeah, you got 193 in here.
I know, but I just want to make sure
Right here, too,
we're
Scooter.
still good. Okay.
Oh, okay. Tortilla, yay. Tortilla.
Yash, superior dipping chips, with a hint of spice. But I think it's
Mom?
I think it has some more of a hint of spice in there. Quite a bit of spice.
Actually, that sounds good.
Yeah, I like spicy stuff. So.
Well, as long as it's not, hot spicy. I'm gonna let Moo know that you're back on.
You're letting who know that I'm back on?
Moo?
Oh, she doesn't know either?
Probably not. How do
She
you
might be asleep.
know?
But I eat cherry peppers, which is really hot. Like the ShopRite ones, we go to ShopRite and we get them. The ShopRite cherry peppers, they're hot, but they taste good. That's why I eat them. Spicy.
No. But you're warm? Okay. I love you.
Carolyn, your lights, let me see what they said here. Your lights are on. No. What does that say? What does Sharon Martin say?
Karen, your lights are on. That's a hint that your power is on.
No, Sharon, they flickered. They flickered,
That's
Sharon.
pretty smart.
I'm telling you, they
Sharon.
flickered.
I let White Tiger know too.
Here you guys go.
Sam and Nana Patty let me know.
I didn't realize it was a new Zoom number.
Yeah, because the Zoom, we lost internet for a moment. Just not even.
Oh, I
Yeah.
wondered because suddenly my Zoom just fell apart.
What is he talking about? All right, come on, go.
Allie Cattails loves cherry peppers. Her mom used to pack them in her lunchbox.
What did your mom pack in a lunchbox?
Cherry
The
peppers.
cherry peppers.
Yeah, cherry peppers are so good. I love them.
She packed them in your lunchbox? Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Debbie Bryant said Ethan.
Oh, she.
You heard it?
I love
my
cherry peppers. Oh man, Pete.
Make sure to tell them that.
What happened with Pete?
Oh man, he's a drooler. When he's really happy, he just poured saliva all over my face.
Ew.
Oh.
Eat it. So,
Okay, I can't sit down.
Carolyn, are you practicing for that new chair?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
I eat ShopRite cherry peppers. I used to eat B&G, but we got these ShopRite ones and they're so good. I eat them with
Really?
over cheese a lot
Who's
of
that?
times.
White Tiger.
Like that.
No, she's got him.
We're
Get
back.
out of my
Does
throat.
it, can I ask? Okay, I gotta ask a question.
That-
Wait, shush a minute. Does anybody
I
take?
can't.
Does anybody take selenium?
Yeah. No.
Yes or no?
No.
No one takes selenium.
No.
Does
No,
anyone in
that's
the
the
chat take? Does anyone in the chat take selenium? Anyone in the chat? Luke, pay attention to the chat. Tell me if someone takes selenium.
Debbie Bryant said.
I used to
sorry,
take it, but I don't take it now.
Debbie Brett said what?
Sorry, Luke. I thought it was Ethan answering your dad.
Oh,
What do you mean by
I
that?
took it because I think it's supposed to help
wait.
have
Who,
brain power.
yeah, who took the selenium? You did.
Yeah.
And why don't you take it any longer?
I just quit taking got real big into all that, and then I just
Oh.
kind of
What's
Quit.
selenium?
It's a supplement, but I need to know if somebody takes it. Now look, they're saying yes. Somebody in the chat.
Oh, let me say.
Is everybody saying
Everybody's
check?
saying no. Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you notice it has a horrific smell to it? That it's like
Yes.
so gross, disgusting. It smells like old-fashioned antibiotics or something. Oh, they used to have. I remember when we were kids and we used to get antibiotics.
Yeah, she said
They had-
the same person that said she said I do. She remembers the
They
smell.
had the worst smell ever, and it's so disgusting when you open it up.
Hey, Karen H said there's some in my multivitamin.
No, but this is pure selenium, and it's.
Now, are you taking it for brain power?
No, I'm taking it for something because I've read something about the thyroid and Hashimoto's and selenium being. I think it's an anti-inflammatory. That's what they stopped. The endocrinologist told me that she thinks. She said it was was it an anti-inflammatory? And she said that's why maybe my thyroid was inflamed and it's not inflamed anymore. Yeah, I don't know.
Turmeric doesn't have that bitter. Well, it's not unpleasant, but you can get them in capsules. Have you heard of turmeric?
Yeah, but there was.
Yeah, I take turmeric.
I have, but there's something about the selenium that was. It said the selenium was really, really, very, very good for that, but it smells terrible. I got a very, very good brand. It's like non-GMO, made in the USA. All this, and you can't even. You just have to shove it into your mouth and swallow it so fast, because otherwise, it's
Yeah, you get
disgusting.
water. Do you get water to swallow anything, Mom?
Yes.
You know, Carolyn, before I had my thyroid out, I went to an endocrinologist and he kept adjusting my thyroid, but then they decided that I needed to have it out. And when I had it out, he said it was just a rock. It wasn't even functioning.
Yeah. Maybe. Oh my goodness.
So maybe yours is not either.
You have to put it away. You still have to put it in here.
Well, I'll just put the milk in the refrigerator.
Jimmy, have you ever taken selenium?
Yes.
You have taken selenium?
Yeah, I've taken it.
When?
I don't remember.
I don't remember you ever taking. You
No,
ever,
I've taken it.
you remember it smells like horrible?
Yeah, it smells, yeah.
Oh, you know that?
Yeah, no, it smells sort of like kind of chalky wax.
Terrible. No,
Yeah.
it smells like old-fashioned antibiotics or something.
Yeah,
Stink.
I can't reach it.
So that's the way it is. Why wouldn't they put a sugar coating or something on it? Ugh,
I don't know.
it's disgusting. Every time I
They
open
put that in shampoo and stuff too.
every time I open that bottle, I
It
want
smells
to
like
vomit.
shampoo. Certain shampoo.
What is selenium?
Close that, Luke. Close that, Luke. Oh, you did.
What is
I used to give it to my daughter, selenium,
What?
lecithin.
This is a little.
I used to, a whole bunch of stuff.
You know it's in shampoo, right, huh? Like dandruff shampoo.
I don't smell anything.
It's an
weird.
anti-inflammatory, isn't it?
I don't remember.
That's what Dr. Holt just
I
said.
don't smell anything.
I thought it
weird
was,
in my shampoo.
I was taking it for my brain, I think.
Yeah, but I don't. I told her, I'm like, well, how come I look like my? She goes, your thyroid could have been inflamed, but if you're taking that, she goes, that's a very powerful anti-inflammatory.
I'm seeing what
That's what she said, and I'm pretty sure she said about the selenium.
I don't put it in
You
the
let it all cold, it
refrigerator.
takes
I don't
forever.
put it in the refrigerator.
I'm right here, but I'm gonna wash some dishes, so I'm gonna mute and stop the video.
Okay.
I thought this was the reason. That's-
Karen Lynn had Hashimoto too.
Who does?
Okay, buddy? Okay,
Karen Lynn, she had her thyroid
Think
removed.
of what you want to get.
Oh, you had it removed, Karen Lynn?
I know. Freeze it.
Mm-hmm.
I know that I want slimy.
Sharon, my daughter's doing great, and she was over here earlier. She has surgery on the 19th. Thanks for asking.
Good.
It dropped the limeade all over the floor. Oh, it's heavy.
Oh,
Me.
And Ethan. Like get kicked out of bed tonight, huh?
better not, Jimmy. I'm serious. Where did you get that protein powder for that big freaking thing?
Australia.
You bought that from Australia?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's the cheapest you can get and it's good. It's got a lot of good reviews.
Oh, gosh.
Way cheaper.
Where did you buy it from? Amazon?
Yeah.
Come on, Jimmy, and that's disgusting. Ow, ow, ow. It's disgusting?
Yeah.
No, you better stop,
Not
Jimmy.
supposed
I'm
to be
serious.
It's not supposed to be good.
Yeah,
It's
no,
protein. I
then,
said, honey, it lowers your cholesterol.
yeah, go,
Yeah, it
yeah.
does.
Well, you're not,
Whey protein does.
yeah, well, okay, you're not doing that. That's disgusting.
What lowers it?
His
Whey protein isolate. Isolate. Whey protein isolate. Right here.
Yuck.
Just right here.
Thank you, Sharon. Me too. Well, I take one of those statins for that.
Well, if it's not like whey protein isolate, if it's not high, like mine's not like really real high or anything. Mine used to be ridiculously low. You know, it was always like 120. I wish it was like that. Now,
Oh.
now it's like 220 or 230 or something like that. I forget.
Oh, did they try to put you on a statin?
No. They just watch it. It stays. It's been the same the last few times they checked it.
Yeah.
So I started working out now and taking protein and eating a little better. So we'll see what happens next time.
Right.
Carolyn, you're what? You don't look comfortable? Oh no, I am. Who's pedo? I am comfortable.
Drink all that? Yeah, don't waste it. They take a blood test of it.
Me
You're
too,
not-
Davida.
You
Just
are
be
not
glad when
bringing
that
that cup
surgery's
upstairs.
over.
Absolutely not.
Downstairs.
No, you're not bringing that downstairs. You get another cup to bring downstairs. I don't trust you with those.
Yeah, and look, yeah.
Those are too
You
delicate.
should, if you're not gonna drink
She'll
it,
have to have an
delicate.
ileostomy for 6 weeks and then have it reversed.
Now, what's so good about these cups?
They are mine, and they're way too delicate.
How much money are they?
It doesn't matter about much money. I like them. They're my favorites. And
No,
you
no,
know, don't
first
do
try
it.
'em. I'm just
Don't
joking.
do that.
Good night, Maudlin.
Night, Maudlin. What happened to what? It's a lot of volume. Please don't.
I just want to see if it
don't do
lights.
that
So.
anymore.
anymore.
Be careful buying what on Amazon, Kubi.
Be careful behind what? I could either we tried to take it every 3 days and it works. I just forgot to take it. What do you forget? The selenium? Put it in a shake?
I don't know, Davida. I guess a long time.
What are they talking about? Are they talking about selenium?
I don't know. That's what I was trying to figure out.
They're talking
What
about
she's turmeric,
turmeric. Yeah.
and she said be careful about buying it on.
Oh yeah, but
Amazon?
that's I know, but that's why I got Luke. Please stop that.
I just got it.
I've got a
Thank you,
very
Karen.
I didn't get like a Chinese brand or anything. No, I made
just
sure
blew it out so it can
just
fill
stop.
it back up.
Just stop. I got a brand that was made in the United States, very good, non-GMO. It's a name brand.
Oh, it's the whey
The what?
protein.
Oh, not the whey protein. He got the whey protein.
Thank you, Karen.
So, I'm not gonna let it on fire.
Please stop.
See, I'm gonna,
I know. Just leave it alone now.
I
Okay,
need to
please
let it
stop.
rest. I know it needs to rest.
Okay. What kind of factory is it? Julie Gracie.
Carolyn, did you see how many people were in your stream the other day?
Which one?
Oh.
The
This one right here.
the big
no,
one?
No, Luke, stop.
That one's full of edges.
No, please stop. Just, we don't need any more.
There were
I don't
like
have any
3,000
more.
people in
No more, no more.
the
Please
stream.
There was what?
There were like 3 or 4,000 people in the stream the other day.
Wow.
On one of the lives?
Oh yeah.
Luke. No, Luke, it's too low. Don't do that. I don't want to blow them out.
Fine, fine, fine.
Leave it
fine.
alone. It's enough now. Grand Piano's here. Says hi, Luke.
Oh yeah. I
Grand
remember.
Piano says hi, Luke. You know Grand Piano?
Yeah, I remember her. She was in my video. She was commenting before.
On your
Oh
video?
yeah, mine. Who is she? Mom?
Back?
He, I think
Mom,
it's a
Mom,
he.
who is
Yes,
she?
at somebody's
A boy. Died.
Somebody what?
Stop it. All right, I'm not kidding around now. Stop it. That's enough now with the fire.
Who is he,
Bobbity
Mom?
Bob, it's somebody Scooter knows.
Oh yeah, I seen him
Hi,
comment
Connor.
on my video.
What?
He said, hi, Luke.
Hello.
Hi, Grand Piano.
Hi, me, Jamie. You just put Davida, why haven't you come on panel, Davida?
I asked earlier.
I don't understand, Davida. Why not? It's Friday night. Isn't it Friday
Is
night? I
Davida
don't know
gonna
what time it
talk?
is.
Yeah, it's Friday night.
It's Friday night.
And
Okay.
now it's Saturday.
Saturday now.
What?
I ain't got nobody.
Wait a minute. What is?
What? Tonight
Oh.
is Friday, Saturday.
Oh, it's early Saturday morning, right?
Well, yeah. Not really. No, it's not even. I mean, it just turned early Saturday
Is it
morning.
a half an hour into January
Yes,
2nd?
yes, it just turned that way, but not for the West Coast and stuff. So it's still technically Friday night. You know that.
Doesn't matter.
No, I just wanted to make sure when Luke said Friday, it's Saturday night, I was like, oh wow, I really did lose a day.
No, it's Saturday morning, but not for everyone yet. It's still Friday night for a lot of people, and then it's still Friday night for those.
Still Friday night.
Yeah.
It's Saturday night.
No, morning.
No, because it's night out. So Saturday night.
No, it's Saturday morning for you guys.
I don't see the sun. I see the moon. See, it's dark out.
Is Kevin asleep?
Simi, what are you talking about? Live panel with Loopy. What was that? Is Loopy Lisa live? Why is she saying live panel with Loopy? What time is it there over there now? It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Is she live?
Davita says she's
not live.
I am eating. I don't know what Simi's talking about. I am eating, taking down my other tree. Oh, stop it, Davita. Just stop it.
What is Davita doing?
Doing a load of laundry. If you're still on at 10:30, I can come. I work tomorrow. You do? Oh my gosh. It's taken you 4 days and you still haven't gotten your deck. What's the matter, Jimmy? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, what time is it, Davita, where you are?
I can't.
Stop. Well, go ahead. Just go, Jimmy. I'm very worried because you're getting like you're getting like a letter Y.
Like like this?
Yeah, I don't like that.
It's good.
No, it's not. It just never looked like that even when you were powerlifting.
I know. I never done it. I never.
I know, but it looks weird.
I've never done it. I've always been worried about being 136.
You're looking weird.
I'll stop. Oh, honey, I'm getting old. I'm getting big.
No, like I say, I don't know. Like, it's off. I don't know.
Like that?
No, it just like looks so weird. I don't like people that like the letter Y. I don't like that. No, looks bad.
No.
Carolyn, I think they were talking about the video on my channel with J-Bells
He looks like
and
the
Lisa.
letter T
Oh,
when he does that.
I think they keep bringing that up. I don't know why, but all it was,
Honey, close this
you
Yeah,
know, but she
okay.
was on there for a little while we were just goofing off. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, I
there's
did,
really
yeah.
nothing on there.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I mean, I saw it.
Mom,
And
what do
she
you mean
was
the letter Y? He does not look like
No,
this.
no, it's
This is the letter Y. What
Yeah.
does he look like, Mom? What do you mean? Like there's like his like
no,
body?
like that. Like, I don't know. Don't worry
Oh
about
yeah,
it.
I know too.
Don't worry about it. Like he's bulking up here and here. Like, I don't know.
Muscle.
Yeah.
I look like the letter T.
Julie
You see?
Grayson could have just been exposed to all sorts of chemicals. How could Julie Grayson? How was he exposed to all sorts of chemicals? I'm missing everything.
Your mom, you want to buy?
No. How was Julie Grayson exposed to all sorts of chemicals? Julie, what? Roots, fenders, etc. General Motors. What? Car panels. Oh, you were on the assembly? You worked for General Motors? Hold on a minute. What?
I'll be right back.
Oh, it's 9:30 where Davita is.
Oh,
Yeah, she's taking down her other tree. It's all she's been doing is taking down her Christmas decorations for the last 4 days. It's crazy.
She must be on the West Coast.
She is.
October.
Kevin Leonard was on all night too. Yeah, but I thought Kevin Leonard came back. I thought Kevin Leonard had his nap and came back.
He did.
You could tell he was getting tired.
Who was getting tired?
Kevin.
Really?
Yeah. He was a trooper.
Lisa D said she was coming back and she never made her shift.
I saw her
Taking
on
an extra
here.
long nap.
I saw her briefly on here.
Really?
Earlier. That was a lot earlier.
Oh, White Tiger's video on her channel. Yeah, she's on there. Yeah, she's on one of them, right? I did see it. Somebody pointed it out. But she really didn't say that much on there.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
She definitely didn't talk about any of her tragedies.
Nope. She never told me about any of her problems.
Really?
Not a thing. It was always just, you know.
She never even told you she was
BSing.
sick or getting treatment or anything?
No, she didn't tell me about any of that stuff.
Wow.
She never talked about her husband or her baby. Nothing. She didn't complain to me about anything.
Wow. It seems like everybody's come on to go to sleep on the panels.
I'm still here.
Well, I had, originally was like, oh, okay, I'll stay up this late because I have a thing that now is pending the weather in the morning. And I was like, okay, well, at this time I'll go to bed. And then I'm like, everything's shut down. I was like, oh, okay. I went in there and.
Scooter, you done with your dishes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Take your rest.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, Jamie.
Surely she didn't get the dishes done that fast, did she?
She did. Okay,
Oh,
whoa.
Lay back,
She did.
Carolyn.
She
Get
did.
your
She
rest.
did. She
Rest.
did get. I will. She did get her dishes done.
There, Mom, lay back.
You really
Mom,
need to rest.
I know. I'm going to take a little. I'll be right here in case something happens.
Hi, Mom,
Okay.
here's let me.
Okay, Scooter, you're in charge.
What?
Scooter, you're in charge.
We're all in trouble.
Let's all have fun.
Okay, it's party time.
Dave's gonna make some popcorn. I'm just gonna mute, but I'll keep the camera on.
Okay.
I like listening to popcorn. That's ASMR.
It is, yeah.
Well, when it starts popping, I'll turn it on, okay?
All right.
He's making it on the stove in a skillet. He makes it super good.
That sounds good.
He says I make it better, but I think he does.
I like it made that way.
My mom used to make it that way in a big pot. Not in a skillet, but in a big pot.
With butter, lots of butter.
Yeah.
No
I
butter.
love the butter. Scooter, you put butter in yours?
Oh, heck yeah, butter. Gotta have
Yeah.
butter.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wish I had some right now.
Has hubby gone to bed already, drinking?
No, he's sitting over here watching ball games.
Well, there you go. Ask him for some popcorn.
Do we have any popcorn, Scoot? We are out of popcorn.
Oh
Yeah, he'll make
no.
enough for everybody.
You're gonna have to get some when you go to the store, Ski. Do y'all remember that popcorn, that Jiffy Pop?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh boy, when that came out, I thought it was really something.
It was good.
They still have it.
I can still
Do they?
remember
Oh,
that pan scraping across the coils on the electric stove in the house I grew up.
yes. Yeah.
There was a certain sound that aluminum made when it went over the coils.
hmm
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they still sell that Jiffy Pop stuff in different variations. A lot of people use them like on campfires and stuff
Oh,
for camping. Yeah.
That's a good idea.
I have no idea how I'm going to shake a skillet over a glass top stove.
Well, that would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't even know how to use these things.
You still haven't had it turned on yet?
Is
No,
it
I turned
electric? I take it, right?
Yeah, I haven't had an electric stove since the one in my mother's house. I turned the
I've never had
power
one.
off on this one because I had the panel off, but the if the power gets interrupted or anything, and then you turn it back on, the panel unlocks. And I went out and found it on because I don't know, somebody had jostled it and the panel had come unlocked. That scared the heck out of me. So I shut off the breaker and I haven't turned it on since.
I've never had an electric stove, so I wouldn't know where to
Yeah,
begin.
but I've had my gosh, I've had gas stoves for almost 50 years, I think.
I have one now, and I do not like electric.
Yeah, if I had an option to get gas, I would, but there's no gas here.
Do people get propane tanks in your neighborhood?
Oh yeah, we can get propane, but I don't want to deal with that either. I mean, not I'm gonna have to deal with it for a generator, and I have to deal with it to set up, for the barbecue. I got one of those barbecues that does charcoal and gas, but I didn't
Good.
even get the courage to get the propane tank for that. I've always been a charcoal griller.
Yeah, we use charcoal also, but I have gas, stove, dryer, and heat.
I have
Yeah,
the
but
gas
much
stove.
cheaper than oil. But this, here in Florida, it's weird because I thought my electric bills would be absolutely sky high, and they're less than half of what it cost me to air condition an apartment in Manhattan, and this is a whole
Oh,
house, and
that's
it
Hmm.
cost.
great. Great move.
I know. It's such a shock. I can't believe how. And then I thought, well, but here I'll have to pay for heat. In New York, you don't have to pay for. I mean, in an apartment co-op, you don't have to pay for the heat. It's included the boiler, but you pay for air conditioning, but you don't pay for water or radiator heat. But so here I thought, well, I'm gonna have to pay for air conditioning and heat year round, but I didn't really think I'd need heat in the winter here. And boy, was I wrong. It's gone. I mean, today it was first day it was warm, but it's been down to 32 at night. Um, but even the heat. It just doesn't take that much heat to warm this house or air to cool it. It's amazing. I guess
Hmm.
the ceiling fans make a difference too.
Ceiling fans do make a difference.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but this place is like an iceberg. I had to like set it. It just got too cold in here. And I'm a northeastern polar bear, so I don't know. I never thought I would come to Florida and feel too cold, but anyway, it's all good complaining, not. It's like I'm sort of in awe.
Is it cold in Florida?
In Northeast Florida, I knew it got cold here in the winter, but I didn't know it got this cold. I didn't know it was going to get down to 32.
Wow.
I didn't think I would find. I have a little citrus tree out back, a baby, and it's growing its first little lemon. I didn't even know the temperature had gone down to 32, and I was afraid it would have killed it. It
What are
wasn't,
the highs though?
huh?
What are the highs?
Well, it's the highs are this whole summer. I don't. It never got as hot as it did in New York City, but I mean, it used to regularly get up to 100 in New York. I've lived there, 40.
Oh, I meant like now during the winter time.
Oh, in the winter today, I was shocked because I went out early this morning and it was like, wow, it feels really warm. And it got up to like 79 today, but it's been chilly. It's only been like going up to 64 and then down to the 30s at night. So today was kind of a shock. 79 for January 1st is not, that's a new thing for a New Yorker, I'll tell you. But it's really nice. I mean, it's nice enough to have the change of weather.
Yeah.
But without having to go out and shovel mountains of snow. Oh gosh, that was such an ordeal.
Hello, Robbity Bob. Say that name because I like that name. Robbity Bob. I like saying that name.
Yeah, that's a cool name.
Yeah, that's a cool name.
Time to switch pins, White Tiger.
Uh-oh. Your hand's starting to hurt?
No, I was using the other one. It's to use this one.
Oh.
Time to make a change.
This is my favorite. I only use this one. I had to change. It was so funny. I finally changed the batteries in it the other day. I kept thinking, boy, this seems awful dim. I changed the batteries and it was like I was holding a mini flashlight at the painting and I was like, holy cow.
Yes.
I should have changed them a long time ago.
I need to go get some, as a matter of fact, because mine's very, very dull. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get some batteries. You just reminded me of that.
I don't think Scooter showed us is letting us listen to the popcorn. And I wish I could diamond paint and read the chat, but I can't do both.
Hi, Sam.
I think Scooter's laying down on the job of being in charge.
Who is that above me? That looks really
Who is that?
cozy. There's a really
That's
nice.
I think that's Moo. Yeah, that's Moo.
That's what?
It's
This one?
Moo. That's who's up there. That's Moo with
This
the
one?
Christmas tree.
Oh, Moo. Okay. Yeah. It looks really,
Yeah,
really
that's,
cozy.
I moved that little Christmas tree into the bedroom.
I like it. I think it's really, really cute. I like it a
I
lot.
love it.
Yeah,
Are you going to keep it up for a while, Moo?
I guess so. It's sort of
Okay,
funny.
keep mine up
The
for a while.
past year has been so weird. I mean, everything is out of
I'll be
kilter
right
anyway.
back.
I'm keeping
Maybe I'll
mine
leave
up.
it up until I find my real ornaments.
My mom, in the last few years, a lot of times would have my dad keep the tree up all year long. It was so pretty, you know?
Yeah, well, with this, I mean, as I said, I've never had an artificial tree, and so you don't have to worry about the needles dropping off.
Yeah. And my dad, after she passed, he put it up and he kept it up for probably a good year. Thank you.
My brother
I'm gonna use some
has the ornaments from the family tree. I mean, Christmas tree.
I
And
can
then
put
but my mother had ornaments from the early 1900s.
I forgot to turn the sound on when he was popping that. But the kernels are so little, it doesn't make that real loud sound like it normally does.
Did they pop well?
Oh yeah.
Well, I did complain about that.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was trying to give the cat the rest of her medicine.
I was looking forward to listening to that and thinking of the smell of it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'll just have to wait till next time.
Yes, you will. And it'll happen again. Oh, Alma, how's your sister, the one that's MIA? You talking about my littlest sister? Actually, her birthday was yesterday, New Year's Eve. And she would have been, well, she is, I should say, she is. But for the last day of 1975, I always get confused on that.
Darcy. What
Oh wow, she's young.
Sassy Darcy.
45? No, she's in her 40s.
What are you talking about?
So how
75.
old would she be? Okay, because my daughter Bonnie born in 74.
I was born in 74. Oh, I'm your
Yeah.
daughter's age then.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
good
my
Lord.
youngest sister was born New Year's Eve of 1975. So yeah, she'd be what? Gosh, 46?
I'm 46. I was born in February of 74.
She beat 45 because I was born December 3rd. Yeah, but this is 2021. Right, but she won't
Yeah,
be.
but we haven't had our birthdays yet.
Oh, duh, you're right. Yes, so not until the end of the year. Okay, yeah, the end of the year. Yeah.
Wow, that's when my niece was born in 1974. What day was Bonnie born? What month?
May 6th, 1974.
Oh wow, my niece was born May 10th, 1974.
Really?
That was really meaningful for me because at that time I didn't ever expect to have children, and she was my baby, you know.
Right.
So and she's still my baby.
Hey, Sam.
She was my
I'm
first
gonna
baby.
look my sister up right now. I'm gonna look her up and see if there's anything, on her, like a divorce or anything like that. I don't think they did go through with it. Yeah, she just cut off our family, like Alma said. my parents spoiled her rotten. Her and my mom were best friends. My dad built an extra apartment on their house for Kim. She loved kids and babies, so she had a daycare there in this apartment, and they were taking care of her. And then she lost a bunch of weight because she was real heavy set. She lost a bunch of weight and was introduced to a lawyer that was my cousin worked in the same law office as him. She's a legal secretary. So she introduced him to my sister. And once she got with him, he was like this real, so phony, like he would take her to Chicago to the park there, I think Washington Memorial Park or something. And he would use an umbrella. He would use a picnic basket.
In the daytime?
Yes.
So formal.
My mom was so impressed by that. She's like, oh, Deb, describing how he was dressed and all this and that. And wow.
What happens?
She just, yeah. Oh, and you know what? We found out, I don't think I had told you, well, maybe I did tell you guys this. How he got in that trouble or whatever. We had looked that up. Well, it turns out all those years, he was never letting any of the other lawyers or anyone in the house or apartment that he was in. One person, though, did look in the door once, and they said they could not believe the amount of antiques he had in there, that you couldn't even walk in that place. And he was young, still at the time. And they knew what he made. They said there was and he was never at work. So they said, they ended up firing him, obviously. And he's just a big, he's another criminal, really.
Wonder how he afforded that.
He was cheating the law firm.
Uh-huh.
He was billing for hours that he wasn't even there. The law firm got rid of him. He owed them thousands of dollars, and they let him get away with it.
Just to be rid
of him.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it amazing how much trouble people go through to lie and continue their lies when it would be so much easier to just be on the up and up?
Yeah.
Lie,
He
cheat.
could be a big shot, he wants to be a big shot.
Just like the song, huh?
Yeah.
So is he working as an attorney now?
I'm looking right now. I saw where he was, what do you call it? Like suspended or something? But I don't know. Yeah. Last time.
By the bar?
Yeah. I don't see anything new. I see that there's still the notice of sheriff's sale.
Skylar, what are you doing?
Of their house?
What are you looking for?
Yeah. Yep.
You can't climb up here. It's not big enough.
It was canceled. I don't know why at the time.
Well, she didn't get a very good winter then, did she?
No. And she gave up her family. Why?
For that.
What did she say?
That did the same thing.
Yeah.
What did she say the reason was?
She didn't have a reason. She said that it was all her fault. She didn't know why. Yeah, she never gave a reason.
That's too bad.
The wedding, they made us, I don't know, they just made us feel so strange, like we were these country hicks. And his family are all farmers, so I don't know what the big thing is. I don't know, just very
My,
strange. Oh, and his mother is a psychologist.
Mm.
And my sister became real close with her, I guess.
Think he could be a narcissist?
What?
You think he could be a narcissist and be keeping her
No,
away?
it's the opposite. I mean, he might be, but he has bipolar, we found out. And he'll go through those episodes where he just lays in the dark for weeks at a time.
Wow.
Yeah.
And did they have children?
One son, and he's probably what, 17 now? He's, or maybe even 18. Yeah,
Goodness.
yeah.
They've been married a while.
Oh yeah, 90. I don't know. It was early 2000s, I guess.
Did they allow the boy to have anything to do with your parents?
Well, yeah, Kim brought him down to visit my mom and dad when he was younger. And my mother said, oh, he's the most beautiful baby. She was so happy to see him and everything. And then they came back when he was like 3. And my mom and dad went there once to see them. And that was it. I mean, they never heard anything more from her. My dad called over the years, and she'd say, she'd start crying. I know, I'm going to come back. I'll come visit. But she never would.
How
She
far does
doesn't.
she live?
She lives here in Indiana. Probably, I think it's what, Vincennes they live in, Vincennes, Indiana, which is, a few hours from us, but it's not that far. Okay, I see he's got a disciplinary action. Got a few of them here.
Does it say what for?
Movie, you found it before, didn't you? But you probably don't have it anymore.
Yeah, I do. You want me to?
Yeah, don't read the names, obviously.
No. I mean, Gmail.
Oh yeah, don't go doxing anybody. That's all we need to do is get in trouble.
No, I just wondered if you wanted it resent.
Oh. Well, I just found something right here and it says,
Oh, is it something that you got from? I'm trying to be.
2 Indiana attorneys have been suspended from the practice of law for mismanaging and overdrafting their trust accounts. Indiana Supreme Court justices announced in separate orders. The High Court ordered the suspension of 2 Hoosier lawyers late Friday, and each attorney respectively submitted for approval a statement of circumstances, blah, blah, blah. One of the suspensions was stayed under a monitoring agreement. Okay, for him, I won't say his name, blank, 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 stipulated to have pervasively mismanaged the trust account between 2016 and 2018, including failing to maintain adequate records, overdrafting the account, commingling client and attorney funds, and converting client funds for his own personal use. He failed to timely and fully cooperate with the commission's investigation against him. And then there's a bunch of violations here, rule, whatever, and discipline, and
Wow.
yeah. Okay,
What a
he's suspended from the practice of law in Indiana for no less than 6 months without automatic reinstatement effective immediately. Blank, who is already under an indefinite suspension for no non-cooperation in a separate cause, and petition for reinstatement at the end of his minimum suspension period if he has paid the cost of the proceedings and fulfilled the duties of a suspended attorney and satisfied the requirements of reinstatement under admission and discipline rule. And then they talk about the other person.
You know, it always gets me whenever they have that where they have to pay money. It always gets me. How are they supposed to pay that money when they can't work?
Right,
You know?
right. Yeah,
Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, it's supposed to be that they didn't spend that money that they shouldn't have gotten. They should have just turned around and paid it back. That's the
right,
theory behind that.
right. Yeah.
Scooter, I don't know. I wasn't sure. Just to be safe, I check your Gmail.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if you wanted that other thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's back. So
Okay, I'll go look. And see, my mom passed away in October of 2018. And she wanted to see Kim so bad.
And she didn't go see her.
Kim didn't go see
Your
her.
sister didn't go see her.
She didn't go see her.
oh,
My sisters called. I know, I don't know. I didn't call her, but my one sister that still has, has had a good relationship with her since she's disappeared off and on, she'll be able to contact her, and she contacted her, and she never came. But thank goodness my mom, she went through that where she got confused right before she passed, like a couple days, and she thought Kim was there. She told me, yeah, she said, Kim came, Debbie, she was here.
that's nice.
Yeah, but she thought she had,
Yeah, that's really nice.
Yeah. Dang, he's old. 54 years old.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
You're calling that old? Really, Scooter?
Scooter, in March is going to be my next big one.
Oh, yeah, that's coming up.
70. Can you believe that? I think 32.
Yeah, yeah.
I really do. I mean, mentally, I think I'm 32.
Same here.
I don't know. Completely different.
Moo, I can't tell if they've sold their house by this.
Oh, you know what? Could that I do? You want a fresh one? Oh, let me get a fresh one, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a minute because I have to go run errands for this gang that I work for here.
Okay. Wow, they got a lot of creditors, I'll tell you that.
God.
IRS, you don't mess with the IRS, do you?
Not really.
Yeah, Kim, you got a real winner here. What a disappointment, to my parents who loved that kid. She got everything she wanted. That was probably the problem.
Yeah, but do you really think she's really living a happy life?
No, she can't be.
Right.
Dave could never understand it either. He's like, your parents are such good people. He's like, how could they ever do that to her? I don't know. How could she ever do that to them? But I guess a lot of people do that, don't they? They go away from their
Yep.
family and never return.
My uncle did it. I mean, and he came back, but only after he got smart and divorced the person he was married to. But the whole time I was growing up, the only time I ever saw him or some of my cousins were at funerals and weddings.
Yeah.
But you know, it's interesting because his view on my grandparents and my mom's view on my grandparents very different. I mean, but they
Really?
lived the same childhood. Yeah, but their perception of like he thought that my grandparents were basically penny pinching misers and wouldn't give him what he wanted, right? Where my mom never saw them that way. And when we were growing up, they were extremely generous and, you know, like would do anything for us. So, and his kids missed out on that when they were young
Right.
because they weren't around, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, so now we have cousins that we would have been really close to, but we didn't grow up with them like we, you know, should
Mhm.
have. And it's all very kind of awkward if you ask me. But, you know,
Right.
that was his choice. And you know, he got himself with a real kind of nutty person. I mean, she would live above their means and, you know, she needed money. All of a sudden they'd have a kitchen fire or something, you know, and
Oh, really?
mm-hmm. I mean, all the stuff that we found out after the fact, you know, is just really kind of, and I always thought to myself, how do people think, you know, to do these things? I guess you have to be some
Oh,
kind of conniving, you know, criminal to think that way. But
I
no, and
guess.
then when he divorced her, he took all the debt, had to work 2 jobs forever. And
Really?
mhm.
Ah,
But now he's living happily in his retirement. So I mean, you know, I guess it all works out in the end.
yeah.
But you know, I thought my grandparents were like the most wonderful people on the planet, and I really have no idea uh, how his perception of them is so different from my mom's. I really don't. I mean, my
Isn't that
sister and I,
funny?
we have different memories of childhood, you know, like things that I remember that she doesn't and stuff like that. But we still feel exactly the same about our parents, you know. Like one
Right.
of us doesn't think that they're generous and the other one thinks that they're miserly or anything like that. So I don't know. I really don't know. But I'm sure it happens quite a bit.
Yeah, because my parents had 3 kids and then 10 years later had 3 more. They got married. My mom had me when she was 16. And, they had me,
Right.
and then Becky was 2 years later, not even 2 years later. And then my brother Michael was 5 years younger than me. And then when he turned 10, they had my sister, Melissa. And then, like 3 years later, they had Shelly, my other sister. And then, like 2 years later, my sister Kim. So, us first three were with my parents when they were super young,
Mm-hmm.
and young people starting out, you know how that is.
Struggling and yeah, I got it.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we had, it was fine. We weren't poor, but we didn't have all the cool things that some of these kids did and whatever. But then and our parents, my friends' parents would come to school, their parents seemed so much older than mine. And, I would always hear, oh, your mom's so young. Well, she was. Well, it was so funny because when Melissa, Shelley, and Kim were in school, they said, oh, sometimes it just feels so weird because mom and dad are so old and everybody's parents are so young, it just
Right. They had the opposite problem.
Yeah. And they, my parents took them on, long trips and anything they wanted, basically they got because they had the money for it.
Right.
We went on vacation as kids, but ours was all camping. We never
Yep.
forgot to stay in the hotels. But it was fun. It was a lot of good memories. They were the best parents. I mean, anything you would do, they're right there for you. So proud no matter what you do. Would always forgive you for anything. Even my dad, Shelley said, if Kim called and wanted to see you, would you let her come visit? And he said, no, I would hang up the phone. And every one of us know that my dad would not do that. There's no way.
Right. It's like when my uncle came back, my grandfather was very skeptical and my grandmother was just ready to welcome him back.
Yeah.
Kind of no questions asked.
Right. Sam says, my mom was 14 and my dad was 16 when they had me. Had my brother 2 years later. They have been married 42 years now.
Wow.
That's wonderful.
That really is.
Sabrina Rochelle, I had my daughter when I was 16 and my son when I was 19.
I was 8.
What, Nana Patty?
I was 18 when I had my son.
18.
Yeah, my mom was 16 when she had the oldest in our family, which is a son. And my parents were married 53 years when my dad passed.
Yeah, mine were married 64 years when my mom passed. Sean Sneed says my mom had me when she was 16. Good night, Mandy Waller. I'm so glad Carolyn's getting to rest.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, I was wondering how.
Well, if you hadn't have tried to take over the burdening her with this 500 hours. She lost one and gained another.
No.
Oh, goodness.
I know, I'm just messing, but it's kind of funny because
that is funny.
Oh, man.
That poor thing.
What I am kind of sad about though is that she didn't reach out to anybody for help with the fact that she couldn't get rid of this monkey on her back.
Well, we probably thought.
I mean, I understand But
Yeah.
it's like, so when you try to think about, what would I do if that was me, right? And like, I have a friend that like I confide just about everything to, right? And I can't imagine somebody doing that to me and not going to somebody like outside the circle, right? I'm not like saying going to you or, any of the other people from the community, but somebody outside that circle and, going, oh my gosh, and then that person not going, okay, well, we have to figure out how to get you out of this mess, kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just a shame that couldn't happen sooner. Because, man, she was always looking so drained for quite a while. And I kept thinking, God, something's going to have to give.
I know.
And I didn't, obviously we didn't know it was really that bad, but.
Yeah, I didn't know it was.
Well, how would you? She's not telling people because everybody is sworn to secrecy. But when you think about it, that's how it always is, right?
Yep.
Abusers, all that kind of stuff. They get you to where you're not going to say anything, and they count on that. And
right.
To me, it's a different kind of stolen valor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Danielle, Scooter, you're the new one. Scooter bells, Augie says. Scooter bells.
Oh my
Oh. Well,
and
Sassy
you
Darcy,
think about,
she might have went to other people outside of YouTube, maybe, and but I don't know, maybe not. I think Carolyn.
Well, if she did, it didn't help. Like whatever.
Right. Yeah.
It didn't get her to the point where she could step away sometimes or something.
I think she probably might have felt guilty too, because she's thinking J-Bells has no family, has no one. All she has is her.
Right. But when you think about it, I mean, she had to, I don't know. I mean, 2020 is, hindsight is always the way that works. But, I mean, it's just a shame that Carolyn kind of didn't have somebody to go to kind of go, hey, can you take her today? Because I really got to get this done and I'm losing my mind, or,
Yeah.
Can you take this one for the team or something?
Yeah, but when you have a friend, when you have somebody that there is no other, that's the whole problem. You have a belief that this is your friend and you're trying to help someone who's maybe dying. I mean, it doesn't seem like something that you need to get out of. It's hard to explain.
Okay, but like, she was to the point where she was saying that, she was really ready to have a mental breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
No, I understand all of that. I'm just saying that when you are trying to help someone that you care about, it's easier from the outside to say, well,
Right,
somebody should have done something, but it's very different when you're in it.
No, I understand that. It's just a shame that,
She's being emotionally hijacked.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And there's always a mission or something dire that needed to be taken care of that she probably didn't have any time to even think about.
See, it's just interesting how the things in your life, like everybody goes through things in different stages of their life. So like for me, I used to be like, I would have put myself totally at risk to help people when I was young. And I had a situation that completely jaded me to any of that ever happening again. Right. I held everybody at arm's length because of that. I mean, I'm just not going to do it anymore. And it's just a shame that you have to have something, you know, terrible like that happen to then jade you to the point that, you know, you're, you know, less willing to be as free to help people because somebody seriously took advantage of you. And it's a shame that you have to, you know, that Carolyn had to go through that. It's just, you can't even fathom the fact that, you know, that woman made up all of that, so much stuff. I've never even heard of anybody making up so much convoluted stuff. I can't even wrap my head around it.
I have. I'm pretty sure it was in the Twilight Zone, a series that there's some kind of Twilight Zone episode like that.
And it was only getting worse. Like there was more and more stories coming up about, and golly, it's just crazy.
She couldn't come up for air.
I hate how I'll look in the chat, you know, and I'll think, are you really her? Are you really her? Are you really her? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep. Because now you're going to be ultra cautious to make sure that, you know, people are who they portray themselves to be. You have to, I mean, there's really no other way you can be at this point. And then, you know, to think that, so I completely was outside of all of this right now. I am certainly in more contact with like Loopy Lisa and Casbat than ever J-Bells, right? And the fact that J-Bells felt it necessary to tell Carolyn a complete lie about me that didn't happen, that involved Casbat, right? That Casbat, like, what was the purpose of that? Was the purpose of that, you know, for her to think that I also thought that, you know, that Casbat and I were having friends, so that was like another nail in the coffin for Casbat? Like, it just, to me, that kind of stuff.
What did she tell you, if you can say? If not,
no. She told Carolyn that night that Lisa was in my live and Casbat came into the, she came into the chat to talk to me. She didn't know Lisa was on the panel when Casbat came in, right? What she said to Carolyn had happened was that Casbat and I had gotten into it, and that I had said that I was done with Casbat and I wasn't going to talk to her anymore. And none of that happened. That's not what happened at all. But, you know, I was outside of her circle of lies. So what was the point of that? The only point of that was to convince Carolyn that, you know, everybody was, you know, seeing that Cass had, you know, gone off the deep end and was kind of done with that, which was totally ludicrous.
Right. Yeah, how could her ever do that?
There's something that it's hard to explain. I'm gonna tell you this because I'm an old lady, and having been through
that, you're not that much older than me, so quit saying it.
No, but I'm trying to say it in a good context. Like, I'm old and bossy. I have to tell you, having been around the block like a million times now, when somebody has been through what Carolyn and all these other people have been through, it's sort of, there have been experiences in my life. I'm speaking from experience. When you have done your best to help a person that you believe to be good, and they have betrayed you, it's very painful when, especially if you're still fresh out of it. They can go on for years where people say, well, didn't you see this? Didn't you undo that? Or weren't there warning flags? Or how come nobody did it? It's just a very painful
thing.
No,
I understand why Carolyn wouldn't have seen that there. I get that. I completely understand it.
What I'm saying, is the whole part about speculating what any of the people went, did or didn't do. I think is, I don't think it's,
Ready, Lex.
huh?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Moo.
Oh, no, I'm, no, I don't want to speak out of turn. I'm just saying that it's, when people are putting their heads together, the people who went through something, I don't think it's for the rest of us to observe what they're doing and say, well, you should have done this, or if only that, because
Right.
nobody knows what people were going through at the personal level. And I've had that done to me. I'm speaking from experience, and I know that people who said things to me they were trying to be helpful. But I'm saying it's very, I would just be very cautious about trying to help somebody who's where none of us know these details. We only know what we've heard, and we can form opinions of, well, why didn't you see that, or how could you believe this about someone? And the truth is that because those things happen, and they happen to good people, and you know, I've believed things about people that were said to me, and then I found out later that I betrayed them by even listening to that kind of crap. But you don't feel like you betrayed someone. You know, so I get really, I get really leery of making any comments or speculating on what people who are freshly, this is only a week old as far as everybody putting their heads together. And it's just,
Gosh, it's only been a week.
huh?
It's only been a week. You're right.
Yeah.
It doesn't even seem like a week in a way either.
Well,
no,
you know what's interesting too is, I mean, I don't disagree with you, and that's not really what I'm trying to do. I'm not really trying to say that, you know, if only. It is a shame that Carolyn couldn't be unburdened of some of the, you know, time.
oh,
Well,
no,
you know, that
I
she
don't
was
disagree.
sucking up.
I don't disagree with that either. But what I'm saying is sometimes when people are going through this, it's it it's a little early for anyone to be saying if only this or if only that, or why couldn't someone have done this or that. It just makes the whole thing more painful. And sometimes you know, it's hard for me to put it into words because then I'd have to explain things that, but it's just that a whole lot of stuff has been revealed, and but it's really just a fraction of a teaspoon of what really went on.
Oh, right. Well, and I had okay, so like I did.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, it's just that I'd seen a lot of stuff where I dragged out my magnifying glass because I could hear people. I can't really see that well until I get my eyes fixed. But when I was looking at some of the comments, I felt terrible because people are saying, "What? How could you believe that? Or how could you not see the flag?"
Oh yeah, no, there's no.
And
I agree with you on that.
The thing is, it's better not to speculate. It isn't a murder case like Scott Peterson or something, you know, where somebody had a trial and all these bad things happened and there were court cases. This is a very raw personal thing. And I mean, I'll tell you one thing, it's not a parallel thing, but just to give you an idea, I had people, I was in a terrible divorce and I had to remove my children and start my life over, and I was penniless, and I've told people here that, and that's the only reason I'm using it as an example. But I had people Monday morning quarterbacking me on why I let my children see his parents. And I kept explaining, okay, you don't know the situation. You don't know how, I know how this guy acts and why he does certain things. And you can't punish a whole family. And it was like, well, they raised him.
Right.
And it's very easy to keep making these conclusions and connecting dots. And you say, well, that's not the point. And so here it reminds me a lot of this whole thing of, the whole business of shutting people out. I can't even tell you how many people I'm talking about, mental health people who are trying to supposedly help, and lawyers are saying you have to cut that whole family off. You have to basically erase them from your life and your children. And I didn't do that, and I've never regretted it. His family came around when they finally saw the truth of what was going on. And the weird part is I'm not even enemies with my ex-husband anymore. And this is a case where people can be going through something and then they settle down and stop acting that way. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that everybody here was acting from what I can see, they were going through what I was going through in this particular case, which is, I believe this person will settle down. I believe that it's better to stick it out and not punish everybody involved, not to
Wait, Moo, is that you with, there's like some weird feedback, which you've never had before, but it looks like it's coming from you. Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. I don't have a device on. I'm not close. Maybe I had a pillow.
Something rubbing your mic or something?
No, it's just I'm on my iPod. My iPad. I don't have a mic per se. I don't know what.
Yeah, it's making a lot of noise right there.
What?
It's like a lot of rubbing or something.
From me?
I guess that's one way of describing it.
But are you sure it's coming from if you mute me, because there's not a sound in here. Hold on, I'll mute myself.
I don't hear it now. It's just it's almost like somebody's moving and they're rubbing the mic for a moment.
Yes.
Like, when people have their earbuds in and they like their iPhone earbuds and the mic is sitting on their chest and they like move or
that's what it sounds
wave
like.
Their hand and it rubs against your shirt. Like, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay, is it back on now, the noise?
No, it's not me.
Let's see.
No, I don't hear the noise now.
No, what I'm saying is I don't use a microphone. I don't use a headset. All I have is my iPad propped up in a stand the way it always has, and nobody's doing a thing in here.
Okay, I understand. That was just the sound. I didn't know it was coming from you.
No,
It was coming from Scooter. Scooter's worried about somebody rubbing, evidently.
Is that you, Zappa Zowie? Can you mute when you're not talking?
No. I'm just laying on the couch.
Can you mute for a second, though?
Oh, hold on.
I don't hear it right now, though.
I don't either.
Say I didn't either.
How do I mute it?
Well, it's okay. It's all right. We're not hearing it now.
It wasn't me. I don't think.
I've been muted, so I don't think it's me.
No, I don't know. I didn't know it.
It's gone now, though, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. I haven't heard it. I don't.
Yeah,
know.
it sounds like somebody just was moving around and now they stopped.
Yeah.
Oh, I have
my very
pulse, so I don't know if it's my internet or something.
Well, talk some more, Moo. We want to hear what you were saying.
Oh no, I was just saying that there are times when when people who are trying to work something through and they don't know where it's headed, it's very hard to have people who weren't personally involved, making comments, and a lot of the comments that were made were just, it was like, well, why didn't you this and why didn't you that? And I just think that that's I just think that that's not useful. And I mean, it's also painful for a person, for people, all the people that got together, to be trying to work it out and grasp what happened. I mean, it's so unreal. And
I
then
didn't
have
see a
people,
lot of those comments though.
huh?
I honestly don't remember seeing a lot of those kind of comments though.
What
No,
comments?
there were, they're,
Oh,
it-
oh,
they're,
oh.
they're not unkind. They're not meant to be unkind. How can anyone really believe those things that she
There
said?
was a lot of, and you believe that. And I mean, I have seen some of them in some of the
There were a lot
comments.
of them. And the thing is, they weren't meant to be unkind.
Right.
They were more like, well, how did that, why did you believe that? How could you believe things like that? And I'm just saying, I've been in situations like that. And when somebody has you emotionally, you tend to believe when people lay out solid cases in front of you and they're people that you know face to face, it's much easier to believe things about people you don't know face to face. Say, oh
Right.
my, here's the proof. Look what they did. I mean, it's what the whole thing that court trials are about. It's like people are constantly blindsided about believing or not believing something about another person. So it's,
Well,
I just be very cautious.
obviously, yeah. And obviously she was very good at reading people and knowing who would have been a threat, because I didn't even kind of really get into the middle of any problem until the I found out that Lisa and Casbat had a tiff. And honestly, before I talked to either one of them, I just assumed, oh, this will blow over, right? I just figured it was, I mean, people say stuff or whatever, and it ends up blowing over. And then when I talk to each of them, and I'm getting kind of different information that didn't agree with each other, and I thought, oh my goodness. But then, when this came out, I thought, oh my God, it had to have been her. And I was just like,
Well,
obviously
see,
she knew
that's
that
it's like the
this
stuff of really,
person's going to buy my stuff. This person could possibly call me out on it, and I got to alienate this person.
yeah. Well, it's really the whole thing as it unfolded was really, it was much better than the scripts of good psychological thrillers, which is
Absolutely.
that you think the good person is the good person. It turns out that all the people you thought were bad were because the person who was parading as a good person convinced you that the good people were bad. So it's really just a good psychological movie plot that really happened. But then later, when the people who were trying to do the right thing all along, when they come under scrutiny, it just makes me uncomfortable because those aren't the people who need to be scrutinized. The
Right.
people who were trying to help someone. And it is there have been a lot of scrutinizing comments about red flags and believing this and
Right.
believing that, but unless you've been drawn into the web of someone like that, it's and again, this doesn't refer to my husband. I'm talking about other experiences. When you see a real psychopath in action, then all the other bets are off, and it's and I just would withhold. I mean, I personally have learned to just try to control my own tendency to jump to a conclusion about somebody and how they might have been too easily convinced. There may not be it too easily. It may be something much deeper than what anyone knew. So that's all. I just get very cautious about that stuff.
Yeah.
And
Well,
since
she obviously is very good at it. I mean, she's obviously very good at watching and learning and knowing,
well,
how to
another
tug
thing,
on people's heartstrings.
yeah, well, another thing about her, since she loves to bring up being an Orthodox Jew, is there's this thing called Lashon Hara, which is, Lashon is tongue, and Hara is the bad. It means bad, the bad tongue. It means bad mouthing. And the thing about that is it's absolutely forbidden to engage, and in Yiddish they'd say Lashon Hara, I think. I mean, the pronunciation is different. It's a different language, really, but the concept is still the same. It's bad mouthing, and the whole thing about bad mouthing is not only is it a terrible, terrible thing to engage in gossip, what she did about other people, where she'd call, someone and talk about Lisa D and call someone else and talk about Casbah. Not only is it awful to engage in that kind of, bad tongue, lotion horror, whatever, dialect or whatever. It's all the same concept of the bad mouthing. Not only that, but the person who listened to it is held equally accountable, because they shouldn't have let that fall on their ears. They should have said, this is not, you have no business saying these things, and I have no business hearing them. And
Right,
it's actually a really good rule to live by, because
Absolutely.
there are things you should not let fall on your ears. And I'm not saying, I'm saying you might want to let it fall on your ears to the extent, where people put together something. But when you listen, when you hear stuff, it's very easy when someone pitches a case at you to believe it, because they set it up that way. That's what psychopaths do. They set it up so that they will be believed. And so the risk there, the whole thing about that sort of a rule, a social guideline, is do not put yourself in that position. Don't, because to try to, it's hard to explain, because again, that's also a judgment. So, well, that's why I had reached a point in my life where I don't mean from that particular, my first degree was in Judaic history. So, I'm not talking about my own personal beliefs or whatever religion. Before I went into computers, I was studying Judaic history, but so I'm not an expert or anything else, but I'm just trying to say that I began to, after seeing certain people in action, I began to understand the basis of that rule, that social construct, which is don't hear it either, because it could get you into well, it's just morally not a thing that anybody should engage in. They shouldn't say it, and people should not receive it. And we all do that, though. And as a friend of mine who actually wasn't practicing Orthodox Jew, she said she tried to follow this Lashon Hara thing, and she said it virtually means that you cannot listen to anything anyone says, and you can't ever speak again. So you basically become deaf mute. I mean, she had a good sense of humor about it. But in this case, I'm just saying, it's speculating becomes a new type of bad mouthing. I guess that's my point. Nobody intends, people will say, well, I'm just trying to help. But it can also lead to the opposite of helping, because no one knows what really happened. And the best people to sort it out and talk about it are the people who did what they did, which is to get together and have long discussions and try to sort it out. And that's what they're doing. So I hope when people are commenting, they'll just sort of bear in mind that other layers of judgment are going to be really useful to Carolyn or anybody else who was actually victimized by this.
Right. So she didn't really reach out to you other than those 2 emails?
Huh?
J Bells, she didn't really reach out to you other than those 2 emails she sent you?
Who, me or
You.
me, Moo?
You, Moo. You.
Oh, no, no. I apologize because I thought you were I wasn't sure you were talking to, because no, our exchange, she doesn't have I don't know that she has my email. She may have gotten it, but I don't recall emailing with her. I'll have to go look, maybe. I don't think so. No,
Yeah,
our
there's an
exchange was
email, I thought,
oh, I'll have to go look. I could have,
about those Jaffa cakes or something, or was that?
oh, no, that was WhatsApp.
Oh, okay, all right.
We were texting. It could be. I'll have to go look. I just don't recall emails. I try to avoid emails with people.
That was my mistake.
Oh, no, but you're right. It could have been, I could have emailed her too and just forgotten. I just can't remember, but I'll go look. But it was all the stuff that I do have was WhatsApp. And I actually made screenshots of all those and just to memorialize them. But that's as far as I remember. Oh, and then I guess maybe I'll have to go look in Facebook again. There might be something in Messenger, but I'm not even sure about that. But most of it was WhatsApp.
I didn't email with her. She was only in my Discord. What?
Supposedly Moo wanted to catch up, have your information because she was working in New York by the towers when 9/11 happened.
She claimed she was in college. She said she was in college, and I put her age at the time. I thought, well, then she must have been probably 20 years old, and I felt so sorry for a 20-year-old to have to witness all that. And then it turns out she was actually 15 at the time, so she's the age of my oldest daughter. So it was a lot of crap, but yeah, she claimed that she wanted to, talk about our experiences on possibly the worst day. I mean, with all the crap that's happened in my stupid, dumb life. I mean, so much. But September 11th was right up there with worse than anything.
Right.
I mean, including, terrible deaths and suicides in my family and all this. September 11th topped everything. And, as far as making you non-functional. They don't call terrorism for nothing. And so, when someone reaches out because they were standing there with people raining out of the sky and seeing horrors like that, and they reach out because they shared that experience, and then it turns out that, it's like, oh, wait, they were 2 miles away. But that's okay, people in New York also. I mean, there's no... But then you say, okay, it was more than 2 miles away. It was more like across the ocean is where she was. So that's kind of stupid. It's like, why reach out to someone over September 11th? That's kind of like, I mean,
That was stupid.
It's like she was clearly reaching for anything she thought would have interesting common ground that was it's almost lurid,
I really, really think that had this not come out when it had, that she was like getting ready to try to, like get more people on the hook with her, like in the community. She had a vast number of people that she could, have access to, because I mean, she's a mod, right? And there's a certain level of trust that, the people in the community that aren't mods have in the mods, right? Because
yeah, the other thing was that that I know Carolyn was concerned about is that, we joke about me as though I'm this person rolling in dough, because joking
right.
about me being a society lady and all of that stuff, and all I am is a person who happened to retire and and I, had saved up enough money to buy this house, and I had a budget for it. And, I'm no longer in financial pain, but it also doesn't mean that I'm, this billionaire philanthropist handing out money. But the thing is, we used to joke about, we've made enough jokes about it. And she may have gotten some impression that I just go sprinkling money on people or something, which is, it's okay. I mean, we all joke around here and everything else. Um, and also my spendthriftiness, as far as, it's sort of a running joke. And I think it's funny. I mean, I sit here, yes, I shop, but guess what else I don't? I never go on vacation. The last car I had for 16 years, and it was a Saturn. It's funny because the fact that I can afford to buy a whole bunch of mini balls, it's because I'm basically frugal.
Right, right.
It's the first time in my life where I could just do stupid, frivolous things, And I was going to build a swimming pool here because I thought it would help with my back and my legs, and then I budgeted for adding a swimming pool. And then my daughters correctly convinced me that I live alone, and I can't just go out and jump into a pool and not and have it be safe. It really isn't, and it's stupid. And so there's all this money I budgeted for a pool and didn't. So if somebody has then spare money to buy a whole bunch of mini balls and shop like crate Calico critters, it's kind of not in the same league as handing out gigantic checks.
And I'm so happy for you because you went through a lot, Moo.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I
Yes,
mean
you did.
that's the other thing is it wasn't it's possible for people, and again, I was saying this the other night about J Bells. It's possible at her age, she's so young, and at 34, I didn't even have kids yet. I didn't get pregnant for the first time in my life until I was 34, and that was with my oldest daughter. I mean, and I had just started over a new life. I had gone back to school, and I went to NYU, which I actually went to, and J Bell's claimed I went back to retrain in a whole new field, the computer field. And
Right.
I started my life over at 34, and it's possible to do that. And then I had to start it over again after a bad New York divorce. So,
Oh yeah, she could definitely determine that, she wants to start all over. She absolutely could.
Normal non-psychotic people can find productive ways to dig themselves out.
Right.
I don't know that she's fixable. I don't like to be that doom and gloom, but that kind of personality, I don't see any kindness in there at all, and nothing, just cold, calculating. It's just that psychopathy of like the dead shark, those dead shark eyes thing that people were describing. When people were describing how I didn't see this. I didn't see this confession, but when people, Scooter, you're talking about her eyes, right?
Oh, that gave me the creeps.
I didn't see him.
No, but somebody was talking about how, or maybe
in that meeting, in that Zoom meeting you had when you guys.
That her eyes were black, Carolyn said.
That's what I said. I said that about her eyes.
Yeah. Well, it reminded me of the scene from it's a clip that's it's famous. It's from the movie Jaws, and what's his? Oh gosh, now the names are going to slip my head. Oh, Quint, that salty sailor who's running the ship, the little boat.
Yeah.
And the captain and Chief Brody. You know, they're sitting there and I guess, what's his name? Anyway, the three main characters, I guess they're sitting around and they're talking about that. You know, it's so hard. My brain is so tired. I can't think of all the references, but they're talking about the shark and his eyes roll black and roll
Yeah.
back and dead. He's the dead, like a doll's eyes. You know, he's talking in that Irish accent.
Well,
Quint.
I was gonna say, if Carolyn ever, you know, in the future somehow decides, you know, she's gonna show it, maybe if she takes out a few things, or I don't know, but whatever. I was gonna say, if you haven't really seen her like on a Zoom call before, I don't know if you would recognize it. But see,
Really?
I don't know. Maybe you would though.
Yeah, but I mean, I went back and looked at you know, I told you I was trying to find that one because I knew I'd been on a panel with her. I couldn't remember what it was, and it turned to be she was opening a doll. It wasn't the balls. There's one with balls, but this one was some other stuff. And so yeah, I could. She was sitting there for quite a while, and then when she saw that she was on, she turned the camera away from her face. But she had been on where you could see her sort of in reaction shots for a good 10, 15 minutes before that when some other people were talking. And then I looked at those videos of, I went back to, you know, look over the ones Carolyn showed back. I'd never seen of when she introduced herself. And then, well, later she was just talking. You couldn't see her when she was doing that fake calling from the hospital. That wasn't.
No, I didn't understand, Moo, that one where she's pregnant and Carolyn shows that video. Was that the first time Carolyn ever met her? You know, where she came up on the panel?
I think they've been in contact. I can't remember. It seems to me they may have been emailing. I'm not really sure, but I think that was the first time she's on a panel because she came up and started.
If I remember right, J Bells called in one night before I don't know if it was, I think it was before she ever came on that panel, and she was saying who she was and how she's this criminal profile.
Yeah, that's the one I mean. I'd never seen that, and I couldn't find it. I think it's still private because I never found it. I just looked at the clips.
But she never shows herself. She doesn't. Yeah, she never shows herself in the one where she puts her.
Oh, you're saying before the one where she puts a teacup on her stomach?
Right, before that.
Oh, I didn't know. No, that I haven't seen or heard.
I thought that book club meeting was the first time that Carolyn saw her.
When was the first time that she was on the phone
crying? That's the only time I saw her with the teacup on her stomach.
I think she called in as giving, you know, her take on family annihilators.
Oh, I thought that was her first call in. I didn't know that there was one before that.
She was calling
so there's
right after she lost her husband.
Is there an echo?
Okay, Potter says, yeah, they've been echoing since March. They've been emailing since March.
Is it me?
Okay, Danielle.
You're scraping. That's scraping again. I don't know.
Oh, my room is silent. I don't know.
Yeah.
Moo, are you in a rocking chair?
No, I'm lying flat on my bed just the way I always do, and everything here is absolutely quiet.
I'm laying flat too, in case you're wondering.
Who is that, Davida? Is that Davida?
Yeah.
Davida. You've been here a long time. I figured you just called in to go to sleep, so that's why I wasn't saying anything to you.
Well, good grief. Here I thought Davida wasn't on.
Hello, Davida.
I saw her come on and I forgot.
That is Rich.
Davida, the next time you come on, you say, hey, I'm here.
I didn't want to interrupt.
I know.
I want to wake you up.
No, I wasn't. And I last night I was listening too. And Kevin goes, oh, you thought you'd wake up? But I had been awake.
You're just quiet.
I hate to interrupt.
Well, I like to listen. Anytime Moo's talking, I like to listen.
I know. And by the way, Moo, can you leave your tree up all year, please? I'm
I
not
want
kidding.
one,
I love looking at it at night.
and
I
I
do
do
too.
too. I do too. And I'm looking for those. I want a couple of those to put one in my bedroom and one in here, in a corner.
Oh,
And
Yeah.
I'm waiting for them to get marked down 75%.
well, this was a really cute one.
It is.
It's
I
so
just,
pretty.
this was cheap. I got it at Target, and if you go to Target and look at, they use the term indexed,
Huh.
and by that they mean it's not shaped like a Christmas tree. When you take it out, it looks like the Charlie Brown Christmas tree, literally.
Hmm.
It's
Oh,
hole in the middle, and it looks like these branches that are just sticking out, and then
Hmm.
a foot of space between each. And it's like, what? And then my son-in-law was unpacking. He said, no, it says right here. It says, don't be shocked when you see it, because all of the branches are bendable. And
oh,
How cool.
when you start bending it, it fills up completely. And then all I did was I didn't have I can't find my ornaments. So I just I just start winding lights from the core, from the trunk, wrapping it around the trunk of the tree all the way to the top, and then keep winding it around toward the outside. And then it
It's really
fills
pretty.
the outside of the trees with light. And then the ornaments just become, the eye-popping finish. And I don't really have the ornaments, so I just
I
use
thought
lots
I'd
of
love to
light.
tuck one in a corner somewhere,
Yeah, this one's great, and it's easy to pick up and move. I mean, you have to be careful because it'll fall. You'll pull it out, and then you have to pick it up from the bottom so it doesn't disengage because it's section. But I put it on my little. I have this little
Uh-oh.
heart.
Who went out?
Who was that?
It wasn't me.
Carolyn
Somebody.
didn't get kicked out, did she? If she did, we're gonna get kicked out.
Who?
Mhm.
No, Carolyn's still there.
Yeah, she's still here. Davita's here, dreaming, moo, and positive vibes.
White
Mhm.
tiger.
Oh,
White
White Tiger,
Chris.
duh.
Yeah.
Oh, White Tiger's going to bed. She got off on her
Oh,
own.
gosh.
She meant
Oh.
to.
She's tired.
Yeah.
I can't believe what you said, Scooter. I came on to go to sleep.
That's funny.
Well, that's why I
Mhm.
didn't want to say anything. They were talking, and I thought she's just down here to go to sleep, so I'm not going to bother her.
You're really tripping tonight, girl.
Oh, Moo, you'll be
Uh-huh.
happy to know that Lisa D has been in here for a while.
Lisa Day, get in here.
And
Lisa
listen to
Yes,
what
D.
she
Lisa.
said. Moo, listen to, she was answering somebody, I guess they were talking about how they like listening to you. And she goes, me too. Moo gives love, insight, and compassion to us all. She is so special.
Oh,
I think
that's
so too.
sweet. Thank you,
And I
Lisa.
think I'm glad she's here.
Mhm.
Me too.
She adds a lot.
And I like seeing Nana Patty right there doing her little diamond painting.
Yeah, we don't want everybody
Aw.
in their spots.
Thank you. Everybody's in their spot.
Good. That's the way we like it.
People make fun of all of us as being, the Golden Girls, but they don't understand. They don't understand that we're the people who've lived a long time. We have
Yeah.
useful information. We're also the cool people
Yeah.
from
Yep.
the 50s and 60s who allowed them to be able to walk around dropping F-bombs everywhere.
That's right.
Yeah.
Saying whatever they want and dressing however they want and acting however they want, because when we were growing up,
Yeah.
we were we were the rabble rousers trying to be freed from
Mhm.
being oppressed because we're ladies, or being oppressed because for all every other reason, racial or gender, every other thing. And so here
Yeah.
these people who have all these freedoms are laughing at us. It just makes me laugh.
Yeah.
We're the ones that made the
uncool.
changes.
Exactly.
We paved the way.
Exactly.
For corn's sake, Elizabeth, yes.
Mm.
Oh gosh, that's a
Just
good
want to
one.
listen to you guys talk. You guys all have wisdom. So I can
Well,
be
we've.
that way when I get older.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Scooter.
Oh
She's on a
brother,
roll.
she's on a roll tonight. What we gonna do with her? But you know, that's right. We've all had different experiences.
Yeah,
And
I've seen a lot, that's for sure.
But I
and
think that's really cool. I think that's so cool because we have such,
yeah,
we all fill in different, we all fill in each other's blank spaces and
yeah.
make such a great whole.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
It's very true.
And someday Scooter will tell us stuff when she's old enough.
Yeah, maybe she will.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
she can remember.
Yeah. If
One
I
of
can
these
remember.
days.
One of these
That'd be so
days,
serious.
if we're
So-
lucky.
Yeah.
Of course, Carolyn and Bonnie have a long way to go because Carolyn's only Bonnie's kid sister.
Yeah.
Carolyn's like, what, 29 when you,
Uh-huh.
when you had Carolyn, how old were you?
I was 5.
Silly rabbit. I thought you said that you were same age as well, how old did you say you were? I thought you said your moo's age.
I'm born in 55.
I was
Okay.
born in 55.
Well,
We're the
gosh,
same age, Davita.
Huh?
We're the same age.
I know.
I was
know
born
that.
in 1954. I'm a year older than you girls.
Right. And Davita, I swear I thought you were
older.
No. I thought you
Younger.
were a good 10 to 15 young years younger.
No.
For real. I really
I
did.
did too. That's what I thought.
Nope, 1955.
What
You
month?
guys are the same age as my husband.
I can't
What
believe
month?
I'm going to be 70.
You're going to be 70, Moo?
Yep, on the Ides of March.
Oh, you don't look it.
Well, they say 70 is the new 60, so
I know.
I heard
and
that
so really,
just the
I'm
other
50.
day. Yeah, really, me too.
Go ahead.
I'm certainly working on getting myself back in shape.
Nana
That's
Patty,
what
are
I'm
you
gonna
the
do.
youngest one here?
I'm 55.
Oh my gosh, we're all about the same age. I'm 56 and they're Scooter's 55, Davita's 55.
Yep. 55.
How did that happen?
I don't know, but I like it.
I just turned 56. Is that right, Ski 56?
Huh?
Well, wait.
You're
dreaming.
Oh no, I'm 66. Sorry. Doggone it. I thought I was 56 there for a little bit.
No,
Oh, I hate the sound of that. 66 makes you want to kind of throw up.
Doesn't it?
Sounds
Thanks, Dreamy.
old.
It does. I know.
You know what's
Well, what I don't like is, how, when you're in your 40s, to me, my 40s were my best decade. Because I was to a point where I didn't care what people thought. I knew who I was. And if you liked me, that was fine. If you didn't, that was fine. But I was just in a really good place. You know what I'm saying?
David. That's exactly how I felt.
When was
Well,
this?
then
When
you
were
get
in
into your
40s?
50s and then you think, okay, well, all right. I have, good 30, 35 years. Then you get into your 60s and you go, oh, wait a minute. I'm no longer in midlife. I am on the top of the mountain, ready to start going downhill.
True.
And I'm thinking, oh crap. Because in my mind, I don't feel that.
Me either.
Exactly.
In my mind, I'm still 40.
That's the same I feel.
Until I look at myself and I go, wait a minute, what happened? Where are you?
Oh,
Yeah. What happened to me? Your health. What happened to my health?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, I've still got my health.
but
I always
you know,
felt much younger than I was until I actually got, physically incapacitated. That was
Well,
what,
that's what your health. If you have your health, you have everything.
Yeah.
yeah.
Kevin
And I was,
Leonard.
I was a mover and a shaker. I was doing all the time, doing something for somebody or going somewhere. I just did never sit still. And that's why when it came to a complete stop, oh, that was hard on me.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. I did all my own renovations. I did everything. I did when I was married. I was married twice, and when I was married, I did all the guy stuff too. I
Yep.
did all the house repairs, all the, everything in the yard, in the
one second,
house, ripping stuff out, putting stuff back in.
Moo,
If it,
Moo, 1 second. Could we all sing happy birthday to Sassy Darcy?
Yeah.
oh
Okay.
yeah,
I'll get
Okay.
Happy
started.
birthday to
To
you.
you.
Happy birthday
Birthday
to
to
you.
you.
Happy
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 birthday,
birthday, dear Sassy
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 Darcy.
Darcy. Happy
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 birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
you.
And
yay.
many more.
And many more.
What were you saying, Moo?
I can't remember because I'm old.
Oh, you're not old, but really, I think it's better to get to the 70.
Well,
70
and then
doesn't sound.
Carolyn, when I knew I was going to get yelled at eventually about the Christmas tree, and I'm sitting there laughing my head off as she's going, "Stop, just stop!" And I'm sitting there laughing, and I'm saying, "I can't help it. I can't get things down like I used to." You know what I'm saying? It takes me
Yes.
forever to get things.
Yeah.
I used to be able to get things done in a 24-hour period. Not anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You remember how you'd walk around on your furniture and put your leg up on this and lean over
Yeah.
here and do that?
Yeah.
Now we have to be
Yeah.
careful.
Yeah. I
Oh,
know.
it's
Break
ridiculous.
something that way.
Yeah,
When
we
I
can't do
when
that
I
anymore.
when I first got out of bed basically and had to just getting here on an airplane was so ridiculous because I had to use wheelchair services. But I literally had I couldn't step off a curb without
Mm.
leaning on a car. I had to
Oh,
put a place on a curb that either had a pole or a sign or a pole or a car that I could lean on to just take my foot and step off a curb because both of my knees dislocate all the time and they hurt sometimes. And I didn't have the muscle. I've lost all the muscle that helps compensate when your knees are this bad. It makes them less likely to dislocate if you exercise them, and it makes the bone on bone pain
Oof.
better. But once you lose the muscle mass, you really help. I mean, literally too helpless to step up on and off a curb.
Yeah.
And I didn't use a cane, but I also had to hang on to something. And so all I was able to do is my kids, my daughter and son-in-law, my New York daughter and son-in-law, walked me to a taxi and put me in, and I was met with a wheelchair at the airport. It was that insane. And now
was
I
you
can walk
scared, Moo?
of the being that crippled. Yes. Oh my
And
God.
going on, yeah.
I didn't think. Oh, I wasn't afraid. No, I wasn't afraid of the traveling once I did it because they were so amazing. I was
Yeah.
scared in anticipation of it because I was so helpless. And because I
So
just.
what happened, Moo? You didn't have an accident or anything. It's just that your knees are bone on bone, right?
Oh yeah, my knees were just there, and my back, but the degenerative disc disease and
I'll see.
my knees have no cartilage left at all, and they both dislocate. But the thing is that even if you have really terrible knees, and I've had bad knees all my life, but I mean now they're impossible because I don't have cartilage anymore. But even with that, if you can exercise your knees, And, you know, they'll tell you that. Well, nurses, you know too, is their bones need weight bearing exercise.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to get two total knee operations. It's not.
That's what I was wondering if you were going to have it replaced.
Yeah, I just can't see, you know, it's something I would put off. But the funny part was when I got here, I couldn't walk to the end of my own street, and there are only like 6 or 8 houses on the street. It's a dead end. I couldn't walk to the end of the stop sign,
Wow.
even with a cane. But after all these months of having the mattress on the floor,
Mm-hmm.
when I first got here, in order to get up and go to the bathroom, I had to roll over have a pillow on the floor and roll off the mattress onto these burning knees, and then try to get up from the kneeling position because couldn't bend my knees and get up from a sitting position. I couldn't get up out of a chair without a cane and somebody to pull me up. I couldn't even do that. And now, after doing those knee bends to get on and off my bed, it's like crazy. It's the best thing that ever happened because it gave me the muscle strength to compensate for the bone pain and the dislocating knees. So it's really, and I've just been able to, the first month I was here, I tried to go to a Walmart when I could walk far enough to get to the door. But then I got in the door and I couldn't get any further. And I was like, will I be able to walk back to my car?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now I go at least once a week. I try. I mean, I once I run out of milk, I have to go to the store unless somebody brings it. And I can ask my daughter and son-in-law. They'll say, "Do you need anything?" I'll say, "Yeah, milk," and then I don't have to cross the threshold. But
Yeah.
but I try to go out just because it's good exercise, and I can walk
Mm-hmm.
whole supermarket. These Publix, they're big. And I can not only walk from one end to the other, but I use it as a workout on my watch. I use it as an indoor walk, and it counts your miles. It literally maps how many miles you walk a day. And when I first got here, oh man, I mean, I could barely move, and I didn't have the watch. But let's see, they gave me a watch like 2 months ago, I guess. And then when I first started it, I didn't. I'm now walking about 2 miles a day just in my house.
Good.
Good.
And if I go out to the supermarket or something, I'll sometimes walk 3 miles a day if I go out somewhere and then force myself to walk around. But I literally force myself to walk around the property, and you can see it. You can actually see the improvements on this watch, and it helps you do more and build yourself back up. So, and it also helps you work past the pain because it's easier when you're in pain to just say, I have to go lie down. This is just too painful. But if you can chart that you're making progress, that it's getting better, and you can increase the endurance, you build back. So rewarding. Anyway.
And
Sorry
so
about
you're
that.
just waiting sort of to get stronger and for the ickies to go away. And then eventually you'll have a knee replacement.
No, I don't. I would like to go forever without any, because I've really had.
Oh, you're trying to avoid that.
Yeah, I've had them all my life. I'm going to tell you something, because with this factitious stuff, one of the problems with people who do what Jay Bells did, and others have mentioned this, is for those of us who have actual, and you guys know what I'm talking about, when you have an actual illness that many people claim as something, oh yes, I'm suffering from this, I have that, I have all these other things, and like, wow, that they sure seem to be getting around for having blah blah blah. And the thing is, you reach a point where, I mean, I don't really talk about it, but I will tell you this, because maybe I won't say the name, but I bet you guys will know what I'm talking about. There's a difficulty with connective tissue, that affects you for life. And I've
Yeah.
had that since I was a child.
Mm.
My left knee first dislocated when I was like 14 years old.
Wow.
And it dislocated for no reason. And all of my joints, my shoulders, and I mean both of my shoulders, both of my hips, and both of my knees dislocate.
Oh my gosh.
Without effort. And I
Mm.
could roast my friends out because I could pop my shoulder down out of the joint and
Ooh.
you could see my shoulder socket and I'd pop it back in. And um, and then when I had children, everything prolapsed. When I pierced my
Mm.
ear, the earrings would drift down until I had a slit in my ear. No matter how much weightlifting I did, and I used to lift weights, my muscles, they look much better, but they're always floppy and slack. And it was something I never understood. And I also, if I get a sore, if I get bitten by a mosquito, it's like, that's like a calamity for me because wounds do not heal the way they do for other people. And now there's syndrome. I mean, there's been a syndrome all along, but the problem is that the factitious people claim it. It is one of the most popular things, and I don't want to say what it is because it's like one of the leading factitious claim things, which is this particular problem that causes all of these prolapses. It causes, it's ridiculous.
It's something that they're using a lot now, the diagnoses.
Yeah. And I'm afraid to even utter it because people say, oh God, not that. Oh, she's one of those.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about because my husband has it. My daughter does.
Are you talking about something that begins with E and D?
Maybe I'm not.
I don't.
No, it's a syndrome, and I think I just almost.
I'm saying it with an F.
Oh, Sjogren's?
Oh, maybe it's not an. No, it starts with an F.
Sjogren's is a S.
S. Sjogren's, I have that.
Me too.
No, this is Ehlers-Danlos.
Oh, I had a friend whose
Ehlers-Danlos
husband.
syndrome.
I had a friend that her husband had that.
And the thing is, there are different levels of it, and it can also be. I think it can be vascular. I think there are all sorts of things, and you bruise easily. You look like a tweaker because you have when you get if I go out with the mosquitoes or something, I look like I was put out of school when I was in a junior high school because I had sores all over my arms and legs. And we had to wear skirts, and there was no way around that. You had to wear skirts, and I'd wear.
We sure did.
It's ridiculous because you reach.
We had to wear. We couldn't wear pants.
Oh yeah, we had to wear skirts, and when you reach the age where everybody's, when you're in junior high, and all the girls are wearing skirts and hose. They didn't even have pantyhose; they had the kind that hook. And I had sores on my legs. People were afraid of me. I had to put makeup on the sores.
Oh.
And I mean, if you saw me now, what I do to avoid it is I do everything I can not to get bitten.
Yeah.
But once I get bitten, things don't heal quickly, and I get bruises and all this stupid skin stuff. And
so you've had this diagnosis probably since you were a child.
Yeah. But I just don't utter the words because it's such a big thing with the factitious group of have you ever done this?
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
But when
I hadn't heard
then
that.
when I had children, I had like all three prolapses. It's like everything falls out. I had all these repairs. I mean, thank God I had easy births and healthy big babies and everything else. But it's when your insides basically fall out, it's not a cool thing. It's a very uncool thing, and it's very hard to repair. And I had all these surgeries for that stupid crap. And you know, it's just like I feel embarrassed talking about it, and
I would don't be embarrassed.
Well,
So
no,
you've
I mean,
had a lot of
normally,
surgeries?
yeah, I had, and I've had surgeries on my knees, and then the hilarious part is my shoulders used to dislocate in an amiable way, meaning I could pop them back in. But then, let's see, it was the same year. It was the same year as September 11th. The thing about that was I had just had shoulder surgery, not because of the fact that they dislocate, because I could always pop them back in. It was because of slipping in June of 2001. I slipped on a banana peel. I'm not kidding you. And I flew through the air and hit with my arm straight out, my left arm straight out, and I hit the wall of the Starbucks I was trying to go into. And I hit the wall full force, and I fell on the ground, and my shoulder was locked with my elbow sticking out like a chicken wing. And I couldn't bend it, and I couldn't move my elbow, just stuck straight out with my arm folded against my hand against my chest, my elbow sticking out like a wing, and the top of the God, I forgot my bone parts, humerus, sticking into the shoulder. Below the socket, because it snapped off the rim of my shoulder. So my shoulder, the humerus jammed back in under my socket. So the people in Starbucks were so nice to me because, you know, they know you by name and everything. I lived out in Long Island, and everybody knew my name, and they have my coffee ready before I even reached the line. They'd see me walk in the door and start getting my latte ready. And do you know, I'm sitting there on the curb, and they brought my triple venti latte out to the curb, and I'm sitting there with one arm on the ground, and they're giving me my coffee and offering to help and saying, do you want to fill out an accident report? You know, even though it's like outside on the sidewalk, there's something to me. And then the ambulance came, and the first thing they did was grab my coffee, and I was so upset. So they had to give it back. And they said,
Thank for that.
They said, no, but they'll have to knock you out to get your arm pulled out. Because they have to yank your arm out and then put it back in, and they have to knock you out for that. And I was ready to say, no, get the anesthetic, let me have my coffee. But I mean, that was crazy because that had nothing to do with the syndrome. But it's like on top of already having my knees go out all the time. If I turn, I use my knees with both, particularly the one that I had surgery on, it would dislocate trying to get out of the seat at a movie theater. I mean, you just try to turn slightly and you're on the ground because your knee, the patella completely goes out
sideways.
I mean, it's so gross that people who see it, they almost throw up because it's so gross to see. It looks like your leg is broken and your knee out of your leg. So anyway, that's the kind of fun that is, and it's not like the end of your life, but you just makes you very
hard
from other people, and people.
So you have you've got a chronic disease that you're dealing with.
Yeah, and as I think dreaming, I think you were saying it the other day, when you get some of these autoimmune, I don't know where that one falls in, but the other thing I had, and it could be tied into it, and my mom's cousin, it's in the family. It's something I didn't know what it was. Is polymyalgia rheumatica, which hits you. It'll hit you in a bout, and you don't even know what hit you. It's like when that first happened to me, I was like 25, 24, 25. And that was my first career, and I worked in dark rooms, and it's always cold, the cold running water, and you're always in a cold, damp place. And so I always from the cold and the damp, which probably triggered it. But I literally, I'd had to cradle a can of cat tuna in my arms because the joints, it's hard to explain, but your shoulders and elbows hurt so much that you can't hold a tuna size can in your hand without cradling it. And I did not know what that was. I had
Just
no
happened
idea
and you had no idea.
when it hit, not in my 20s. And then it hit me again when I was I was probably, oh man, it's only the second time I had a bout of that, but it hit me again when I was in my, it's probably like, oh God, I had to have been 50. Yeah, that was after September 11th, because I know what office I was sitting in. And that hit me like a ton of bricks, and it was excruciatingly painful.
And how long did it last, these bouts last?
The stupid part was if I'd known what it was, it wouldn't last at all because cortisone fixes it.
Yeah.
And I went to the doctor and I was just going crazy with the pain. And I mean, I still went to work, but it's so painful. And then my cousin he thought it was rheumatoid arthritis, except I don't have misshapen joints. So then my cousin, the one who she passed away like a year or two ago at the age she was 103.
Wow.
And she told me about it because she's had it, and she's the one who said, oh, that's not rheumatoid, you have polymyalgia. And she was absolutely right. And it was as soon as I took whatever those things they give you, the cortisone, it began to relieve it immediately. But if you don't get that, it can go on for like 6 months. And it's really, and it just makes you cry. I mean, almost, I don't sit around crying, but it makes you, you open your eyes and it's like, oh my God.
Oh, that's
I was so that what it was, but that's another one of these odd little, things that seem to be like an autoimmune stuff. So anyway,
it's like you collect
people
them.
joke about these and acquire them as some sort of a fashion, it's really not funny. I mean, these things are debilitating.
Yeah.
They affect your life. They affect the people who have to live with you. They affect your
Oh,
cat.
yeah.
I mean,
Everything.
poor little cats have to had to put up with me. So,
I like to travel, and I couldn't eat well if we didn't have the ickies. I couldn't go myself.
Right.
My husband would have to go with me.
Right.
And I could just go by myself if he didn't go or he was doing something else. Now I can't do that. It's so frustrating.
It is. It's very frustrating. I mean, I can't even look under my own stupid bed. I mean, it's so stupid. I'm really glad that now my bed is up on a frame again. But if something goes under the bed, I can't. My knees are really. They're so painful to. I mean, I can sit, I can walk. Okay, I can walk and look like a normal person now, and I don't use the cane now. I can walk like a normal person. But the part where I get stuck is flexing my knees. Like to pick up the cat's water dishes and stuff like that. It's like I get stuck with my knees in a bent position and my eyes just begin to stream with the pain, not crying.
Oh, gosh.
Oh my God. But then I got a little rolling stool because Carolyn and you guys were talking about library stools, those little rolling. I thought, wait, because if I can bend my knees and stuff. I just can't be stuck in the flex position for even a second. I have to either get up or sit down, but in between, forget it. And so I found all these ways so I can I can't quite reach under the bed, but I can, if I use a mop, then I can push stuff out. But I'm getting there. I'm finding ways to get around this stupid stuff. It's like really stupid.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You know what's the best? I've had reachers, but my back scratcher, it's wooden, and it's that is the
Oh, that's
best tool.
a great idea.
That's the best tool. I mean, I can
Yeah.
just reach like cords. It just picks them up, and I use it more than I do that reacher.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Hmm.
Yeah, because yeah, I didn't even think of that. I wonder if
I'm just
Hey,
lost
Moo.
without it.
Casey Smith in the chat said, Moo, I absolutely adore you. I wish I knew you in real life.
I know
Oh,
it. That's how we
that's
all
so
feel.
nice. Who was? Did you say Casey Smith?
Let me go back. Yes.
Okay, I'll have to. Oh, thank you, Casey. That's such a nice thing to say. You know,
Hmm.
yeah, whoever's listening, I oh God, this is so stupid. I feel like one of these factitious people. I'm just, I have to explain why I can't. I'll be in the chat for like 15, 20 minutes, and then I drop out. And so if anyone thinks I'm ignoring them, what happened was that I have um, what do you call? Oh, it's a macular pucker, and in my left eye, and it happened just before I quit my job, and it literally causes complete text blindness of your central vision. So if I can drive, I have no problem driving, but I can't read. The only thing I can see on an eye chart with my left eye is the E at the top of the chart.
Mm.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't make out another letter below that. And you can't correct it with glasses because the macula is puckered.
Mm-hmm.
But I was actually glad to hear that because I was afraid I had it was macular degeneration, which is permanent blindness.
Yeah.
And
My
so
grandmother had that.
My dad did
and the
too.
thing with the pucker is that they can fix it, but the way they have to fix it, I wouldn't want Carolyn to hear this, but they basically have to drain your eyeball and then peel off the macula, and God knows what else. And it doesn't really bother me because I used to be a medical photographer and I look at all this stuff and I really don't.
Moo, I doubt that Moo, don't worry, I doubt that she'll hear this, being that she's the owner of the channel.
I don't think she's gonna come back and listen to this. You imagine logging through 35 hours. So, I'll put it this way. I'm glad
I'd point that out.
I'm glad sleeping through it.
So you're waiting to get that fixed till the ickies?
Well, yeah. So what happened was I was still working, and the thing is, I can read with my right eye, but I never had my glasses fixed. And so when I went through all this stuff, he was saying, well, there's no point in getting your glasses, going through all that, because if you decide to have this, because it's a big deal, and if you can get by on one eye, you don't want to have that surgery. And so it was like, okay, well, I'll think about it and I'll get by on my one eye. And my glasses are ground to see a computer. They're not ground. I wear bifocals and they're ground for driving distance, distance, and then the bottom part, it's for reading computers, not texts. And not books. It's for, it's at a further distance than you would hold a book. Well, the problem is I've gotten older. So I could still, if I were looking at a computer, I could probably see that okay-ish, but really not. And so Scooter, you actually saved my life because I saw you with all these, what do you call them, readers?
Yeah.
Those glasses.
Dollars.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And okay, so the thing is, I can certainly drive well enough, and my right eye can be corrected to 20/20. But my glasses are out of date. But I can see and I can read. But I have to read text or the chat. I can't see the chat because I can't adjust the text. And the only way I can see it is with this giant thing that you see me waving around, this big, this huge magnifying glass. And I thought, well, how am I going to pass? Even though I can see to drive, I can't pass an eye test properly with the left eye. But then you don't need both eyes to get a drive. You can drive with one eye missing. So, but the thing was, my right eye needs new glasses too. And I thought, well, when I get my driver's license here, I'm going to have to get something fixed. I'll have to get new glasses, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, that's the long, stupid story. But what I found out, Scooter, if I go get a certain magnification, I'm looking for these things. I'll see my text blocking now. But if I get these, I got these at the CVS, and I got a set for looking at the chat. And then I got a set that if I put on, I can see perfectly, like I have 20/20 vision for distance driving.
Oh, cool.
And I was just so excited because I thought, wow, this is amazing. Just that simply, it doesn't help
That's
the
neat.
text blindness, but it really helped me not feel so old and decrepit, to know that my eyes could really be corrected to at least my right eye could be corrected to 20/20 again.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And the left
So
eye,
you will have that surgery done?
well, I don't know, because with the left eye, I can see, but my peripheral vision is perfect. I can see, if you showed me it's like if you looked at a watercolor of a field and a farmhouse and a cottage and a whole bunch of stuff. But right in the middle, there's a little donkey eating grass in the dead center of it. I'll be able to see everything in that picture perfectly, except the donkey eating grass in the middle will look like you smeared a smear of Vaseline. And a bunch of broken sticks. It just looks like sticks, and it's just, everything is wavy and smeared up. There's just, it's as though you have Vaseline smeared across just that critical little dime-sized part of your central vision. It's gone, and you see everything perfectly around that. But the part where the text is, it's gone. It's just a smear. So I'm not eager to have my eyeball drained.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, you won't
But
be
then
standing in line for that one. I mean,
then what happened was, I thought, well, at least I need to get new glasses so it can correct the rest of my vision back to 20/20, apart from the text in my left eye. It can correct at least what the watercolor looks like around it, And then the ickies came, and everything stopped. Everything stopped.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, this
like
is
the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Yes.
What
So
I feel
I
like I'm living in.
apologize to anyone, because it's like I don't use Slack because I can't adjust the text in there, and it makes me crazy because I can't follow things. I think somebody asked me if I read my messages, but I get a headache trying to look, and so if I can't adjust the text, and trying to look with one eye using magnifiers, it gives you a headache pretty quickly.
After a while, it does.
And so I apologize to anyone if there's stuff in Slack, because it's sort of like a giant effort. And so what I do is, when I get on, I say hi to everybody, but I can't see if somebody doesn't put in an orange tag. I can't track that text.
Right.
Like sometimes I'll see, oh gosh, somebody said moo, and then I'll respond to it. But a lot of times I think those fly by, and people might think because I feel bad because somebody thought I'd blocked them the other day, and I only saw what they wrote because I saw the word moo fly by, and I thought, no, I didn't block you. I can't see. But if it's orange, if it's highlighted, then I can go, I can at least find it quickly, going back to the highlighted ones. But anyway, I'm going to shut up. I'm sorry.
I was supposed to get my eyes, the one cataract done, and I went in and got it all planned, got the eye drops and did everything all, and then I just chickened out. And then about 2 weeks later, the ickies started, so I haven't had it done.
Man. Yeah, see?
So see that one eye, it looks like I'm looking through wax paper.
Right, right.
And so my prescription is off, but there's no need to get a new prescription until I get this fixed.
Yeah,
So
exactly. That's where I went afoul with my my prescription is just not strong enough. So
I've just been using dollar store glasses,
yeah.
and 2.75, I think is what I'm getting now. But they work fine for computer.
Well, the only the thing is, so yeah, I have two pair because I got. Oh no, the thing is they look alike, but I have two pair. I don't know if you can see, but if I hold them up to the tree, okay, so you can see that one is a little bit and one is a lot.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, one of them, if I put it on, it's just heavenly for driving, but I literally have to shut my bad eye because it's the wrong magnification for my left eye. It makes me almost throw up.
Mm-hmm.
But it corrects my right eye to absolute perfection. But my regular glasses don't make me throw up at all, and I can see perfectly well enough to drive. It's just that when I put that reader on with my right eye, it's just so sparkling. It's like I'm 20 years old.
Mm-hmm. Good.
But I mean, I can see. I'm farsighted. I can see pretty well, but it'd be nice to have crisp vision again. It was just so.
Oh, I can't wait.
But you know what I was thinking was if I can find the right, if I play with these, because these all seem to be the same size lens, I thought I might be able to find a left lens that's slightly more or less. I have to figure out that because my eyes are different. I have to figure out because if I can pop the right lens in for that one, then I could put them on and not feel like I was going to barf.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just the wrong magnification for my left eye, so I can't. I can
Oh,
pass the vision perfectly.
I just can't hardly stand to think about having anybody touch my eye. I mean, I'm really scared, but I know it's nothing to be scared of.
Well, yeah,
People have it.
it's a really low. It's really, I worked for. God, it sounds like, oh man, she always worked for exactly what we're talking about. But it's like you always. I don't want to sound like, oh, I know that. That was part of my job. But as a medical photographer, I used to see a lot of all kinds of surgery, every aspect of medical stuff from, dead people. So it was, but one of the things we did a lot of was ophthalmic surgery. And for a while, I worked at the Manhattan Eye, Ear, and Throat Hospital in Manhattan, of all places. And that was solely ophthalmology related photography. And the surgery, it's so much cooler than gut surgery. It's very clean, and it isn't invading your. I mean, your eye obviously is something very important, but it's of all of those things, the people I would feel most comfortable with were the eye surgeons. I mean, as far as that surgery, not the surgeons themselves, but the type of surgery, because it's a really specific type of surgery and it's done successfully all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it isn't as iffy as other things. And what really surprised me is to watch it. It's you see that the patients are completely comfortable. They're not suffering before, during, or after. I'm trying to think of I don't think I'm not sure what kind of anesthetic they used for they certainly weren't using intubation for cataract surgery.
I think they used
like Versed or something.
Versed, yes.
Yeah.
But see, my husband actually went to the hospital to have his done. And
well,
this guy, no problems. No, nothing. It's just where his doctor did it.
Oh, yeah. So it wasn't because he was high risk or anything, right?
No, and that doctor always prayed before each eye he prayed before. And he
Oh,
said, "Can I
Oh,
have prayer with you?" And I just loved him.
that's
But
so sweet.
this guy that I have, it's he and his son, and they have it all set up to do it right there in their office.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, it was funny because when I worked at Manhattan Ear and Throat, that's when I was 31. It's when, that picture of me at the Empire State Building, that's where I was
Mm-hmm.
working. That was my job. That was the job I came to New York to take. And
Mm.
so I was that young, and that's what I was doing at that time. And one of the guys that worked there was a medical student. I forget what year. I mean, he was already doing ophthalmic surgery and blah, blah, blah. And I did a lot of the photography for his cases. And I just can't remember if he was a resident or already a full blown. I can't remember. He's my age. We're the same age, so we were both young. You know, we're both 31 or 30 at that point. I forget, but we were young. And so I knew him from way back then, and I had my own eye problems, and I gone to him. He had helped me with my vision, and so all these years later, though, years and years later, when this happened with my eye, you know, I was like, my God, I can't read with my left eye, blind in my eye, and I called him after all those years. My ex-husband had gone to him for years because he had chronic conjunctivitis things that were really bad, and so he had gone to this guy for years, but I didn't really have eye problems like that, and I didn't go. I just went to a regular guy. I didn't need a special ophthalmic surgeon. So after all these years, I met this guy when I was 31, and I go back to him when I'm 60. Let's see, I was 60, probably 7, or I don't know. This was my eye problem's been like a couple of years now, and so I went back to see him, and we're sitting there. It's like we grew up together. You know, we were just starting out.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't even gone back to college for my next career. I was in my old career, and he's starting out as an ophthalmic surgeon. We knew, you know, we had old war stories. So here we are, and we're both like 66 or 7, and we're laughing about those old days when we're 30 and stuff. And it was
Mm.
amazing. So cool. God, it's just amazing. He was really funny. He's really good too.
and it
Um,
goes so fast too.
I photographed him doing, I mean, his patients when he did cataract surgery. And I just really admired this guy and all these people, that all these ophthalmic surgeons. They were so good. And I
and
don't know, just very reassuring. Your eye is a big deal, you know?
Yeah.
and you didn't. No one's had cataract surgery on panel but me. That needs it. I mean,
Yeah, no, I
Well,
haven't.
I'm trying to remember. I can't remember if anyone on the panel has it.
because our ages.
I know a lot of people in my life, and friends and relatives on Facebook have talked about it, and nobody's had a problem.
I'm getting close to needing it, dreaming.
Are you okay? You
Yep.
have cataract, just not quite ready.
Both eyes, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
What about you, Scooter? You don't have it, Scooter?
What?
You don't have cataracts?
Oh, no, knock on wood. No.
That's good.
Yeah. I only have to wear these reading glasses. That's all.
Well,
And,
you're lucky.
yeah.
Are you
I
still working
know.
on Maryland?
Yes, I am.
And what
Okay.
about you, Davida? No cataracts?
No.
Gosh, I don't know how y'all keep from having cataracts.
No, but a lot of people. Oh, you know, both my in-laws had them. I stayed close to my in-laws.
Right.
With the problems with my ex, I stayed close to them the whole time, and they lived to be. I mean, my mother-in-law just died in April, was it, at 99, and my father-in-law lived, he was in his 90s, but they both had cataract surgery, and they did one eye at a time each. And
My parents did too.
they, you know, when they had the cataracts, they were in their, oh my gosh, they had to have been, I know they were at least in their 80s. They're early, maybe
Well,
early 80s.
Mother and Daddy
But
were in their upper 70s.
yeah, and they didn't have any problems, and they were able to read. I mean, with glasses, obviously, but I mean, they wore glasses anyway. But I guess maybe they had their glasses changed. I don't know, but that's minor. But you know, they were both always reading the New York Times. They had the New York Times delivered every day. And I can't read the New York Times. I can't see it. I've been reading it on, you know, with expanded text for years, because the newspaper, I couldn't read that for the longest time. Oh my gosh, it's been 10 years.
Blue-eyed people are more sensitive. Did you know that blue-eyed people have more cataracts because they're more sensitive to light?
Oh, really?
Yep.
Wow.
And I'm blue-eyed, all my family except Mother.
Yeah,
And
my in-laws, I guess her eyes were green and his eyes were blue.
that's how my Mother and Daddy were. And I was out in the sun a lot, so I didn't wear good. We didn't know about good eye protection back then.
Oh yeah, the sun might make a difference.
It does.
Yeah, because both of them were always out in the sun, and as much as I love the sun, and I have no problem, you know, tanning and stuff like that. I literally, I mean, I was barely in the sun for 40 years, just because I was working all the time. And I worked in dark rooms, and then I worked in computer centers, and there are never any windows in those places. So you don't even see the light of day. You just basically see it, a light on the way to the train, and then you see, if you're lucky, there's still daylight on the way out of the train, but mostly not. So,
I tell you,
then,
when you don't, your eyes, boy, I tell you, I'd rather be deaf than blind.
Oh yeah.
Just not being able to see it. Like if I stay on the computer for a long time, I'll get where I can't see anything for a while. I have to close my eyes.
oh yeah, I know that feeling. It's bizarre. It's just,
you just can't, I can't tell numbers. Like I can't tell if it's a 2 or a 3 or, you know.
yeah, well, that's the thing, because when I start early in the chat with the magnifier, I mean, the magnifier doesn't have my left eye at all, because it's just magnifying a Vaseline smear. But you know, it helps with my right eye, because my glasses are not strong enough for that eye. But by the time, after a few hours, after I've been awake for a few hours and using my eyes, I'm looking at stuff and reading, because I read the whole newspaper and everything online, but I read it with big text.
Yeah.
But after the reading I do all day long on my iPhone, my big iPhone with the expanded text, I have trouble even reading that after, you know, like 8 hours of constantly trying to look at stuff. Man, I can't see anything. And it's scary.
Yeah,
you
it's
look
blurry.
at it, like,
it is.
Yeah, it's like you have double vision in one eye.
And I'm always having to get my husband to read something for me.
Yeah.
So I know he'll be glad when I have the surgery.
Yeah, well, that's what I tell my kids. They'll say, "Well, how come this or how come that?" And it's because I can't see it. I can't read it. I can't read the front of my dishwasher. And you know, it was like, you know, I was telling my daughter, and I said, I can't, when I flex my knees, I can't just see it. I can't. I get stuck, and it's so stupid. It's like, how stupid is this?
Gosh, it's all these aches and pains.
I have like I have a magnifying glass over by the thermostat, because I can't read the thermostat. And so with my glasses, I can't see it. So I have to, it's a little dim. If it were bright, I'd see it with my glasses, but it's dim. And so I have to turn on a light, and then I have to hold up a magnifier so I can adjust to see where the heat whether the heat, cooling, or auto mode is on. It's so stupid to be.
Well, when you're the one that I saw the lighted magnifier, so that I got one. That's what but I think I need they're good, but I think I need a little stronger one right now.
Oh yeah, I ended up, I had trouble because this huge one, was hard to get. I forget if this is this is like a 20X. And the 10X, the 10X mag, I think it's a 10 is not strong enough. I think this is a 20, but whatever the smaller one, the one I use for my thermostat, even using that magnifying glass, I cannot read the chat with the magnifier. It's so stupid. But if my glass fixed, then I could probably read chat and act like a normal person again. But but I just look at the good news. It's like, oh, goody, it's not macular degeneration. It's just.
Oh, I know my grandmother had that, and she was an avid reader. And once she got where she couldn't read, she just deteriorated.
Yeah, it's very discouraging. It shuts off your.
Well, she couldn't drive. She couldn't read. She could barely see the television. She just really deteriorated.
My dad got it too, and he was an artist. I mean, that's how he made his living.
Oh my goodness!
And that just almost destroyed him.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
How old was he when he?
He was in his, it started, I believe, in his late 70s, but then it was really strong in his early 80s.
Yeah.
But and then he got geriatric leukemia shortly after that.
Huh? I am.
But yeah, for an artist, I mean, to get, you need your eyes.
Oh yes. Isn't that the truth?
Yeah. Okay, Lex. Sleep good.
Okay. Who are we whispering?
Lexi, good night. Scooter's granddaughter.
Oh, good night, Lexi.
You hear them, Lex? They're saying good night. Dreamy, Davita.
Good night.
Good night, sweetheart.
She's so sweet.
Good night.
And Moo did too.
Lexi is so sweet, Scooter.
Mm-hmm.
She is, isn't she?
She reminds me so much of my granddaughter, Scooter.
Really?
That long hair and quiet. Yeah.
Yeah, she is sweet.
She's precious.
Is anybody wanting one of the readers? Is anybody needing one?
What do you mean? Like what kind of reader?
Well, I took care of my grandfather who had macular degeneration, but the reader is also to help with other issues, macular issues. And then my grandmother, both, one had wet, one had dry, and my grandmother had a reader. And since they passed away, I have two very, very huge readers
that might really help me.
Yeah, they're really good too. So I don't know. I think I was on mute, but that's a sacred thing. That's a really big thing for me, knowing the struggles that come with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could that help you, Moo? Where's Moo?
Moo? Oh, she must be muted, or I'm sure she'll be right back.
She probably had to feed the cats.
Oh yeah. Oh, and guess what? It's Sharon Martin's birthday.
Oh, we gotta sing.
Yes, we do.
Aw.
Well,
on the count of three. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sharon. Happy birthday to you.
And many more.
Yay! Happy birthday, Sharon. We're not real good, but we love you and we mean it from the heart.
Aw.
Yeah, we're not exactly Lisa D. Now, if she got on here, we could kind of just get
Yeah.
real quiet and go behind her.
Yeah, brushy, 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 brushy.
Oh gosh, I missed something good. What are you guys laughing at?
Well, we just sang again.
You didn't miss much. It's
But
Sharon Martin's birthday, and we sang happy birthday.
Oh, good. Yeah, good. It's always good if I don't even sing, even though my heart's there because it would hurt everybody in the room.
but someone's on here that has some readers, Moo. Can you tell her again?
Me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? I've spent a very long time dealing with macular degeneration and macular issues. My grandmother and my grandfather back in I think it was in 92 that he got his first reader, but I have 2 readers. And they're quite advanced and they're very big and they're very powerful. And they do various things, not just for people with macular degeneration, but with any kind of macular issues. And I was offering that if you needed it.
Oh, cool.
I mean, I could send pictures and.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see it. Thanks.
Yeah.
So sweet of you.
I don't know who I'm speaking to actually.
It's Moo.
Oh, Moo. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I can send that to you in Slack, right? The pictures of what and the model and everything. See if that would fit.
Yeah, I'm just only reason I'm laughing. Yeah, if I know there's something coming in from Slack, then I'll go and look. I feel guilty though because I haven't gone into Slack because I can't adjust the text, but I can go in there. If I know something's going to hit, I'll go in and look for it.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No,
I
can do it. It's not that I can't do it. The reason I stay
No,
out
I've dealt with this
Let's
since.
not argue, ladies, please.
It was such a silly thing for me to say.
Oh no, I can do it.
I'm
I just
so sorry.
No, I can actually do it if I know where I'm looking. The reason I have a problem with Slack is all those threads. And I can't, it's too hard to try to track through them. But no, if I know you're sending something, I can deliberately go in and look for it. I just, there's mountains of things in there and I can't thread my way through it because it just makes me, it's hard to look at little text and for an extended period.
I'm sorry, there's a delay. I'm so sorry. I was just going to say, were they doing?
Sassy Darcy wants to know how much you're asking for the readers.
Oh, I'm not asking for anything. This is something that's close to my heart.
Nice.
That's not a cost. This is a sacred thing. This is close to my heart. No way. No way. This is sacred,
Well, yeah, any information that you have, I'd love to look at the information on it. Thanks.
And have you had a full macular? Have they done a macular health check on you?
Yeah, when I went to this wonderful guy, I wish I could tell everybody his name. He's a great guy. I went to him. Gosh, when was it? It was before I retired. So it's like 2.5 years ago. But no, he did this whole thing. I was there. It was really great because he went through. He's got this super high tech. It's really great. It's his specialty is all of that stuff, and I just felt so good when I came out of there.
It's pretty sci-fi, isn't it?
Huh?
It's pretty sci-fi.
Oh yeah, it's completely. Yeah. What really shocks me is that they have those machines now that can figure out your perfect vision. They can figure out exactly what your prescription should be based on the machines reading the back of your eye. I couldn't believe it because I've never had such.
Actually inside your eye. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they
Positive.
can.
I'm sorry to keep interrupting. Moo, are you interested in these first?
Yeah.
Wait, you guys were talking about it before I got back in the room. So when you talk about it, are you talking about an item or information?
Oh no, the physical actual, I mean, I can give
Laughing.
you information that I have, but because I
Kathy
started out,
Darcy is saying she wants a price. She said she's very interested. But
oh,
I
there's no
thought when you were
price.
talking to her, Moo, I thought the way you were saying it, you weren't interested. So that's why I said,
Are you talking about physical readers that like
Yes,
yeah,
oh,
yes.
I
the
thought you were
big,
talking about information on a type of
no,
reader.
With
She
no,
people
has
with
I,
them.
macular
Physically
problems.
has them.
I'm
I
sorry, because I
physically have
wanted.
them.
Oh, I see.
And since you had macular problems, see, she thought you
She
were.
was
Oh,
seeing
thank
if you
you so
wanted
much.
to.
Oh, I appreciate. I thought you meant a type of reader.
No, I've worked with
No,
the
I
blind for so
apologize
long
because
that this is,
I had to run out of the room and I missed the first part of that. Oh, so no, a person, because right now my problems are solved to the extent, all I have to do now is get my prescription upgraded. Even if I don't get the surgery, I can go ahead and get the eyes. So
yeah.
whoever is in immediate need, they should take them. And I apologize because I missed that key part of the conversation.
She said that
So,
her mom could benefit from them.
okay.
Yeah.
And they're
Oh,
not
that's
doing, they
wonderful.
haven't talked about doing anything like, you definitely don't have macular degeneration, the wet or dry, and they're not going to do the cauterization or anything.
Not on my eyes, no.
Good. That's a good
Me?
thing.
Yeah, no, what he found was it's that stuff they call drusen.
Mm-hmm.
It's little gritty stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it with a macular pucker, it's the drusen gets under there and
Yep.
causes a pucker, and I can peel it out and take that away. But with actual wet or dry macular degeneration, it's completely different. Well, you already
Yeah.
know because you have the experience.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my cousin, the same cousin that lived to be 103 with the polymyalgia rheumatica, she had, which is it? I can't remember now if she had wet or dry. She had, I think it was wet. I don't know. But she had it for years and it did. I mean, in the end, she couldn't read and she was always she crocheted like a crazy person. And the thing
Right.
is, you can crochet without seeing. I mean, I don't look when I crochet other than certain, looking colors and stuff. But I mean, she lost the ability to read and do a lot of the crafty kinds of things that she loved to do. And it didn't stop her from living to be 103, but it certainly
Absolutely not.
limited
That was
her
it.
life.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking that they're advancing even now. They're coming up with different types of readers and projections
Good.
and things that can actually read to you. And I mean, there's always advancement with technology, but the readers that I have are quite. They do the black on white or white on black with the reading. They magnify it, and anyhow, I wanted to offer that because that's something
Oh,
that's
thank you.
dear to
So
me.
that's kind of you. Yeah.
That is so nice.
Yeah. Yep, that's
Yeah.
that's a very dear thing to my heart.
Yeah.
So, so how about that? With it, we have somebody that can benefit from that here in our
That's it.
group.
That makes me feel really good because this is something that I saw them struggle with, and they adapted, of course, but they also lived, my grandmother lived almost 100, and they both did, and they were from a different age,
Wow.
very
Wow.
very tenacious and very devoted to living. But it's just
Oh.
something that is very dear to me, and I've spent almost my entire life dealing with that. So if I can pay it forward, it would be my honor.
That's
Oh, that's
great.
sweet.
Yeah. Well, that would be great if someone has that can help somebody did someone say their mom?
Their
Sorry.
mom, yeah.
Yeah.
Sassy
Okay.
Darcy would like to talk to you about her mom.
Okay. I'll look at the thread. I was talking and I'll look and see who, if anybody, I'm in Slack, if I missed anybody's message and they can message me, I can probably focus on a very specific question of something that I may have missed. But anybody that I can help, I would love to.
Sassy Darcy, you won't come on panel? Sometimes it's easier to talk than read words, you know?
Well, she said she's interested in them for her mother.
Right.
It goes beyond a big magnifying glass, by the way. It's yeah, it surpasses a big magnifying
It's
glass.
probably, yeah, they probably have technology to get around the, it's so interesting what the, if I had Photoshop and I haven't found where my computers are packed, but when I find my actual computers again, it's really cool because you can make, people don't really understand how many types of blindness there are.
Yeah.
And with Photoshop, it's really cool because you can show people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can distort something and say this is exactly what it looks like, and it helps. You can print something like that out and take it to your doctor and say this is what this looks like to me, you know, and they can really pinpoint stuff. But I imagine that because you can I imagine there are technologies now that help you unsort these parts that are obliterated by the distortion.
Yeah.
I mean, it interests me to see if they can sort of refract around the warping, for example. And I bet they're already there.
When I was in college, like I for some reason I want to say it was 91 or 92 when I first got wind of I think they were developing this specific reader, the Aladdin, in Austin at Texas A&M, and it was just by serendipity that I happened to cross paths with people that were doing this and had heard that, you know, I was getting ready to deal with the situation where he was going to lose his eyesight, and he was a professor of psychology and he was an avid reader, and so it was kind of, it wasn't that reader is still a very good reader, but it's one of the new, or it's one of the older readers, and my grandmother has one of the newer readers. But they've advanced. I think they're advancing every year, just like a computer. They're probably advancing every year. But
so you're a Texas girl too?
Well, I was born in Oklahoma.
Okay.
And but Texas was a hot spot for us to go to on our college breaks and stuff. So
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
and I think Nana Patty is probably, I think she's the closest to a neighbor that I've got. She's neighbors. I found out tonight that she's very close neighbors to my family, to some of my family. So,
How about that?
But I'm up in New Hampshire right now, so I'm kind of a fish out of water right now. I mean, I've been up here for a long time. This is where my grandmother and grandfather set base, up here from Oklahoma. So I'm taking care of my mother up here during the pandemic and hunkering down. So
Well, that's real nice of you to do
it's
that.
different. I'm getting ready to get tired of being isolated. It's been since March, and Instacart's great, but it'd sure be nice to get outside and
Oh yeah.
and take my mom outside. So, but yeah, anything that I can do to pay it forward and help, because these people were amazing in my life, and I saw the benefits, and I saw, even if it's just a small step of giving somebody their independence and their their self-worth or whatever it is. And that's something that's very important to me.
That's way to feel. That's a good attitude, paying it forward.
I think that's the only way to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we get by.
Yeah.
So, I mean, hey, you guys paid it forward when I stupidly ate gummies. So.
Oh, you're the one.
Oh, that's right.
I forgot.
Oh,
What's your first
you
name?
ate the gummies.
Or who do you go? What do you go by on here?
Zappa.
Zappa. Oh yeah, we were so concerned for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, good grief. I'll never do that again. I don't even smoke or drink, and that just threw me for a loop-de-loop.
Did it make you sleep a long time?
I slept so hard I had waffle face, and I don't even know how long I slept, but there are people that called, Lori Beth called. There were people that called, and I just was out. In mid-sentence.
Eating those? How, I mean, you didn't realize what they were?
Well, I mean, I had heard of, somebody suggested melatonin to help. But stupidly, I got bulk candy in these bulk packages, and there's a lot of gummies, everything. There's gummy vitamins, there's gummy candy, there's gummy,
Yeah.
And I had set them aside because I was going to surprise my mom, and I was really tired. I almost lost my mom 2 weeks, I think around that time. She's dealing with liver failure, and she has encephalopathy, which means that her ammonia levels get too high, and it's not fun. So I was really tired and forgot that I had been, had no sleep. And I was sitting down listening to the chat and started indulging in the little bowls that I had set aside. And I had left these bulk boxes of candy, or like the big bulk thing of M&Ms, the big bulk thing of
the big ones,
yeah. And I just started like blindly eating and just really
Before
getting
you
into
knew
the
it.
conversation. And I really love gummies, and I'm telling you, the black cherry, whatever that was, it was just, I just kept eating. And I think I said something to Sam. I said, I feel funny. And then I realized I didn't really know anything about melatonin. I just knew that something was goofy. And I think one eye was starting to close before the other, and I knew I was in trouble. So
yeah.
But it was, that was an embarrassing moment. They're gone. I'm not.
No need to be embarrassed. That's
no need to be embarrassed.
No.
Well, I have no idea what I said in the chat. I don't want to go back and look at the chat.
You didn't say much, really. You were kind of out of it. We were mostly talking.
Okay. But thank you guys. But I'll never ever touch gummies again.
Well, you can eat candy gummies.
Nope.
No,
you're afraid to?
She's eating something.
Nope.
You're it makes you kind of sick to think about it now.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Because I also have to take care of my mom, and I woke up later than normal, so that I had the big guilties on top of having a waffle on my face from the crochet thing that I fell asleep on. I just looked like a mess. So I had the guilties. I went in and profusely apologized to my mom and gave her a big hug, and she didn't know what I was, to her, it was just another day.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a fun feeling to think that I could have slept even longer and, missed out on giving her medication on time. And so no more gummies.
Yeah.
Gummies are bad at your house.
It was so cool. It was so cool to watch you guys in action, though. Nana, Patty, and Dreaming. Were you part of the rescue team?
I can't remember.
Tracy was the one that called, I think. Was it Tracy that called the poison control?
Yes,
Tracy
I think it was Tracy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Tracy, and then Nana, Patty, and everybody.
Nana, Patty got on it.
Yep.
working together to make sure.
And I wanted to call my sister that worked at Poison Control, but she was sleeping.
I just appreciate everybody. Sam, Lori, Beth,
Sam
I
was
mean,
on it. Yep.
everybody was,
Yeah.
everybody. And Nana Patty, Scooter, everybody. I think my Oklahoma twang is coming back. I think somebody in the chat might be from, I don't know, my Oklahoma twang's coming back.
It's probably me because I'm from Texas and I'm a loud mouth.
Okay, you're the one then. You're bringing it out. All right.
I ask a lot of questions.
I think that comes with the territory. I think that's just that's all right, right?
Yeah.
Well, I've always been like that, and I just don't know. Maybe it's just a Texas thing. I don't know.
I think so.
Might be.
I think so. But anyways, back to the reader, I definitely would love to help. I would love to help.
That's
Cool.
great.
And even if it doesn't work for one, it can, I'm sure that there's other ways. It's a network, just like you did with, helping me. It's just a chain of command. We can, anything to help.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like you said, your eyesight is, until you have that threat of losing it, it's a sacred.
It sure
something very,
is.
yeah, it
Yeah.
is. Yeah. I found myself watching my mom. I have done everything by mail. I should write a book about how I survived the pandemic online, doing online. I ordered a Christmas tree online, and it was the most beautiful Christmas tree. And I surprised my mom because she hasn't had a tree in a long time. And I woke up and she was just staring. She was sitting in a chair that I had set up specifically for her, knowing that she would sit there if she got up, if she had the
Oh.
ability. And she was just sitting there watching, just looking at the lights in the tree. So those are the reasons why you want to keep your eye health and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, those little moments.
May I show you guys something?
Yeah.
Speaking of eye health, everybody, it doesn't matter how old you are. If you look, do you see this grid with a dot in the middle?
Yes.
People, it doesn't matter, if you're 20, but particularly people older, people, but any age. This grid on the left with the dot in the middle is a normal, it's called an Amsler grid, AMSLER. And people should look at this, keep on, around, and at least at our ages. And every now and then, a couple times a year or something, look at it. You close one eye, fix your eye on the dot. And while you're focused on the dot in the middle, you see if all those other lines are straight. And when they stop being straight, you get something like this.
Ooh.
And this is extreme. Let me find you. Okay, this one is more general. This isn't probably specific eye. I don't know if this is from someone's eye itself, but it's more generalized. It can look more wavy like this. But
Nana Patty, that's what we have to use since we take Plaquenil, right?
She's in bed.
Oh yeah, we have to use a chart like that.
Yeah. So what happens?
It can be toxic.
Exactly. So everybody should monitor their eyes, and if you can, you shouldn't look with both eyes at once, because your good eye will trick the other eye into like shutting off and not showing you. So, but if you look one at a time, if I look at this with my right eye, I see just what you probably see. But this is what the central vision of my left eye is like. And the part where you see text is where that blob is. And I can no more make out my eye is blind in that portion of my eye. It's text blind. So if you look at the rest of the grid, I can see the whole room. I can see people walking around and know who they are. But if I look at a piece of text, right where the text that you're reading is, this is where the distortion is for a lot of people who are trying to read. This particular chart, this is somebody's result. So theirs is like off center, but mine is dead in the middle. And so I can't even read around it. I can't even see like the edge of text, because for me it's dead central vision. So there's absolutely just nothing I can read that's coherent with the left eye. But anyway, I just wanted to show you guys that, because
that's interesting.
Yeah,
Are you
there's a
holding?
lot. Huh?
I can't see anything. Are you holding something up?
Oh, I took it away. I'm sorry.
That I can't see anything though. It's buffering. But is it the dots on the paper? Is it
Yeah.
that one? Okay, yeah.
It's graph paper.
Mm.
It's like a sheet of graph paper, and then
Yeah.
one dot in the middle.
For some reason it's buffering, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just basically a sheet of graph paper. So and I didn't even understand it, because what happens is it creeps up on you, and if you have a good eye, which I do, it makes up for the other one, and you keep thinking, God, that's weird. Something seems blurry, but your other eye is telling you that everything's completely sharp and you can read. And it wasn't until I shut my eye and looked at things, I thought, oh my God, everything is, twisted and distorted like that. And I didn't even realize it right away. I just thought, God, why is this? Everything's so blurry. So that's why it's good to really just take out the little piece of paper. The eye doctors have those on a pad. They'll tear one off and hand it to you. But you can look at it on your computer too. You don't need to have it in your pocket. It's right there. You can just Google Amsler grid, and they're there for you to look at. But it can really tell you early. You can begin to see, if you use that grid, you can see changes before you've noticed that they're about to affect your vision badly. So
have you heard of zinc and what is it? Lutein and zinc, copper, lutein, and zinc. Okay.
Yeah, I have. I don't know if they will. I don't know if they will. I don't know what things affect drusen. This. In fact, I have to Google drusen again. It's DRUSEN, because I can't even remember what it is. I was just going through so much crap at the time. I couldn't Google anymore. You just get so overwhelmed, and so I gave up. I just gave up. Everything went wrong. I gave up.
And some medications can actually affect your eyes too.
Well, that was the problem, was because when this happened, I also got all this neuropathy, and the neurosurgeons had told me already, before I even found out about my blind eye. They were telling me that this nerve damage that even shows up on the EMG tests they give you. And they say, oh yes, we definitely see changes, blah blah blah. And it's like, yeah, a lot of it comes from the back lumbar spine degeneration and problems, but there's a whole lot more. And they said, well, it's probably from the drugs, and what they offer you is more drugs, more. And so, Lyrica isn't what caused the neuropathy, but we're talking about the other cocktail. So, and I did suspect that they could have affected the my vision, because I've never, I didn't ever have problems getting my vision corrected. I had,
I'm a firm believer in that. My mother, I thought it was stress. My mother had no issues whatsoever. She doesn't drink, smoke, has never said a bad word, well, a cuss word in her life. And so I thought it was stress, and she started to look ashen. And all of a sudden she just went into she was catatonic. And I tripped the house alarm to see if she would respond before before I called for help, because I thought it might be stress. And I knew it was medical. And that's when we found out that she had end stage liver. I don't even want to say the word.
Right.
So now I don't know if it's a pipe dream, but I'm trying to go through the process and see if I can donate. And long story short, the reason why I even said anything was because, come to find out, her doctor was blindly just putting her on, she has fibromyalgia, and he was putting her on tramadol,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
excessive amounts of tramadol and other things, and not monitoring her, not
Mm.
doing any kind of liver enzyme test or anything. And
Hmm.
so she just, she just learned the very, very hard way and scary way of just ending up in the hospital, not knowing where she was,
Because
and
of that, yeah, ammonia.
yeah, and that ammonia level thing, that was traumatizing to see that. I
Wow.
didn't know what that meant. I didn't even know what the word encephalopathy meant, but um, when I was in chat, I think I was in chat and I had to go because it looked like she was sundowning, and that's usually when her ammonia levels are going up. But so anything that I can do to help um, is what's keeping me sane too. And other people
Mm-hmm.
have been very good too. So um,
Yeah, I'm sorry she's going through all that. My
Yeah.
God.
Mm-hmm.
it's I'm I know that there's something in this that I'm in the middle of learning. I'll get it after the fact, probably. Right now I'm in the mode of just if I fall apart now, she's not going to get care. So I'm learning
Mm-hmm.
as I go. It's baptism by fire, but I've had amazing people in my life, and mentors and elders, and I just think that if there's anything that I can do to pay that forward and pass that on, that's what life's all about.
Yeah, that's
Great
Mm-hmm.
great.
outlook.
And there's a silver lining because she's still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to bring this conversation down.
No,
Oh
no.
no.
I'm
It's so
happy.
nice to have a daughter that'll take care of you like that.
Yeah.
Also, people are hearing this who are going through similar things, and I think we've all. That's for me. That's why this channel has been life saving for me. Is because
Mm-hmm.
I really had given up when I was first listening. I had given up.
Is that right, Moo?
Huh?
Is that true?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you saw how I lived, you wouldn't. I mean, I had photographs. I'm not going to put them on YouTube, but if you saw how I was living, I could bear. Do you know? I couldn't do laundry. I could barely. I was eating off one plate and one fork. And a big job
Oh,
for me was wash the plate and the fork and a bowl, and that was all I could do. I couldn't do laundry, and I was working from home, so at least I didn't have to have clothes per se.
yeah.
I only had to go in like once a month, where it's actually, I'd have to get in a cab with my cane and show up somewhere in clean clothes. But I was so unable to even do laundry that I
Wow.
just bought new clothes. And
Yes.
Oh.
I have, I think I have probably 40 pair of, of the, I around I usually just like wear long dresses. It's a lot easier for
Hmm.
me. But to go to work, I would wear these great stretch pants that are just
Hmm.
they're very nice. They look nice, and you can wear them with a jacket. You can
Yeah.
even use sort of dress up. Either basic black pants. I have about 40 pair of those
Wow.
Wow.
because I always had to have, in case I had to go somewhere, and put on clean clothes. And it's not that I didn't bathe or anything, but I washed stuff in the tub, but I couldn't get down to the machines. I lived in a co-op and the machines were in the basement, and I could barely get across my threshold. And so, I'd wash underwear and bras and stuff, but I didn't need bras unless I went to the office.
Right.
And so I basically lived in t-shirts, and I could wash them out in the sink and wring them out and hang them up to dry.
Excuse me, Moo, excuse me one moment.
I'm sorry.
No, I just have to make an announcement.
Okay, boss.
You need to take back everything you just said.
What?
About what? About what?
We found out that Moo has been.
Oh no, she's starting her stuff.
That Moo's what?
Moo has been faking.
Oh Lord.
Faking her illnesses.
What are we gonna do again?
Oh
I
my
just had
God.
to get that on recording that you're saying it. Go ahead, continue.
I think I won't.
Thank you, boss.
Wait,
Over and out.
Oh my gosh.
So then what
Wait.
made you start to look at the YouTube, Moo?
It was.
Carolyn's.
It all I can pinpoint it because as it is with all fake trolls who affect this diseases. No, but with all the trolls that show up on Mommy Ramblings, all the trolls, they start with, "I've been following you since Chris Watts."
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So what happened was I wasn't following Mommy Ramblings. I was following somebody else who's extremely well known and abrasive from it was the first thing I heard was a podcast. So you probably know. I mean, I'm not going to be coy about it. I'm just not going to spell it out. But it's True Crime Sesh or whatever Rap Sesh. You know who, CK. But so I listened to these things with CK and Jay when they were together. And, it was just sort of interesting listening to these women talking about the Watts case. And I was very interested in the Watts case. And I was following the whole thing from my bed on my hot pad. And, I've always been interested in true crime, though. That was nothing new. I've always been interested in it. And so obviously this was a very interesting case. And I have no idea. I used to listen to True Crime Brewery because they discuss true crime cases, but mostly they're older cases. They're not cutting edge things. They're just interesting, sort of soothing, and I could listen to it, and I wasn't sleeping for years. So, I'd listen to podcasts while I was failing to sleep, and it sort of, that's how I did my miserable life. And so anyway, it evolved when the case happened with Chris Watts. I was listening to the podcast, and then they had their famous spat, those two, J and K, and split off into two different crime things. And so I was following one of them and, listening to both. And at some point, there was this thing that came from on high from the Queen herself, which was that somebody mentioned Mommy Ramblings. And the mods immediately said, "That's not an approved channel. We don't approve of her or anything she says." And so blah, blah, blah. It was like you were immediately put on notice if you were going to say, "But I heard on Mommy Ramblings that blah, blah, blah." It was like you were basically hit with a ruler for that kind of infraction. And she had all these secret groups. Hers were not public groups. She'd have some that were public, but then she'd have all these others that were secret. And, and she really gets tough and docs, whatever, I'm not going to repeat all that stuff. But anyway, so what happened was I was wondering who on earth was this person that could be where a whole bunch of all these thousands of subscribers could be told that they can't go to that channel because it didn't contain approved opinions or information.
Huh.
And so, I went and I started listening, and at first I couldn't, it was hard for me to follow because I didn't have apps. I was just, and if you don't have an app, I didn't understand where people were chatting because you can't see it. Even if you're logged into YouTube, you can't see it unless you're on an app. And I didn't know that. I mean, I wasn't into YouTube anything. And so I listened for a long time, but I had no idea how to chat because I couldn't see the chat. And usually when Carolyn's talking to people, she'll throw in enough context that you follow along. But anyway, I couldn't engage in the chat because I didn't understand it and couldn't get in. But I listened to the Mark Sievers when she was reading all of those Mark Sievers diaries, journals, or whatever you call it. I don't know what the dates were, but I loved it because her reading is so good. And I was listening before that, but I can't remember. I started with the Watts stuff. And I just found that when Carolyn was talking about things, she was always cautioning people to, no, you don't really know that. It's sort of like this isn't a channel for wild speculation and stuff. We're trying to look at things in a, like a factual way. Well, I mean, I don't have to explain to you. And I really liked that. And it was so refreshing. And I'd been through this horrendous thing over at the other channel. It was like scary. It was getting like Jim Jones and, it's like crazy. I literally changed my Facebook. I had my real name on it and I had to change it because of all the doxing that was going on. And I'd gone under my real name and I mean, why wouldn't I? Why would I not go to a Facebook group in my own name? Well, I found out why.
Wow.
And so I literally had to take my last name off my Facebook, which pisses me off. And because everybody, I just have friends and family. It's like under 200 people, but it isn't. I didn't feel like having to change my.
Why did you have to take your last name off? I'm confused about it.
Oh, because of I really didn't want to be doxxed. I just didn't want my name. She tended to expose people, and I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't. Here I was in this situation where you feel like you're in a cult. It's like, what? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Really?
Oh God, it's terrible because if you're subscribed and then you're a Patreon, she would go after Patreons and I didn't. I mean, what I'd been through at work, I didn't. It was just I had so many. I got out of this situation. I retired earlier than I planned to. My health and my situation at work, and it's just stress I didn't need. To have people going after you because of disagreeing with how people raise their children. Oh, because I said at one point I said something about, well, I stayed home for one child, but I had to go to work for another. And she went up, there's never an excuse to have to go back to work. It's like, what? Who is she? She's telling people that women don't have a right to leave their children and they should never have had those children if they think they have to go to work. And it's like, my God, for me, it was a matter of life and death. I had to go to work. And she was saying people, I mean, I wasn't telling her my personal life, but I could see she was basically anyone who said, but I worked but I had to leave my husband. And there would be this thing of, but you had no right to leave your husband because that's wrong for your children. And it's like, well, I mean, you guys all know these things.
Right. Yeah.
For the types of those theories she espouses, but she expects her followers, as she still calls them, to obey. And it was just too crazy for me. And the part when you get out of the Patreon, she had my email, my real name, it's just like, because I'm a normal person. I thought, well, you email people because you have a real name and you're emailing real people. And it was just stupid. And luckily there was nothing important about it, but I just didn't like it that people felt that if they left a Patreon, they were going to have crap made up about them, and their names, they'd be put on blast for. It's nuts, and I didn't want to be one of them. It didn't happen to me, but it was happening to all these other people, and I didn't want to be one of them. I was terrified. So it didn't come to that with her, but I was afraid it would, because it did with all these other people. They were doxxed like crazy.
No.
And anyway, I don't even want to go into that. But the funny part was that because she and her gang were, basically browbeating anyone who brought up certain terrible channels of misinformation and terribleness. and then when I was listening to Carolyn, I just thought, wow, I just liked everything. I just felt like I had so much in common, and I love the way she read things. And I love the way she took a reasoned approach to stuff. And I pretty much stopped listening to True Crime Brewery. I listened to the great Seaver's diaries and all of that.
Yeah.
Oh, and then when I finally got in, what?
I said, yep, we're really gonna miss her.
Who? Oh my God.
Who we missing? Scooter.
She was talking about Carolyn, how she fell in love with this channel when she came here.
Oh, yeah.
And I think we're really gonna miss her.
You silly rabbit. Well, let me tell you something. I think when I first came on the scene, I had gone to all these channels and watched them, all these true crime channels, and I just couldn't find one that I liked. I love true crime, but I found this one and I visited, and then I visited some more, and I thought I really liked it. So, but I think she thought I was I don't know who she thought I was, but she said, how when you can tell when she thinks something, dreaming. I think I've heard that name before. I thought she thinks I'm some kind of scoundrel or something. So I just kept on coming, just kept on coming. And then I guess finally she figured out I wasn't what do you call it?
A troll.
A troll. But the way she dreaming, I think I've heard that name before.
No, she thought I was a troll.
Did she?
Because when I came, I said I've been lurking. I said all of the worst things. I said I've been listening to you since the Chris Watts case, and I said I've been lurking, but I never talked. And oh man, and it was because I had only just figured out how to get into the chat, and it was like such a revelation. Like, so this is where they've been talking all this time. And then I was saying, but I don't understand. I was really stuck because I couldn't do something. And I said, but I'm trying to figure out. It's like I'm innocent. I'm trying to figure out how to whatever. There was something where I was stuck. I said, but I just don't know how to work something. And Lisa H saved me. And she said, all you have to do, and then she explained something, because I literally had never used a YouTube app, and I'm sitting there on an iPhone and trying to figure out something, and it took me forever just to learn that I needed to be inside an app, because I couldn't even ask people, because I couldn't text. I couldn't chat. And so then Lisa H saved me, and and then I just listened for a while. I'm trying to get a rhythm of the channel so that I could totally defraud everybody. But I mean, once I could see how people were communicating, because then at first you feel ignored because you don't know you have to tag people. So
Right.
when you say something, you think people are automatically gonna reply, but they don't know who the hell you are, and you're not tagging anyone anyway. So you really are a de facto troll. And so I just hung in there for a while until I could see how people were communicating with each other, so I could learn that language.
Yeah.
But it was like a week or two ago, I said something to Caroline. I said, well, you thought I was a troll. And she said, of course I did. Move to. Who would have a name like that?
Oh, man. I don't know why she thought I was a troll. But finally, I guess she realized that I was not who she was thinking about.
Yeah, but with the way these people act. Huh?
I was saying, why did she always say that, dreaming, every time you came in?
Not every time, just a couple of times. Dreaming. And then she'd think for a minute. I think I know you from somewhere. And I knew she thought I must be somebody else, So I just persistently kept coming until I could prove myself,
Right. What about you, Davida?
Well, I guess I lucked out because how I found her was through Auntie Cuckoo, because her and I are, in real life, we're touchable friends. We live close to one another.
Yeah.
And she was telling me about this channel that she listens to at night when she can't sleep. And so she told me about Mommy Ramblings. And so I went over there, and apparently I put something in the comments, and Carolyn said, Davida Lane? And I said, yeah. And she knew me from my channel. So she knew, I guess I wasn't a troll. So I was okay.
I think I remember that night too.
Yeah. And from that point on, I just liked what I saw. I liked people, you guys in the panel with her, and just the way she did it. And she wasn't just true crime. She was the crafts,
Uh-huh.
And it just seemed like a really cool community. And the only complaint I have is that I'm not getting anything done on my channel because I'm always over here.
No, I need to start on my channel too with my dolls. That's exactly right.
Yeah, I'm neglecting it too much. I have to get over there. But I'm glad. I'm very glad. I'm glad that I have all of you guys, and it was well worth finding it. Well, through Val.
Oh, and I don't want you to say where you work, but you always say you're going to work. Do you work in a bakery or something?
No. I work retail.
Whenever you say you're going to work, I don't know if you're doing those.
Oh, the fake food?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I have to work tomorrow. Well, what time is it? Oh, I'm still good.
Where do you work, did you say?
I was just
Did you say where you worked?
Business. Yeah.
No. I used to work at the grocery store at Albertsons.
Yeah.
I worked there for years and years. Yeah. And now I work at Hobby Lobby.
Okay.
You lucky dog. You get to
and
see all this
2
new
days
stuff.
a week because I'm semi-retired.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
So you get to see the new stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And don't they have those sales after those grab bags or something?
No, we don't have grab bags. Michael's does.
Michael's, okay.
Yeah, but we don't. But they have good sales.
I wonder when they'll have the Michael's will have the Christmas bags.
That should be pretty soon, I think.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, that's how about you, Scooter? How did you find her? Were you a troll first? I mean, in her thinking?
I don't think so. But I don't think so. But I found her through the Chris Watts too, like everybody else. I was always watching the police cam videos all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was just really into them, and you know, that first year, all about listening to it. And then on her lives, I just, you know, like I said, I didn't like lives. I thought they were dumb.
Oh, really? And here you are, the assistant.
I don't know. I couldn't get into them. You know, I like regular YouTube channels, families. I like, you know, jokes, all kinds of stuff. And anyway, whenever once in a while they would do a live stream, I would get so upset and being, wow, I want my regular video. So anyway, I was gonna, one night Carolyn was live and I saw her just starting to get on, you know how she was just learning like to do Zoom or something.
Uh-huh.
And that caught my attention. So I stopped and I was watching for a few minutes because she was, whatever she was doing, it was all messing up and I couldn't help it. I was just there laughing and laughing. And then she'd think that she got whatever it was fixed. And then something else would happen. And I remember it was just the next night, something else funny happened. And then one night Shelly called and she said, what are you doing? I said, I'm watching this lady. You got to check her out. I said, she's always messing up on her computer. And it's just so funny. Shelly got on, you know, from her house. She's like, what's the name of the channel? And I told her. So she gets on and she's like, why are you watching this? I said, well, you're on the right channel, right? And she's like, it's just some woman there with like arrows that keep going all over this.
Oh my gosh.
It just kept, you know, how the computer, this arrow then just started like
and yet you found it endearing.
Yeah.
I think I came almost every night after that.
Scooter.
Yes.
The first one, I randomly, I don't even know how I didn't know that you had your own channel, and I saw a video that you made and I didn't put two and two together, but I heard the video of you saying that she was, you know, in the restaurant. Do you know who I am? And I actually I was hard. My jaw dropped and I thought, oh dear God, something's going to happen. And I thought you were serious.
Because you're convincing, Scooter.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially, yeah.
I had to put a comment in there to tell people that it was only a joke. It was sarcasm.
It was funny.
But you thought it was real?
But it was,
real?
I thought it was real. Yeah. My dad, my dad's side, they have a very good sense of humor. And so I'm not I'm not aloof to that, but you had me. That's why I've been trying to get you the whole day with joking that I got, well, that I had a GoFund for your jail, get out of jail.
That
Yeah.
was funny.
And I thought maybe I thought maybe I should start erasing it because maybe somebody would take that serious, because there were a couple of people that were saying, "Where can I donate? Where's the link?" And I thought, oh dear
No,
God, I'm gonna
just
be
leave
one of
it there.
those.
It's
I'm
funny.
gonna be the next.
No, that's funny.
Well,
Well,
not with the situation you guys have just gone through. I thought maybe that wasn't a very
Oh,
good time to
I
joke
don't
like
know.
that.
Everybody's been joking about it pretty hard.
they have really?
Huh?
They really have?
No, I mean, no,
No.
about us making jokes, you know, at
Oh. Really?
no,
But
better.
yes,
Oh gosh.
because every once in a while I would give her an update on how much how much we had raised, and it was significant. It was like 37
Oh
grand, or
wait,
it
I'm
was,
sorry.
you know,
You guys,
obscene.
I'm talking about something else because I missed which GoFundMe are
Oh,
you talking about?
scooters for her, for her debauchery and getting out of
Oh,
jail.
okay. Yeah. No, but I thought you were talking about a genuine GoFundMe and I'm making jokes about the wrong thing. Sorry.
Well, I pretended that it was a real
Yeah.
one.
No, I was just saying we've been making a whole bunch of jokes about various aspects of it. I
Oh,
didn't mean that specific one, but we've been joking about all sorts of whatever.
well,
Well,
you
you
know
know,
what?
and
I
I'm
wanted to say
sorry.
something right quick.
I'm
Isn't
sorry.
that how J Bells got
that's,
involved with
yes.
Carolyn? Was because she was trying to help her with her technical stuff?
Yeah, she
Oh,
said she could help her with computer things.
Just like you should, Scooter.
I don't help with computer things. What are you talking about?
Well, you got your daughter to, though. Didn't you? Didn't you, or did I just dream it?
My granddaughter tonight? Or
No, you said you told your daughter this lady's got a lot of computer problems.
oh no, I was telling my sister Shelly that she needed
Oh,
to watch.
Shelley.
Yeah, that she needed to watch the channel because
Oh, I missed that.
yeah, the what you call it, arrows coming all over her screen, Carolyn's screen, and it was so funny. And I just
Yes.
loved it. And that, yeah, that's the reason, that I stayed, because I just really fell in love with her that night.
Well,
Yeah,
I
well,
like it. I
so
like
cool.
the sarcasm. I mean, because I'm sarcastic, and I love people from back east. There's a lot of my friends were from back east. I just love they're just a different cut of the cloth, and I
Right.
love the sarcasm. Sometimes people take you for real. I mean, I know me because I can be very sarcastic. I know that's hard to believe, but people sometimes take me the wrong way.
Oh,
But
yeah,
I like that camaraderie.
Yeah, I do
Right.
too.
well, well, that was the thing that attracted me because the way she was reading the Sievers thing was very, shall we say, creative and entertaining. But then
Yeah.
there was this thing that I actually made a screenshot. I don't remember if I'd ever called in. I had probably called in by then. But the only reason I ever called in was because of when you guys, Carolyn, you and Scooter and then Lisa G would be on, but when you and Carol would get off on these things and going crazy over stuff, and one of them, it really drew me in because I thought, God, these people make jokes way I'm with my daughters and stuff because we're like crazy with the way we joke, but we clean up okay. We can act okay in public and stuff.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
But secretly we're nuts, and
Yeah.
I loved it because I felt like I was with family.
Family.
And
Yeah.
I made a clip. I don't remember the context. I can find the clip, but it was back in the early spring or the winter or something. But she was talking about reading the Three Little Pigs to her kids. And she, you know how when she describes, when she's talking about her sister, she's talking about,
Yeah.
oh, well, when I read the Three Little Pigs to my kids, I went to town on Goldilocks. And she does this whole thing, and it's like, oh my God, she kind of mother I was. I made a screenshot of her describing that, how she told Goldilocks, and in the end, the wolf goes up in the air and everybody turns vegan, or I don't know, it was insane. And she was so intense about it. And it
Yeah.
was just like me. And I thought, oh my God, she's just like me. And I sent clips to my children. I said, look, I met someone who reads stories to her kids. Like, it was
I
just
know.
really, because I felt like met, that was before I really got to know you guys individually, but just generally when people started joking around, I just felt like I was with friends, and I, it
Well,
was a time in my life where people literally began to die off, and
yeah,
including my
yeah,
very closest friend who
yeah.
was 5 years older, and now I've outlived her by almost 5 years. But
Well, that was the other thing with Carolyn and I as well, is after, when I started watching her, and then when Ray passed, I just really felt led to call her. And
Felt
then
led
I
to
felt
what?
a
Felt led to
connection.
what? What
Huh?
did you say? What did you say? You felt led to do what?
Call Carolyn.
Oh, call. Okay.
Uh-huh. And, because I had lost my daughter. And so I we just wanted to give my condolences, and, if she ever wanted to talk or whatever. And it just brought then it to a deeper level,
Right.
And
Yes.
so it's just kind of, I never think any meeting is happenstance. I always feel you meet people that you're supposed to meet.
oh yeah,
I've always felt that way.
definitely.
And this wasn't any exception, So yeah, but it just brought it to a deeper level. And then, finding out that you lost your granddaughter, Scooter, and, it just, I don't know, it just, especially when something like that happens, it just brings it even deeper. But yet we can still have fun. And yet, if there's times you need to just be there to,
Right.
give a pep talk or whatever,
Yep.
you have that too. So it's just a really neat community. I just need to just work on my own channel, though. That's the only problem. I get so involved in this one.
Yeah,
but I will. That's my New Year's resolution.
But having a healthy place to socialize,
yeah,
is a really huge key to physical and mental health. And the thing is, I've always been a loner, and I'm not sociable, but I did have close friends. I just a very small group of close friends, but I lost two of the main one. I just don't. You suddenly feel unmoored. People who know all this stuff, and you could finish each other's sentences, and they're gone. Gone. And you think, well, you're really kind of alone. People, it's not like you don't know people. When you lose people that you are really, really close to, really close, and they're gone. And, and then your job is gone, and your health is gone.
Yeah.
And people are saying, oh, well, you're so lucky because your children. And it's like, well, yeah, of course. I know what the blessings are. But if you've lost every part of your own identity, then you don't have much to offer your children either,
Right.
If you're really depressed,
right,
you don't have anything to offer anyone, including your children. It doesn't matter if you love your children. And I had all the cats to take care of, and I could barely take care of them, but I had an obligation to take care of my cats.
Right.
And I managed to do that with every, last bit of energy it took, so that my cats wouldn't suffer, but I couldn't take care of anything else. But it's very weird how you can sync be a really vibrant, productive, lively person and sink into a complete state of just repair and just absolute lack of function.
You feel like you belong, and there's certain people that you can connect with, and YouTube is no exception. I mean, there's some YouTubers that I could live without, but I've met some that have become very good friends of mine. I mean,
What are the ones
Anti-Cuckoo
you
being
like?
one of them. Huh?
Which ones don't you like?
I'm not going to say their names. Good try, Sherlock. But Val, Anti-Cuckoo, I guess people don't know her as Val. Anti-Cuckoo, she's a dear friend of mine, truly. I mean, I love her to death. And we text often. And Carolyn, I really, I mean, there's just something about her and the whole community. I mean, I really do like this community. You can turn it on. I mean, and this is crazy. I mean, how many hours now have you guys been on? Jeez.
3 days. 3 days.
3 days.
3 long days.
Yeah, wait, what day is this?
We're on to Saturday.
3 days later.
Okay, it's the early Saturday morning. So let's see, New Year's Eve. No, it was before. Oh my gosh, when did this all begin? Yeah, it was New Year's Eve at 1:15. 1:15 New Year's Eve.
Oh, okay.
That's when it started.
And how long does she want this to go on?
I think it was 585 hours.
Oh dear Lord. Are you serious?
No, that's what somebody brought up, and then Dave heard it. What did he say, Scooter?
He said, "Oh Jesus, I'm going back to my house tomorrow."
Good old Dave.
Excuse me.
I love it.
So
Yeah,
let's see.
Happy New Year, whatever.
Okay, let's think about this. 1:00 on New Year's Eve to 1:00 on New Year's. That's one day. And then 1:00 yesterday to 1:00.
No, wait.
I'm all mixed up.
It's
We're all
doubling.
mixed up.
No, we've just passed the 24 hours mark.
Are you right? Are you sure about that?
No,
I'm totally wrong because we had 2 batches of 11 hours. So that's wrong. So are we going to, so there's 12 and
we're starting the third day, I think.
48. Are we going to 48 hours?
I think at 1 a.m. we started the third day.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're at 48 hours then.
Yeah.
So when do you plan on sleeping?
Well, we do sleep some.
Okay.
Yeah, I slept a little.
I got 3 hours this afternoon, and then I actually dozed off for an hour. So I've had 4 hours and 24 that I know of.
Because I know I went to sleep at 5. Everyone thought I was sleeping. I wasn't.
You weren't?
No.
Slept a couple hours.
And then
we're taking shifts,
10.
I think.
Yeah.
Davida?
Huh?
You were asking me about my place?
Yes.
Was it that bad? And I don't really want to show you the whole thing because it was horrific, but I'll show you partly.
Okay.
Because I lived my place was beautiful. But the last 4 years that I lived there, this is what my living room looked like.
Oh.
And this is what my computer, this is where I worked. I worked from this computer until I began to work from a laptop in bed.
Want me to spotlight you, Mo?
Yeah, I'll show you my junk because this was the end of this was a beautiful apartment. It was gorgeous.
But that was where you were. That was your existence.
It was my existence. And then I reached a point where I couldn't see that computer.
Yeah.
Well, what you're looking at on that desk wasn't piled up like that, but because this was after we began to pile things up, but it was, the place was piled up. That desk was clear because that's where I did my work. I worked from home. And when I got too sick, I couldn't reach this desk anymore. And I no longer entered this living room because I was afraid. You see this little passageway into the kitchen? I never crossed that threshold. I didn't come into this room again. And I was terrified. And
you were terrified.
Well, that was because of the drugs.
Right.
I was in such a chemical terror 24 hours a day. I couldn't sleep and everything frightened me and I couldn't clean up. And when things began to pile up and I'd sort of throw them into this room, I could no longer get to this desk. So I bought a laptop so that I could work from my bed because I was terrified of my living room. And then this thing, I love this picture. I found it today. It's kind of beautiful. It's hard to see, but let me see. I don't know if you can see like all the cat hair, but I never let cat hair build up. I had beautiful burgundy velvet pillows
So you were also depressed.
Oh, I wanted to put a bullet through my head every day.
Okay, yeah, because of what you told me,
Because Davita, they had her, Moo and I were on a lot of the same meds and we were over medicated. And we started taking those meds away.
Yeah. And when I first got on the,
didn't they? Didn't they make you take you and Davita and you and Justine when you were both in jail?
Get the name right, boss.
Yeah, they gave us these pills that made us dizzy and made us.
Oh man,
we were just like a blob.
You're non-functional. You literally can't wash a dish.
Non-functional, yeah.
But this picture, I think I took this picture. Oh yeah, I know when it was because I found the date. It was May of 2015, and by then the curtains had gray, cat fur all over them. The velvet cushions had cat fur, and I pulled the curtains like this. I mean, I have the most gorgeous view of Manhattan. You've probably seen the view from these windows. Beautiful apartment, beautiful views. But you see how the curtains are pulled? I never opened them again. Never.
Really?
Never opened them again. I didn't go into that room. I was afraid of it. I lived in my bedroom and there was a pathway from my bedroom to the kitchen and then from my bedroom down the same hallway, the other way to the bathroom and the front door. And all I did was move, from in that little area and scurry like some kind of a little animal. And I'd go to the front door to get food delivered. And, I worked from my bed and I only went to the office when I absolutely had to because I could work remotely. And
wow.
I don't know what happened, Moo, that we decided to get off that medicine.
Well, that was that was the thing. I was going
to. That's a blessing.
That was a God thing.
Yeah. I've been depressed in my life, but there's something wrong with this. I've never felt like this in my life. I told her, and this was something that was peculiar to benzos, which I found out later, is that those things, it's not that they make everybody sick or they turn on everybody, but I kept going to her and saying, there's something wrong. I've been my entire life. I was already 60, like 3 or 4. And I've been knocked down and gotten back up again and again and again. And I just kept going and going. I said, there's something wrong. It's as though the connection between my brain and my hands is broken. I said, I used to wrists and cross, do all the stuff on the list and cross it off. And I I'll show you the notebooks. I have stacks of these reporters' notebooks. And, you know, they're nice, clean, ruled. You can't see it's dark, but these reporters' notebooks. And I've got like 50 of these. I would go through one of these a month and I'd make a list and cross off everything on the list.
Wow.
And I went to this doctor and I said, there's something broken. I can't lift a pen to write a word on these lists anymore. I showed her one of my notebooks. I said, these are all blank. I can't make a list. And I certainly can't do anything on it. I said, I can't take out garbage. It's as though there's the connection. It's as though there's no connection between my brain and my hands.
But you know what? Depression does that to you, because I've gone, I go through it. And sometimes, you know, your mind will say, you know, I got to do this, I got to do that, whatever. And you can't do anything. It's almost like you're literally paralyzed. You just can't do it.
Well, the thing with this was that I told her that I've been clinically depressed, and for good reason. My God, I've told you guys all this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, my father committed suicide, and I've been clinically depressed, and I've gotten really good help, and enough that I was always able to work. I've never been fired. I've always been able to take care of myself and battle back, somehow pull myself out with severe depression. But this depression, I told her, this is unlike anything I've ever known. I have a relative who sells firearms, and I considered buying a firearm from this person who's very close to me and killing myself.
Yeah.
And I said, this is not right, because my father killed himself, and two other close people to me. And I said I would never, once I had children, I knew that I was no longer permitted to ever kill myself, because I had no right to bring children in the world and then kill myself, or to leave cats. I know that sounds stupid.
No.
But I have a boatload of cats that.
It was the drugs, Moo.
It was the drugs. And what I found out was that specifically was the thing that was making a lot of people, it can make people suicidal, and for me it was benzos that were.
Well, what are benzos? I always hear that, but I'm never sure what it is.
They're a class of, they're benzodiazepines, and it's a class of drugs. Basically, it's a benzene ring, and the chemistry, which tells you right there, benzene is not a cool thing. And they're okay.
That's not like Xanax, is it?
Yeah, yes, but when I say that, I don't want the 90% of people who are hearing it and thinking, oh my, is this woman crazy?
I'm just saying, because I know I've had a prescription for those for years, and that when you said benzo, whatever.
They're benzodiazepines, and they include they're Valium, Klonopin, Xanax, and Ativan.
Okay.
And the thing is, they have their place. They're definitely useful drugs. But if you take them long term, and if you take them, your body can develop a dependence, and it begins to shut off. It compensates. Your body's always looking for homeostasis. It always wants to try to rebalance. And so anyone who gives you a prescription for a benzo, they're supposed to tell you these shouldn't be taken for more than 2 or 3 weeks.
Right.
Because after a period of time, and especially I was taking those Ativan for 6 years.
Oh my.
And the thing is, when they give it to you and say, well, this will not only will it help your back spasms, but then when your boss screams at you and you're trying to support your children with I never had child support. And when you're trying to support your children and your boss is the type that is into public humiliation, and announces in front of the whole room that if you don't keep working until 1 a.m, you're going to be fired and you're really stupid. And what's wrong with you anyway? So they say, well, when your boss tells you you're really stupid and what's wrong with you anyway, and you're going to be fired because you're a contract worker and you're an at-will employee, and if you don't do what I say, you're out of here, and you're the sole support of your children, and you have a 15-year mortgage that you're almost finished paying off, but if you don't, you lose everything. I mean, I was really under the gun. They say, here's a little pill that will make it so you don't mind when people say those things to you.
Yep.
You know, and people will be able to scream at you and tell you you're stupid and shriek at you, and you won't react anymore. And she was right. I didn't react anymore.
Now, was that a regular doctor or a psychiatrist?
A psychiatrist.
Okay.
And then, and so, I mean, I didn't live on those things, but before a meeting, and then she said, and the added benefit that, you know, when you're under that kind of stress at work and you're really carrying an enormous workload and you're being screamed at.
Excuse me just a minute. I have a message from Scooter. Carolyn said that you can pull back on gallery view.
Oh.
Kevin Leonard, you can get your rest on panel. Kevin, I don't sleep. What?
Moo, didn't they have you on a lot of the tryptolines, amitriptyline? And
oh yeah, then there's amitriptyline, and then there's Adderall because you're
my gosh,
so addled from the Paxil and the
yes.
Ativan that they say, and also because you're under so stress and can't sleep, the Ativan, not only can people scream at you and you won't notice, but you also can take them at night and then you'll be able to sleep. And then this Adderall will help offset the Paxil and the Ativan so that when you have to build databases and work, 65 hours a week, you'll be able to focus. And you end up with this Judy Garland thing. And so I didn't, but what I didn't realize was that for me, the Ativan was a chemical killer because it turned off my sleep switch. And that's where that's a problem, is because the reason benzos, you're not supposed to use them more, for as I did for 6 years, is because they replace the neurotransmitters that permit you to fall asleep. So, like when you take melatonin and it, it's a sleeping hormone to help you drift off to sleep. And that doesn't change your central nervous system, but benzos literally they cause the neurotransmitters to stop existing. You no longer have the synapses that let you go to sleep. So people are trying to get off benzos. So I went to her and I said, these drugs are making me, I've never been so terrified in my life. I'm afraid to leave my house, terrified to leave. I'm a New Yorker, and I'm afraid to cross the threshold out of my front door.
Jeez.
Depression, I've never experienced in my life, from situational depression. September 11th depressed the hell out of me.
Yeah.
But this was terror. This is chemical terror. To be afraid. I was afraid of, I'll show it to you. Do you see the culprit on my dresser? That TV?
Yeah.
That TV, I didn't turn on for 4 years because I was afraid of it.
Really?
Wow. I was afraid of television, and I haven't watched. And this television I set up and I put one in the living room. And it's the first time I've watched television since those curtains I showed you. I love that picture. I think it's so beautiful.
But now, why were you afraid of the TV? Were you afraid of what would come on, or?
No, you're demented. You're crazy.
You don't know what's going on.
You're afraid of things that, I used to be afraid of spiders, and now I'm not afraid of spiders.
Deborah Van Couverton said That will be us after 120 hours of this stream.
I'll bet.
Move.
But the difference
Sam.
is you can walk away from the stream.
Moose Sam has a question.
Uh-huh.
She said, what do you use now for depression?
Oh, this is the only remaining thing that I take at all in my life now is a very low dose of Paxil. And I'd given up all of the drugs. But the one thing I realized that I did help me is 20 milligrams of Paxil.
Mm-hmm.
And I've given that up before, but the thing is that it really, it's not worth it for me to give that up because that's really where I have a need to have a medication.
Yeah, because we have depleted serotonin and that replaces it.
Yeah, and I've never had to use more, and I feel perfectly normal, and I have a normal life again, the way I did when I took only Paxil. Anyway, I was already taking that, and it allowed me to. When I started taking Paxil, I went to. I left my husband on my first full paycheck because before that I freelanced. But to leave my husband, I had to get a paycheck with insurance. I had to be able to support my kids because he wouldn't even support them in the house. And I took my children and moved, and the Paxil really helped me to be able to function enough to do something like that. And it doesn't make me euphoric or anything. It just keeps me from having that dead pit of despair in my stomach. And I did stop taking it a couple times, but then, you'd feel the death pit again. And it was like, it's not worth it. But that's the only thing I take. And it in no way alters, it doesn't make me feel drugged at all. It's it's not a heavy dose anyway, but it certainly doesn't make me feel drugged or
really good, Mo.
Well, Florida lady, if you can function without taking meds, just do it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I know people have taken different types of antidepressants and then they've been able to get over a hump and stop. And I always thought I could, and I have gotten off. But then I begin to, it just is, when I feel like coming down again, it's no way to live. It's just no way to live.
No, it's no way to live because, no way.
So I'm not anti-drug, and I'm not even anti-benzo, but what I would say is that they are not meant to be taken long term. And the reason is that they downregulate your neurotransmitters, and it takes a long time for them to regenerate. They're literally not there. The synapses that allow you to sleep aren't there. And so
wait a minute, Florida Gray Lady said, no, what if you can't stop taking your drugs, Florida Gray Lady? If you can't function without taking your meds, well, then you have to take your meds. But we were given a lot of stuff that we didn't need.
Oh yeah, they what would happen is they'd give you one to offset. It's a day thing.
Every doctor I went to gave me a different pill. And those doctors never come together and say, okay, she's on this, this, and this. They just add pills and add pills and add pills.
And even if you tell them you're taking the others, they say, well, oh no, that's all right. You'll be fine.
Right.
And soon you're not fine.
Soon you're falling and everything. I can't tell you how many times I fell.
Oh God, you should see my knees. If I showed you my knees, it would cure anybody of thinking it's a good idea to listen to doctors about drugs. I'll tell you, my knees even now. I'd show you, but I don't want to gross people out. But my knees are so distorted now from all the dislocations. And they got so much worse because when I was, the drugs make you fall. I've always had to be careful of my knees. And,
Right.
but with the falls I took on the.
Oh, please do not show any skin. You can show your knees, but just have them covered up with a blanket.
Well, how are you going to show them?
No, I'm not showing anybody anything. No, but my knees, my knees are bigger. It's bigger around my knee than it is around my the part above my knee. They just look like it's like cantaloupes, and then regular legs above and below these huge round things. They're just hugely distorted from all these stupid. And that really developed after all the falls and dislocations I got after with the drugs, because then you really can't control, getting dislocated.
But I found that Moo, I don't know if you found this, but I found I was in a car wreck and I had a brain bleed. So I had post-concussion syndrome. And I was going to this psychiatrist for post-concussion syndrome. And he'd give me the medicine and I couldn't take it. And after about 4 times, he said, those are the only medications for post-concussion syndrome. He got really mad at me.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the other thing is people, when you try to explain, when I tried to explain the doctor, and I'm still friendly with her to this day, she packed up and moved to the other side of the country. And I was lucky I had gotten off those drugs, because people who are put on like benzos, then they get cut off and they go to a new one. They say, sorry, you can't have those things. You aren't supposed to take them long term. I've mentioned this before. What happened was I didn't know. I thought the Paxil had crapped out. I thought that's what was wrong with me. And I told her the antidepressant isn't working because now I just want to kill myself. And I've never been like this. I never was like that ever. And I was never afraid of my TV. I was never afraid to leave my apartment. I was never afraid. And now I was afraid of everything.
So they made you real paranoid.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't even
agoraphobia.
paranoia. It was just raw fear. It was animal. It was being in. It's really a simple chemical explanation, is that your body, it's a balance between oh crap, now I'm not going to remember all these stupid things. It's not histamine, it's another thing. It's the fight or flight thing.
Yeah.
And it can have a paradoxical effect. The big thing is it can have a paradoxical effect. It can be the exact opposite of what it's intended to do.
I can't.
I can't understand you either.
I can't.
You're like muffled.
I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear what you're saying. I'm not sure if there was but I think there's a balance between I think it's glutamine and GABA A. And the GABA A is the neurotransmitter that allows you to calm down. And the glutamate, glutamine or glutamate, I forget which one. I have to push this out of my mind. But they offset each other. So the fight or flight, it's when you surge with cortisol and to run like crazy hell before you get torn apart by the lion. And then when it's time to calm down, the GABA A clicks in and you can calm down and immediately fall asleep. So what happens with the benzos is that they alter the GABA A neurotransmitter so that it no longer operates, because it says, well, I don't have to. So your body's constantly fighting whatever you do to it to offset its natural balance. So if you take away the GABA A, it leaves you in the same state. Like if you saw someone pushed in front of a train, you would be in a frenzied state where you're shaking uncontrollably. you're terrified and no, you don't want to do dishes and have a cup of coffee. You're just in terror. Like, oh my God, what happened? You're in this excited state. And if you have chemically amputated the calming neurotransmitters so that they're not there, then you can't calm down. So you're cortisol all the time. So when I talk about being afraid of my TV, it's just because the TV happened to be there while I'm in a 24/7 excited state of basically being in terror 24 hours a day. So you can't sleep. You might micro sleep. And then the only way to relieve it is to say, I have to go take a benzo because it's the only thing that's going to offset the whatever it is, the glutamate, I think it is. But anyway, so simply all it is a chemical thing. And you're basically you're replacing your own natural ability to calm down with a chemical, and then you can't calm down again without the chemical. It's really simple. And it isn't even a craving, it's a chemical state. So anyway, so that
Moo, you're a very strong woman.
Yeah.
Yes, you really are. Well, during that time I wasn't, and that's how my house got to look like that. I was shaking all the time and couldn't sleep. And then, finally I grew my transmitters back and now I could sleep like crazy hell.
Because I had a husband that, that went with me through this, and you didn't have anybody.
No, I just had my poor little cats hoping I would feed them.
Yeah, you're very strong.
But it's not even strength, because the crazy thing is that if you go to I'm going to tell you the name of the forum. Because doctors can't get you off the drugs. They'll say, well, you have to be on this for life. And probably I will take Paxil for life. I don't mind. That's fine with me. I feel very cheerful. I'm not depressed. I can get upset or depressed over situations, but that's back to normal rather than being terrified of your own living room. Or, I can't even explain. Imagine being afraid to take the check that you have to send for your co-op maintenance because you didn't have auto pay at the time. It was like so terrifying to me because I had to go down 20, the elevator. I was up in this tower and I'd go down the elevator, walk out a front door. Imagine the fear of walking out of a front door of a lobby and down the street, maybe 50 feet, and opening a mailbox. It was the most terrifying thing in the world. And as I got this envelope into the slot, I would scurry back. I could still scurry somewhat at the time this started. In 2015, I could scurry a little bit and scurry back and up the elevator and back to the safety of this absolute dump and collapse, in exhaustion.
Yeah.
It's really, you just live in terror all the time and you're exhausted all the time, but you can never sleep. But what I say is there's a
sad.
What?
I said that's so sad.
Well, anybody who's tried to stop benzos and a lot of people can just stop taking them without a problem. But if you've developed, if you've reached this point, anybody who's having a problem with benzos or would like to get off. Also Lisa Ling had done a whole thing about benzos and how, people.
Right, Catherine.
How it affects their minds. But there's a group called benzobuddies.org, not com, but org. But it's one word, benzobuddies.org. And that is where people go. They can't get help from doctors because you cannot detox. It isn't a matter of getting it out of your system. You have to learn to function while these neurotransmitters regenerate. and there's nothing you can do about it except live through it. And that is what that living room, that's a picture of what happens to a person whose mind has been, yeah, the place is a whole lot worse than that, but I ain't putting it out on YouTube. It looked like a hoarder lived there. And this is what happens to people who have gotten that sick from those stupid things. And when we met each other, it's anonymous. You don't use your real name, and nobody there knew my name or each other's. I mean, people get to know each other personally, but it's an anonymous forum. You get a username, and you're not allowed to go around meeting people, but you get to know people. You get to really make friends there, and those are the people that help you live through it. And then the channel, I bet you there are a whole bunch of people who are listening to Mommy Ramblings all night long on the East Coast when they should be asleep because they can't sleep, because there's so many people who are unable to sleep. And then the drugs no longer help them sleep. That's the worst
What
part.
about if you're able to sleep, but your boss won't allow it?
Well, you're screwed because then you got a cold turkey, the boss.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You're just going to have to tell your boss you need some time off.
Also, Scooter, there's this thing on your cell phone. It's called block. You're lucky though, because I don't know who your boss is, but at least she doesn't get on in front of the whole channel and say, Scooter, if you don't shape up, I'm going to fire you.
Oh my goodness.
Why did that happen to you, Moo?
Well, no, Carolyn never said that to me.
No, I mean your real life boss.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I was the only contractor there, and the rest were city workers, and their jobs are secured. They literally, they don't even have to work. But I was on a contract, and you're an at-will, and the people who were at-will employees, they were, oh my gosh, they hired this one woman, and she was great. I really liked her, and she was the only other person. She really had a good brain for databases and stuff. And my boss disliked her, and she ended up, I kept saying, why are you torturing her? She's the only person you have who can do this work. And I'm going to be, I'm leaving. I'm going to get out of here. I'm not staying. And I said, what, you want me to train someone? Here's someone who knows how to do this. And she can be trained to actually do the tasks, but she has the background. Why are you driving her away? Because when I'm gone, that's it. You won't have anyone. And she tortured that woman. And that woman, she had security come and take her away in front of everyone.
Oh my.
Deeply into humiliating people. And this woman, she was a brilliant woman. She was a Syrian refugee who'd been, she and her family had lost their homes and all that crap in the Middle East. And here she was, she had made a new life. She was smart as a whip. And here it was finally someone who could do the work. And I'm trying to, give her all she needs. And the boss, she's like just a really nasty. She first of all, she hated women. She just hated women. And when she was given this employee, she just did everything she could to make her life miserable. And with her, this was a younger woman. She was only 40. And I mean, basically, she had years of work left. And she basically had blackballed, so she couldn't even work for the city. Never escorted out like a criminal like that.
Oh man, that's horrible.
Wow.
She was horrible. And she was always threatening me. And the only reason she couldn't actually fire me was I didn't realize that she really couldn't find anyone to do the work, but you still feel threatened, and the work is so hard. And, it's like, why torture people? Because they're women, and she hated women. She just hated, she would torture people. And if you were smart or good at what you did on top of it, you were screwed. So, I mean, that all in the end, she's paid her. She's not doing so well, and
She's not.
I mean, I never did it. I'm not. I didn't ever do anything. I walked out proud. I did my work and I turned it over to good people. I made sure that my databases did not get to stay in her hands. And I made sure of that. And they weren't, they were given over to the really good people. And
Is she still working there, Lou?
Yeah, but I mean, she had 30 people working for her. And in the end, I think she only had 3, and she lost the database because the main database was the one I was running, and all the other people were DOS programmers. They didn't work in SQL Server. And so all these people, I mean, she said, well, they can't do the work. You have to do it because they don't know SQL Server. How are they supposed to learn it? They're DOS programmers. So it's like, oh my God, train people.
Mm-hmm.
Ridiculous. But no, she was deeply into human. I mean, this is not unusual. You see this. I mean, the culture now is to bully and humiliate people. It's disgusting.
Really?
I didn't know that.
Terrifying to see how people are. It's like, oh, you're not tough enough, and you publicly fire people, embarrass them, and everything else. And she was of that type of mind. But if you have people who are doing hard work, you say, could I bring, have some food delivered for you so you can, feel nourished and think better? They're saying, wait, how do I make this whip hurt more and let me sharpen these knives?
Yeah.
But,
Wow.
but I tell you, Ativan really cures you of something like that. It's like, that must have really pissed her off to be screaming in my face with spittle hitting me in the eye. And my face is like blank. I could just be blank around her.
That's horrible.
No, but there are a lot of bosses like that. Workplace bullying. I mean, people kill themselves over that. It's like,
yeah. Wow.
I would just want to hit her.
Oh God. It's funny because Karma came calling for her.
We have to hear this.
She's not, well, I'll tell you in private Zoom calls, but, the thing is, I may have fantasies about, I wanted to kill that woman.
Yeah.
Well, why can't you tell us? We don't know her name. We don't know what she works in or anything, or just kind of general, like a general thing.
You mean why
You said Karma came to get her.
Oh, well, what happened, well, I don't want to get too specific, but the thing is, there are things you can do to, if you're in charge of a database, you can really leave some nasty little Easter eggs in there for them. I mean, Easter eggs are cute little jokes, but you can leave some time bombs in a database. And the thing is, I'm not that kind of a person, and I may fantasize about it. And I swear,
But you wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it. I mean, I wanted to kill her, but what I needed to do was, she was killing me, and I just knew I had to get out of there. And that's the other thing, is that she operated a lot. She has no conscience. And she operated a lot like standard psychopaths that we've been discussing. And they start these whisper campaigns against you. And suddenly people who knew you for 10 years are looking at you differently and saying, oh yeah, I've heard about that. And you're saying, what? you know, and suddenly all these things are being said about you, and it's and the thing was she could get away with abusing me right up until I paid off my mortgage and had Medicare. Because once I reached 65 and paid off my mortgage, she lost her control over me because I suddenly could leave, have insurance, and I didn't have a mortgage anymore. I still
Mm-hmm.
needed income, but I didn't have a mortgage because I paid off that 15 years. I didn't get a 30-year, and I'm glad. So I paid that off. So once I reached that point, I was like, go ahead and fire me. That's fine with me. You'll be doing me a favor. Well, until I reached 65 and had Medicare, I couldn't say that. I had to take it.
You had to
And I had
take
to
it.
work 65 hours a week. And I said, good, go give it to so and so, who said I'm too stupid to do anything. She's the expert. I'll give her the 400,000 lines of code that make this part of your database run. Why don't you turn that over to, I'll tell you, Lilia. That's her real name, Lilia. I said, give it to Lilia. She's so smart. Let her run that part of it, just that one little part. And so I, and you know, and I stopped working late. I stopped because I used to work until 1 a.m, and then the buses and trains don't run. And I mean, oh, it was horrible. I could barely sleep, and I was using drugs to get a little sleep. And I loved the work, believe it or not. I loved the databases. I loved them, and I did them well. So, but I went on strike, and I started leaving. I'd go in at 10, I'd leave at 6. And then when I reached a point where I couldn't really commute, my body was deteriorating. And I was working from home though. And I worked tirelessly, and it was a huge, huge amount of work. But I'd say, nope, sorry, I'm leaving at 6, period. I had called human resources, and I'd laid down the law, and I said, yep, she can go. I know I'm at will, but she can't keep doing this. And they told her, well, you may not scream at her anymore. You can't call Moo names in front of other people, and you can't scream at her. We give her permission to get up and walk out of the room if you scream at her in front of the staff. And of course, she was enraged because I went to human resources. And people make your life very, very hard. But once firing was no longer a threat to me, but my place was paid off, I could sell it and move to Florida. And I had Medicare, and that was that. And it didn't matter. And what I found out was Dorothy, I was wearing the red shoes all along. I had no idea how much those people couldn't do. Every project, I'd say, nope, I'm not going to take that project. Sorry, I'm going to go home at 6. I can't do it because, I'm having problems with my joints. I can't be standing there waiting for buses anymore. I can't, blah, blah, blah. I'm too old. So I'm going to have to work, only the normal 40 hours a week. Sorry. And I just say no. I do what the others have been doing all along, which is nope, sorry, can't. I'm not doing that. Give it to somebody else. And every project ended up having to be returned to me to complete it. And it was wonderful because I realized she was over a barrel. Mm-hmm. And little by little, I kept saying, I'd say to other people, I'd say, well, I can't really do all this because I'm not going to drop dead over it. So you really have to allocate this to other departments. If her people can't do it and they can't be trained, then give it to this group who can do it. Of these people, they're really good that I used to work with who were professionals. And gradually chunks of my database were being turned over, and I'd only work with those people. And I'd say, well, I'll give this to so-and-so and they can take it over. They'll know how to do this. And then when you get your people trained, whatever, and little by little, I handed my stuff over to these other people. And gradually, then they looked at her and said, well, you don't have anybody doing actual work. So they began to take her people away. And she was left with, when I left, there were only 3 people left that were working for her, and she had no databases. So I don't know what the hell she's doing. But I know she was crying all the time. She spent a lot of time crying. And she used to make fun of me because before the Ativan, before I took a lot of that to basically make myself dead in front of her, I would burst into tears because I worked so hard and my work was really good. It was no question that it was good. It's just that she wanted more and she wanted impossible. And if I said, well, you have to do this in order for this to work, she said, well, that's not going to happen. You're going to have to do it this way. And you say, well, it can't be done that way. Here's how it can be done. She said, do what I'm telling you. And it's
excuse me, Moo.
Yeah.
Could you unmute because we haven't been able to hear?
Okay, I'm gonna go.
I can hear. I've been able to hear her.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I'm so sorry. I
can hear her, but I want to say something.
I'm just
can I say something?
Yes.
Because okay, some of the people are saying, or one person I saw that they wouldn't let a doctor do that to them. But what happens is when you're newly diagnosed with some of these autoimmune diseases, you are so sick that you can't think straight. So you want to get better. So you take what the doctor tells you to take.
Oh yeah.
And then eventually you don't know that your doctor's doing this to you. And it just comes with time. You finally figure it out.
The other thing is, these are literally magic pills. So you go insane. I can't even get out of bed, or I'm so depressed that, I can't do this. I can't sleep. I'm so strung out. I can never sleep. I'm crying all the time.
You just want something to help.
You need relief, and you're trying to support your family. You're trying to live in a city where the cost of living is like, you can't even believe what it costs to live. I mean, and then people say, well, that's what you get for living in Manhattan. That's why when people start second guessing, well, why didn't you just move? It's like, oh, you know what? Shut up. If I move, what?
Well, I mean, I had to quit working because of that, because of lupus. I had to quit working.
People can sit there and talk about it, but when you've reached a point where, where I went to this doctor and I said, there's something broken. I can't function. It's as though my brain no longer operates my hands. Yep. I can't even wash a dish. What's wrong with me? And you get a shrug saying, I don't know. I don't really know what the problem is. And you're saying, no, there's something. It's as though someone severed the link between my brain and everything that allowed me to function. And she's going, I don't know. And then you go to a group like Benzo Buddies and you have 35 people, and then you keep reading all these. You're having 35 people in an immediate conversation, and it's a forum, typing forum. It's not face to face, but you're having all these conversations in different topics, different boards on the forum. And all of these people are saying, I was like the head of a corporation. I was a lawyer. I was a surgeon. I was functional. Suddenly, I can't even wash a fork. It's as though my brain doesn't know how to make my hands operate. I don't understand how to organize my time anymore. And yet I ran a corporation, or I used to be a doctor, or these are people in all walks, people who flew air. And suddenly they're saying, I can't even function in my own house. I can't even water hurts. You know, going into the shower terrifies me because water falling on my skin hurts. And so if someone says to you, oh, here, if you take this thing, it will help you, it'll take away the pain of when
So
the
you
water
take it.
and if you, oh, you can't sleep, well, here's some Remeron.
Yep.
Here's some, you know, and you're saying, you don't understand. I've got to go to work. I have to go in and think. I have to go in and solve these horrible problems on, you know, with database logic problems. You have to be sharp, and you need sleep. And you're saying, I can't sleep. Well, here, this will take
some
Remeron.
trazodone.
Yeah. Oh, trazodone was another. It said take the trazodone, take the you can mix a little of the Ativan with the trazodone, and then the Remeron is another one they give you, and then the Remeron gives you a rebound thing where if you take enough to help you, then suddenly it gets a rebound and it keeps you up the entire night, and you still have to show up at the job and do all that work. But when the magic pill does work, it's so magic that of course you take it because you have to get your paycheck. You have to support yourself because you're going to lose your home, the place where you know you're sheltering your own self and your children. And until your body shuts down and you no longer have control of it, you don't know what you will do to stop feeling that way. I can promise you that. And these are not, you know, this isn't like, you know, getting on heroin, and not that I discount that, but people who have been on heroin, they've said that the heroin was a, you know, a trip to the beach compared to trying to, you know, change your body after it's been chemically altered by, where it's been, your central nervous system has literally had changes made to it by chemicals that take a time to heal from, and it hasn't, and you still will have doctors standing there saying, oh, the benzos are out of your system. Well, it isn't heroin. It isn't a thing where you get to be in agony and puking for 15 days and wishing you were dead, and then it's out of your system and it's like, oh wow, that was terrible, glad that's over. It's not like that. So all these people with benzos are on there saying, you know, telling you all this stuff that whoever's hearing this is not believing now, and no one believes it unless it happens to them. And but all I can tell you now is I'm not taking anything to sleep. Oh, I couldn't drink coffee. That was like torture. I couldn't even drink tea. I couldn't take any sugar because all of these things have excitants that you normally wouldn't notice unless you have absolutely no transmitter to calm you down. And so everything sets you off, and you're in a cortisol state 24 hours a day. And I'll tell you, I didn't think, and this is not going to happen to everyone, but when it does happen, then you'll understand. And you know, so that's, gosh, when people talk about what Carolyn's been through with this woman, what's her name?
But J Bills.
See, I'm already pushing her out of my head. People don't understand anything until it's happened to them, and suddenly they get their come to Jesus moment. It's like, oh, now I know what you were talking about. Well, no shit. You know, sorry for the language, but you know what? Sometimes you have to. Sometimes if you listen to people, like if you go to that forum and you hear all of these people who were once functional telling you that a certain combination of drugs or a certain class of drugs or a specific thing, and you're saying everybody, this all happened to people and it's the same stories, and they're all given Remeron. Oh, here, take the Remeron, that'll fix it, that'll offset the fact that you don't have GABA anymore, because this doesn't act on the GABA, but it knocks out your brain in some other way so you get sleep, but it isn't actually restful sleep. So
No.
but now, and anyone who doesn't believe it, you should ask the relatives of people who kicked it and came back, and there are a whole lot of survivors, and I'll tell you, and then they stay on to, keep working at that forum as, moderators trying to help people out. It's a peer group. It's a peer group support, and everybody there has been through this experience, and they will help with other drugs too. But the only way for me to get off them was detox doesn't work. You can't go to a 45-day detox and get off those things. It doesn't work that way. You just have to go through it and have a whole lot of support while you do it. But if you ask the relatives, if you ask my children and the changes those things made to my person, I had no personality. I had no ability to experience joy. And I didn't think I would ever experience joy again. And it wasn't like the normal depression. It's a chemical castration. It takes away, anyone who's ever read Harry Potter, it's like the Dementors. If you get imbalanced to this degree and this crazy, it's like your soul has been sucked out of you. You have nothing. If someone killed your children in front of you, you would barely be able to react because you're not even a person anymore when you get that sick. And that sets this kind of chemical polydrugging apart from something like heroin. People's kids may die in front of them because they're in a stupor or from neglect, but it won't be because they basically had their souls removed. And that's what this was like. It was like, I didn't, but go to a place like Benzo Buddies and read the stories, and you're going to see how this turned on so many people, and they just shouldn't be taken long term. And then if people are on them long term, you can get off them slowly, very slowly, and get normal, get back to normal, because as you lower the drug, your neurotransmitters will begin to regenerate, slowly and rebalance. But if you hit the no return point, then when you take the Ativan, instead of calming you down, guess what? It sends your heart pounding to like a zillion beats per minute. Your heart pounding out of your chest. You feel like you're exploding. People are constantly going to the emergency room. They kill themselves. I can't tell you how many friends
from taking something that calms you down.
Yeah, because if it reverses it when it stops working, it can have what they call a paradoxical effect. And again, this is not going to happen to everyone who takes it, but that it can cause a paradoxical effect, so that when I reach the end of it, if you gave me 40 milligrams of Valium, it would not make me go to sleep or calm down. It would make me jump out of my skin and run around the room. As though you've given me pure adrenaline. And that's the problem, was they can reverse, they become paradoxical, and then you're screwed. And that's what happened to me. And I couldn't take them. The only thing I could do was stop taking them. And then it's a different kind of hell. And you hallucinate. You are sicker than you could ever imagine. And that's what, and it makes you, if you reach that point, if you can get off them before they turn on you like that, you can taper off. And that's why people go through these tapers that last them 2 years, but at least they can get off without, but once you reach I guess they call it tolerance. It's like you take four. If I gave Scooter, I don't know if you take something like Ativan, but if you don't take Ativan, and I give you 4 milligrams of Ativan, you would be flat on the floor.
No,
But
I've
if I
had
took
what do you call it? Not
Xanax,
Ativan, Xanax.
Xanax.
But I
Well,
don't have any more, but I've had a
but if,
prescription, since I was in
okay,
my mid-20s.
okay. So what if you? But you're not taking now. So if someone gave you
No, I
Ativan,
haven't had any for several, years now, but I had a
right? But
very small
if
dose.
someone gave if someone gave you say 20 milligrams of Xanax, 20, you would
Yeah,
probably
mine
be
was always
flat.
a very light dose, a
Right.
tiny little orange pill.
It's twice as strong as Ativan.
I didn't know that.
Well, yeah, I mean for the milligrams, yeah. So if you take 1 milligram of Xanax, that's like 2 milligrams of Ativan, and 10 milligrams of 10 milligrams of
Get
Valium is in
water.
this as 1 milligram of Ativan, and half a milligram of Xanax. So those are the equivalencies.
Get a drink, Moo.
Yeah, take one of these drugs. Sorry. No, I have these lozenges. Anyway, what I'm saying is a lot of the people build up. It was like I had just run a marathon and utter panic. And so then you don't take them. But the thing is, if you don't take them, then you're in a frenzy of fear and despair and you can't sleep. But then they're already not working because they turned on you, so you can't sleep anyway. And that's what happens if you let it go as far as I did. That's not going to happen to everybody. And then there were other people who were going along and they were told, well, there's this one woman I know who she went in when I did in 2016. That's when I joined that group. Was June, oh no, it was April or something. I went in before I quit because I was Googling my symptoms and I all went back to the benzos. It was like, holy crap. No wonder everything that was happening to these people was what happened to me. But anyway, this was back in 2016. This woman I know went in the same time, and she went in on, she was taking, oh gosh, she was taking 9 millimeters a day of Xanax, which is the equivalent of 18 milligrams of Ativan. That is a stupendous amount, and she's still has not been able to taper off of that stuff. She went up to 12 milligrams of Xanax and then she was able to get back down to 9. But most people find a way to taper down. But I'll tell you, 9 milligrams, that's a long haul to taper off of that. So anyway, if someone has this, you can get off it, and one of the people was a friend of mine. I mean, she was an admin and stuff. I mean, people do make friends on the side, but you don't talk about who they are or anything. But one person who had been an admin, she was on that same high dose. She was on like 10 or 12 milligrams of Xanax, and she went through absolute hell, but she got off, and she's a year older than I am, and she's living a full life again. She's kayaking, hiking again, leading a normal life. and she had gotten a burning nerve pain too. I always had hope that mine would go away, because it's really horrible. And I still hope it'll go away. I mean, for me, it's been 4 years, but there are people who had it hang on for 5 years and still go away. So I keep hoping, I keep building my body up to get rid of this burning nerve pain that's just unrelenting.
A lot of, we're having a lot of trolls.
That's okay.
One of them was two Scooter Biden.
Oh God. What is this obsession with Two Scooter and Joe Biden? Oh my gosh. Scooter, why did they keep pinning Biden on you? I don't get it.
I don't know.
I know. I just remember there's someone who kept typing Scooter and Biden this and Scooter and Biden that, and they come in. What are they saying? There must be a hidden
You know what?
message.
You know what? You know why? Well, no, because we can't talk politics. But I was going to say, I told that certain person knew
Elizabeth Townsend.
Huh?
Do
we have a person called Elizabeth Townsend?
I've seen that name, but I see it.
Well, I think they've been they must have been hacked.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but they're
You
just,
got it?
I think that's why they're doing it, to try to bother me, right?
Oh, because you you talk politics with that person. You think that she
maybe once or twice and nothing major.
Oh
Two Scooter.
God.
Did you write this? Hey, Two Scooter Biden. Hi.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I wrote that. They're my other fans. I've got a couple of them in here tonight.
Yep, they're getting them.
People are such idiots. Oh my gosh. Yeah, politics is really stupid. I mean, that's another, that's one thing I love about this channel, because I don't know people's politics. And it's like when I was growing up, that was the right way to do it. It's like, I'd rather just know people. I don't want to get into this stupid, I can't believe that politics is, it's so painful.
Well, all I'm saying is, though, that I think this person thinks somehow that's going to bother me. And it ain't bothering me.
No, I know, but what's so nice about this channel is that I know that there are people with really wildly opposite political. I mean, sometimes people will spill it out. You know where they stand, and then there are other. I mean, I'm a very, I'm.
Moo.
Huh?
Excuse me, but Pia wants to know if you're a diabetic and with neuropathy. She's just wondering.
Oh no, I've gone for extensive testing because I was afraid I somehow had like secret, I was secretly diabetic, but it was nothing like that. I had all these I went to neurologists, I got all these nerve tests and got all of this stuff done, and all they could say was, no, you're fine, except that you have nerve damage of unknown, what is it, etiology, and but it's probably caused by the drugs, and the number of people who had who experienced, and these were people who are in their 20s, people who are in their 70s are in there, all these different ages of all having this burning. There was something about the burning pain that came for people like me who had gotten that sick from it, and so I had all that stuff ruled out. I did go for I have really good, I went to good, New York has good places, and I went extensively and had all this stuff looked into. And it turns out that what was lying at the end of the pot, at the end of the rainbow, is, for me, was to have only this one. The only drug I take now, as I said, is this one that has never been a problem, and no others, absolutely nothing. And I've been a night owl all my life, and I do tend to sleep during the day, but I can sleep without. I just sleep and I can drink coffee again. I drink all the coffee I want. I can drink tea, and I'm not excitable anymore. I'm not cortisol-y, and my blood pressure is great, and I barely have a pulse. I'm so calm. And I was this agitated mess. And the drugs didn't cause the agitation. It was the pressure. I'm going through all this, trying to raise kids with no money and trying to do all this stuff. And I was depressed and strung out and everything else. So, but now, I mean, there's still, it's normal to get strung out about things. It's normal to get depressed, but at least I'm not, at least I got out of that snake pit, and I got my mortgage paid off.
Lisa D said she'll be here in 5 minutes to help.
Cool.
Oh, good. We can keep
my phone. You got one, or you want one, Muna? Yeah, it's a Samsung Galaxy 10 Note Plus. Why did Muna get deleted? Scooter, what brand is your phone? I like it. Remember, guys, so if I have any fans, I like screenshots. I just like to keep them. Think I'm going to make a autograph photo book.
Screenshot of what?
Scooter Biden and whatever else they were saying.
Oh my God. Oh, but you know what? I love that about this channel, though, because it's so nice to go to a place where I don't have to hear politics. I mean, I don't.
Pia Peel, we're on for over 24 hours because we're trying to break the world record. And that the world record's over 400 hours. And so we've been on 48 and we're starting the third day.
I thought it wasn't it 565 hours we have to beat?
Is it?
Yeah. What was that? Dave said he was going to go to his other house. Wasn't it 500?
Oh, is it 565 hours? Wow.
Yeah, something like that.
So it was 5 something. Okay, because we all don't wear Depends after all. I'm going to go to the ladies' room. See y'all.
I did find my candy thermometer. Dave found it.
Oh, you like screenshots?
Oh, wait, I'm going to try to get a screenshot.
Get a screenshot. These are good ones.
Oh, dang it.
Right, Pia Pia. We're trying to break the world's record.
Let's do this thing again. Come on. Scooter Biden, you need to come back and let me get a good screenshot.
We'll give you a big hug.
That's right. Tracy Kloss, it was a lot. It was, I can't remember, but yeah, it was a lot. But you know how when you have your contract and you get a little bit of a discount once in a while for turning in your other one, stuff like that. More than I wanted to pay, but I did.
I'm so disappointed in my phone.
I thought you liked it a lot.
It's something wrong with this. I do love it if it worked right, but like when my volume's turned all the way up, I can barely hear y'all. And then
are you serious?
people are saying that when I'm talking to people, they're saying it's cutting out. So they told us that we might just need a new SIM card, and they're waiting on one to come in. I hope that fixes it.
Yeah. Where'd Moo go?
Moo went to the bathroom.
Oh. Wow. I mean, I thought yours was working really well.
I thought it was too, but people are saying it's cutting out, and now this sound, and I don't get my. Sometimes when I want to send a message, I type the message and I press the arrow and it won't send.
I wonder.
Just a lot of little things.
Could it be your signal?
No, I got good signal. I think it's just maybe the lady said it could be because the SIM card's old, and it is old. So she's ordering some new ones.
Dreaming, you do sound real good now, though.
I'm not cutting out.
You sound really good.
Okay, good.
Uh-oh, the boss is back.
Come on, boss. I know that cough. Scooter.
That's not the real person.
What, oh, is this the person who may have gotten hacked?
No, this Mary Ann gal.
And I'm getting Elizabeth Townsend. That one's not the real one.
Yeah, that's
Thank
the
you,
one.
Lisa.
Does the Elizabeth Town, does that person have a green name?
Yes, but
it's too big, the thing on there.
Yeah.
Because I'd seen a member that name in green. So I just wondered if the imposter was green or not.
No. This imposter's Mary Ann.
What? No, the other one, Carolyn. There's another one. I know Elizabeth Townsend right there is real. There's another one. A fake one.
That said, apologize.
Yeah, I got
Carolyn.
the message. I saved it. It's not them. I mean, there's the real one. It's not the real one. Yeah, there's a real one in here and a wrong one. There's two. Yeah, there's two. You'll look right there in the chat. There's two different ones.
And there's two Mary Anns.
Yeah, but that other one has a bigger symbol, doesn't she?
No, I can't. My eyes are getting a little blurry. At 12-step woman. I know that wasn't any fun. Now,
what they said. Oh.
I didn't take benzoin, but I was on a lot of other medicine. But God bless you if you made it through that. Oh, she said the troll's name was Mommy Ramblings. Apologize.
Yeah, because I have a screenshot. I'll show you right now.
Good.
I have it.
Okay, you guys, I'm going to bed now.
Okay, Davida. You
Love
can't
you,
do.
Davida.
Love you guys.
Have a good sleep, and a good day at work.
Thank you.
Sleep
Bye.
tight.
Bye, everybody. Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Love
Bye.
you. Oh, Sam got a new puppy.
I don't think you can see that.
Hi, Lisa D. Not Sharon.
Where's Lisa D?
She said she'll take over for Scooter. They're not Sharon.
Good night, Sharon. Good night, Sharon. Love ya. Hi, Lisa.
Hi,
Lisa
Screen
D.
shooting.
I figured I would come on and take over for you now, Scooter.
Why? I'm getting kicked off. I mean, I'm glad you're here.
I thought you just said I'm going to go.
No.
What the hell was that about?
I didn't say that.
I swear to God, I just thought I heard you say, I have to go now, guys.
I did too, but it
I
wasn't
swear,
her.
I'm not making it up. I'm not kidding.
No, it wasn't me. Maybe it was.
It was
Davida.
Davida. It sounded
Yeah,
like her, but it was Davida.
I think it was Davida.
Oh, look at that beautiful baby. Oh,
Yeah.
look at you.
That's a little rocket
Oh,
spark.
so it was Davida.
Oh,
Yeah,
you've had
it
her
was
2
Davida.
years, Sam.
Yeah,
Boy,
Davida.
I thought it sounded just like you. It
Yeah,
doesn't-
she was using Scooter's tired voice.
Oh, I thought maybe she had a voice simulator.
Oh, yeah, it could have been that too.
Totally kidding. I'm trying. I've been up for a little while. I'm trying to come up with a different way to make a triangular box to make it easier for everyone. So
that box was looking cool.
It was cool, but it was too hard for people, and I have to make sure it's, you know what I mean? Like I wasn't a good teacher. I was very upset over the way it worked out. I didn't feel like I was really, teaching people.
Oh, I think you handle it very well.
Plus, I want to be able to make it so that like everybody could just easily make it and feel really good about it.
Well, at least we can feel good about ourselves while we're failing.
But I wanted to tell you guys a story about Ativan. Oh, look at that baby. Oh,
That's Scooter's baby, but she's too busy. She won't look.
No, I'm no.
I wanted to tell you guys a story about Ativan.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it.
All right. So, and then I'm gonna try to figure out how to do this better for people. But anyway, I can't see the chat right now. Okay, I can't because I have an origami video sitting here. So I'm not gonna look at the chat for a minute. Okay, I don't want anybody to feel bad if I'm not saying anything to them. But
I'm
my
just
son,
laughing
when my son was
says,
what?
Am I blocked?
What'd you say?
Carolyn's in the chat. Mommy Ramblings blog. She goes, Am I blocked?
Oh,
we blocked her from her own channel.
I know, it's so funny, isn't it? So funny. All right. So does anybody want to hear this story? It's
Yeah,
really
I do.
amazing.
I'd love to.
And it's crazy. So, but when my son was getting treated, he was on Ativan for all different things. He was on everything you could think of. He was unconscious, asleep for a month post-transplant. I just want you guys to understand the depth of what he went through. Okay.
Oh my God.
Yes.
I would show you pictures of him when he went through this and pictures of him when he got his transplant, but I don't have permission to do it from him, for him. But one day I will.
Okay.
Because he looked like he was about 95 years old.
Really?
He was because you know what happened? Like, he had such a aggressive cancer that we had to go for the most aggressive treatment. And we had to get it right the first time. The first part of his treatment was a protocol. So that was pretty easy to do. Not pretty easy. It was pretty easy to know what to do because the protocol was already written out. And we knew that he had to go through this protocol for 4 or 5 months. And he did that. And that was bad enough. I mean, he was on, I forget how many, at least 3 chemos, maybe, I think 4 really. He was on 4 chemos. And because his cancer mutated into this more aggressive form right at the beginning. When he was diagnosed, it was already mutated into this more virulent form. So what I'm trying to say is the beginning of his treatment was written out for us as a recipe, right? So you know what you're doing. The second half, they told us right away he would need a transplant because of this mutation in the cancer. The cancer is always changing. Cancer mutates. That's what it does. It mutates to survive in the host. But his mutated really, really quickly because he had only had the cancer a short time. They told us that if he would have been tested a month before, he would have not even had it. It came on very, very fast.
Oh, wow.
I don't even know why I'm telling you all this because the story is about Ativan. But anyway, I don't know why I'm telling you, but I guess I will. So he went through that and then grateful that he made it through that
How old
because
was he? Excuse me.
18.
18.
And through that process, we almost lost him from an infection after the first round. So we were right at the very beginning of this, just learning to adjust to it. And then he gets through the first round, which was absolutely brutal. And then he gets this infection while he's neutropenic, which means he has no white blood cells. Because when you have a cancer of the blood or the bone marrow, you have to kill your own bone marrow.
Oh, that's right.
So each round of chemo kills the white blood cells, the bone marrow, the ability to make it. And so you become neutropenic, which means you have no white blood cells. And then gradually those white blood cells regenerate and come back. Then you get the next round and it kills more white blood cells. They come back. The next round kills all the white blood. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a process. So for about post first round, he was neutropenic probably for about 3 weeks. So he had to be like in a bubble.
Yep.
Basically.
Oh, wow.
So in the beginning, he got an infection after the first round while he had no white blood cells. So he had no ability to fight anything. So he got an infection that quickly put him in big trouble really fast. And by the grace of God, he survived that. Then we went to round 2, round 3, and we got through, I think there were 3 or 4 rounds for the first half of the treatment. The second half was going to have to be a bone marrow transplant. And believe it or not, they actually tell you, go shop around for hospitals that do bone marrow transplants. Decide which one you you want to go to, basically.
Oh my.
Go search. Now, we already knew he was going to need, let me back up again. So we went on a search of hospitals that had the best success rate for that particular cancer and for transplants.
Who did you meet with at these hospitals to get this information?
Well, we got in touch with, the hospital helped us get in touch with the heads of the pediatric bone marrow transplant programs.
Oh, I see.
The way where he was at first was at Stony Brook University Medical Center Children's Hospital. They did the first half of his treatment and saved his life the first time. So if you can imagine, I'm still very attached to those people that are there that did this for him. Even now.
Thank you, Tracy.
That's why I went back to volunteer there at pediatric, at Children's Hospital. But anyway, I'm digressing. So anyway, we decide we're going to look locally first because we decided right at the outset we would travel anywhere to go to find the best outcome because we knew that it had to be the right way. It had to be right the first time. We might not get a second chance. So we looked at 2 hospitals and interviewed them, talked to them, saw the facility he would be in because when you're in there, you have to be in there for a long time. And we wanted the facility itself to be able to manage a person with no immune system. And believe it or not, there's a big variation in all these things. So we looked at 2 hospitals. Start with Gary went alone and FaceTimed me at the hospitals to be in on the interviewing process because I had to be with him, with my son.
I see.
Because I promised him he would never be alone, not even for a minute. So he did that. And he ended up at Sloan Kettering in New York City, where they had the best outcomes for people like Gary. There was really no comparison between them and anybody else, to be honest, in what they do, their success rate.
Wow.
The whole thing. They were wonderful, but not just that. They had the best outcome. That's all we really cared about was like, what's going to give him the best chance.
Mm-hmm.
At this hospital, they recommended adding radiation to his treatment because of the, it's called the FLT3 gene. So that's the high risk gene that it mutated into. So other hospitals didn't necessarily add that as part of their protocols pre-transplant, because pre-transplant you go through a whole nother round of chemo and radiation to finish off every single cell of cancer in the bone marrow and to get rid of the bone marrow. See, you can't even have one cell left. It has to be such a strong operation, such a strong mop up of all these cancer cells that you can't even have one left. So he had full body radiation and a whole nother round of absolutely torturous chemo. We didn't think it could get worse in the first, but this was really the equivalent of bringing somebody the closest you can to death.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not exaggerating. So I'm telling you this because part of that process is in order to endure this, you need medications, not only to keep you alive, but to help the body manage all the effects of what the person goes through. So throughout the process of all this, the amount of misery, pain, and suffering has to be modulated. So they gave him Ativan as part of his management of all these symptoms. Now, it wasn't the only thing he got. He got morphine. He got, there was so many drugs, I don't even remember, but he got a lot of things. And then he got full body radiation. He got the chemo, and then he was ready for the transplant. Wow. By the time he was ready for the transplant, he was so weak they killed like every cell of his own bone marrow, and also they killed anything that was in the spinal fluid because it goes there. So he was getting spinal taps with infused chemo in the spine.
Oh,
That was part of the whole
Oh
thing.
my gosh.
Yeah, because they always have to do that. So you're getting like all this systemic stuff, and then you're getting intrathecal, was what they call it, into the spine to kill anything that can go to the brain and the spinal cord. So that's why when people say leukemia is the best kind of cancer to get, it's the easy cancer. Don't ever believe that, because there is none. And because people consider what he had, the AML, more lethal than ALL. When people say that their kids have ALL, some people feel relieved because AML is considered the most deadly of leukemias. But to be honest, along the way of this whole process between two hospitals, I saw so many kids die.
Oh.
And a lot of them died, many of them died from ALL. So they're really, when people say there's an easy cancer in the leukemia world,
Mm-hmm.
you should never believe it, because cancer is the devil.
Sure
And it
is.
mutates.
When
And
my
see, what
mom
happens is
got,
these chemos.
when
What?
my mom got non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, they told her then, if you have to get cancer, that's, the best one to get.
Right. They always
Well,
say, but on the other hand, I saw a couple of people die from non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So there's no
Right.
rule. There's no rule.
Mm-mm.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but I'm just saying
No.
that the
Yeah.
reality of the cancer world is there really is no good cancer at all. There isn't any.
Mm-mm.
There isn't any. My son became close to many young adults his age when he was getting treated that had the same thing he had, and they're all gone.
Oh, he's the only one that survived. Your son?
Out of his group of his contemporaries.
Oh.
Yeah.
wow, that's brutal.
How old was he, love?
What he was 18, and I mean, I'm not trying to be dramatic, but I just want people to understand, like, childhood cancer world is horrific. And the funding for children's cancers, federal funding, is 4%. The rest of the funding goes to adult cancers because the incidence, it goes by incidence. Although I think maybe the 4% might have been slightly increased since our time, but it's very low in any case. And most funding, or a lot of funding, comes from private foundations that donate
What about
money.
insurance? You mean like if
I'm
you
not
have
talking
private
about insurance. I'm talking about like research.
Oh, research?
Research.
4%?
Federal funding for childhood cancer research.
Oh.
Because
that's a low
it doesn't go
percentage.
by years of life lost. It goes by incidence of cancer.
That's what happened to a friend of mine, because she had, one of these underfunded cancers that I forget what the percentage was, but I guess they call it like an orphan. I don't know.
Right.
They're underfunded because not enough people get them. Can you imagine?
Right.
Not enough people? And you become, then your son becomes a statistic of, oh, well, he's only in that small percent.
Right.
As if the people, because there are fewer of them, matter less. It's just brutal.
Lisa,
can you guys share the whole group so I could see everybody's face?
I want to tell you what Pia Peel said, okay, Lisa?
Yeah, I was going to read that.
It says,
why isn't it showing everybody? I have it on, it won't do it for me for some reason. It never does on the tablet.
It says that Pia Peel says, we were told a very small margins make it through leukemia. Abby was 20 when she was diagnosed with cancer. This was back in the 1977s. and they were told a very small margin make it through
Yeah.
leukemia.
People, the statistic that people, it's out in the public is 80% cure rate.
Really?
But that's not what I saw.
No.
But maybe we were seeing the sickest kids at the time. I don't know. Maybe that's why the sample was made up of children that were very, very sick. I don't know, but I'm just being honest.
Do they now put it down to complications of leukemia?
The kids that I saw that died relapsed, which is a word I don't even like to say.
How old's your son now?
I know.
We're very, very superstitious in my house.
Oh, no, I understand that. Wow.
Yeah. But so he went through the transplant, and then I didn't really understand this because, see, they give you like this book to read about what the transplant's going to be like. And I only read a little bit of it. And it was the only time in my life where I read what I needed to read, but didn't go on the internet and read anything else, because I only read what they gave me as a parent, because I knew that there was a lot out there that was going to be so much more horrific. And I needed to focus on only the medical information that I was given to read, just to keep myself in that world and not be like, I'm going to research everything that people say about it and people's stories. And I was living it, so I didn't want to do that. But I really wasn't prepared for what he would go through after the transplant. I never realized how bad it was going to be. Because
Dreaming American Girl has another one to read to Lisa.
Oh, I see it. I came on. Thank you so much. He's my hero, my son.
And Pia Peel does too.
And fake Genevieve said something about me being like this helicopter mom, because
no wonder.
I shared some stuff about my son, and it's so insulting to me, because
that is very insulting.
I've really, really worked hard to not be, because you can be, everything is a process. We're out of this, like, I don't know, 8 years now. And the further you get from it, certain things get easier, certain things get a little bit harder, but I've made a real effort to let him live a life without restriction by me because of what he went through. But on the other hand, on the other hand, he is also very, very understanding and tolerant of me. So we kind of work together to make sure that he can give me some security about things in his life that I need, and that on the flip side of it, I can give him the freedom that he needs. And I really feel insulted by the fact that she said that, because it's something I work so hard to not be, and I think I'm good at it.
It's what she doesn't have and will never have.
Like that's one thing I know I'm not, because I've worked hard to not be.
Yeah, people say such flip stuff.
Yeah, she picked up on like the one thing that I never want to be, and like that I've worked hard to not be. And I shouldn't have shared things about things that were going on at the time, things that are, I trusted her.
Yeah.
And there were things going on, and there were things that I was having a hard time with, and I shared that with her. But
thank you for sharing that with us too.
Yes.
But
thank you, Lisa.
She wanted me to read this to you. Pia Peels did. She said, "This Abby was such a bright light. She was so funny and beautiful and kind-hearted, and she touched many lives. Her loss was hard on many. I guess she died after 12 months. She said, But back then, just that many years ago, things have changed a lot.
They have, and thank God they have, because I wouldn't have him. I mean, these people, I can't even tell you how unbelievable these people are. They are so devoted to my son, even now. If I texted his oncologist now, she would be back, like, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. She would get back to me in an hour, maybe half an hour.
Yep.
They are always there for us. He's got his oncologist, and he's got a long-term survivor, a long-term follow-up doctor that both follow, that are both there for us. And like, it's unbelievable. They never make you, and listen, I don't get in touch with them a lot, only if there's some sort of a crisis that comes up. But they are always, always, always there. And like, how do you put a price on that? You can't put a price on it. It's crazy. Like, I sent her a message for Christmas, like, thank you for being you. We love you so much. And she was like, well, I don't know what I did to deserve that. This long-term follow-up doctor. I don't know what I did to deserve that. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Oh, I thought you meant you were saying that about fake Jen.
No, I'm talking about the doctor who does the long-term follow-up with him. I'm like,
how old is your son now?
She's always there for him. She's probably about my age. Well, she's probably a little bit younger.
No, I mean your son. How old is he now?
Oh, he's 26.
Oh, 6 years. And he's
So your son's
doing
26 now.
Right.
My daughter's 27 and she's got type 1 diabetes, and you couldn't count on your fingers and toes how many times that she's nearly died. And well, I found her unconscious, and they've had to maintain life.
It's just the worst feeling when that happens.
That's right. And at this age now, at her being 28 this year, I will still ring in to see if she's alive.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't care. Like,
it's the worst feeling in the world.
Sorry?
It's the worst feeling in the world, because when that happens, like I was, what I wanted to tell, and I don't even know why I went into so much detail, but what I wanted to say is, right after his he was in the hospital for 2 months after the transplant. 1 month of that, he was chronically asleep. He couldn't even be awake. He didn't eat, he didn't do anything. And they just told me, let him just be like that. And they maintained his life while he was asleep, basically, nutritionally and everything. And Gail, I don't want to cut you off, but this is going to apply to what you're saying.
That's fine.
This is going to apply to what you're saying. My point was, he was on Ativan throughout his whole treatment. Not really the highest doses either, because he was on so many other drugs too, but there were times where he needed Ativan for various reasons. After his transplant, as he started coming back to life, basically, they weaned him off everything. They don't let kids leave addicts because their bodies are addicted to drugs when they're treated. They all are. Morphine, Ativan, you name it, they're addicted to it. So what they have to do is, before they release them, they have to get their bodies off of all these drugs without any effects to them, right? So they did that while he was improving. As he was improving, they weaned him off these drugs very, very slowly. And by the time we got out, he was still very, very weak. But we were able to live at the Ronald McDonald House right down the block. You know where that is, right, Moo?
Oh yeah, I remember.
Right down the street, practically. So he went there to recover. Nowhere near really fully recovered. We would go back to the hospital almost every day for different things, to be checked, IV infusions of different things that he needed to prevent illness, different, pneumonias, this and that. But anyway, right after that, it was my birthday. This was in April. His transplant was in February, right? Right after, no, I'm sorry, March. No, was it March? No, February. I get so confused by dates. So we go to the Ronald, and we're living there now, basically. We're living there. And he is like twitching. He would just jump and he'd be like, Mom, I can't control this weird twitch that's going on. And it would make his whole body move. And it was involuntary movements. And he really felt awful still. I mean, he was very weak, difficulty even walking at that point. Like he was just very weak. So anyway, we had gone to the hospital. We had a normal appointment in the morning, and I told them, and he kept saying to them, I just don't feel right. I don't know what's wrong, but I don't feel right. And I have these weird like jerks. And they did a full workup on him, head to toe. And they said, we don't know what it is. Go home and go to bed. Going
Oh,
the wrong.
gosh.
Just go home and just put yourself in the bed and don't do anything. And he's like, well, I can't do anything anyway. That's what I'm doing anyway. So we go back home. It's about maybe 11 o'clock. No, we go back home. Yeah. And he goes to bed, and he's in bed all day, and he's still having it happen, but he's, just really basically doing nothing. But that night he gets on the phone, and I'm watching him like a hawk. Like I'm with him every second because I know something is wrong. We don't know what it is, but he's something wrong. And, that night it's my birthday, and he's on the phone with his girlfriend whose birthday was the same day as me, same day as birthday. And he's talking to her and everything. And I had just gotten off the phone with my mom, and she said, how is he doing? And I said, oh, he's doing great. His counts are great. But I didn't really mention the other stuff because whatever. So anyway, he gets up to hang up the phone. He stands up, and he immediately falls back onto the bed and starts having a seizure. He's unconscious immediately, and he is seizing. Now, my daughter has epilepsy, so I've been through this before. It was one of the worst seizures I ever saw in my life. He wasn't breathing. He was blue. He was having a seizure. The whole bed was shaking. I mean, I thought he was gonna die. I thought that was it.
Gosh.
I thought, again, here we go, like another time, thank God for the people at the Ronald, because I called them and told them what was happening. And I'm telling you, within 1 minute, they were in my room and they were there.
Wow.
And I told them, you saved my soul, because I had been through seizures with my daughter alone. The first one she had, I was alone, and it was a huge seizure, and it was out of the blue, and I was absolutely horrified and terrified. I thought she was going to die too. So I don't like being alone when this happens. It's not a good feeling.
You always are.
I always am alone. It would always happen when I was alone, or my husband was alone. I swear to God, it was crazy, even with her. So anyway, we took him to the hospital, and he was admitted to the hospital across the street, because at the time, Sloan Kettering didn't have a pediatric ICU. So they put him in the hospital across the street. So anyway, they determined that it was withdrawal. So
I was about to say, that sounds mighty familiar.
which they had already, they couldn't believe it, because they were so careful he had no cravings for drugs or anything. We had no indication that it had anything to do with Ativan. And you know what, to be honest, with a seizure of that magnitude, knowing what I know about seizures, I didn't even believe them. I thought he has like a brain tumor now. And they did scans. They didn't find anything, because they did that, of course. And like, it was all Ativan.
Yeah, exactly.
Whoa.
And that's one of the, doctors will advise people to taper off. They'll say, well,
and they did taper off.
No,
they were
I'm talking about regular folks, not in a place like that where they're trying to do the best they can. And they'll say, well, just cut it in half, take less. And by this Friday, you should have cut it in half. And by the following Friday, you should be off. Well, that's a little fast.
You guys are so nice. So nice. Some of the messages. It's interesting. I feel very emotional about talking about it now.
Well, a lot of people.
I didn't feel any emotions for 5 years.
Yeah.
I was protected by a numbness in my emotions until only recently. I couldn't afford to be, because.
Was it after you heard this about Jay Bell saying this? Is that what? Do you think because of what Jay Bell said,
No.
it's bringing this out?
Well,
Triggered?
I think it bothers me a lot because of everything I've been through, but I'm talking about like the emotion attached to him, to my son, and what happened to him. I had no emotion about it. Well, of course, in the beginning, you're in the shock and awe stage.
Fight or
But
flight.
after that, and I even still now, like, you get into this mode where you always have to be vigilant, and still live a happy life, because you can't ruin what you achieved. You achieved life, and you have to enjoy it. It would be sacrilegious to bring him this far and not be happy. So it's been so joyous, but also around this whole thing, there was a protective bubble of this really weird numbing feeling, like there wasn't any. I couldn't afford to let myself. Now that it's been so long, my emotions are coming back, which is healthy.
Oh, that's
But
good.
it's hard because the emotion, like I cry like over everything now. I didn't cry for 5 years, but it's good because the life comes back to you like as a regular person. So I like when I feel the emotion. I like it better because it's not I feel like it's a different phase of my life now, which is more normal. It's okay to feel sorrow now and joy, and mourning for all the kids that aren't here. And, it's just so traumatic that I think you almost have to turn off your emotions to survive that. You really do. You have to turn it off. But when this happened, he was on seizure medicines. I think it had to be at least 3 years. At least they kept him on it for that long.
You mean after the withdrawal and stuff?
Yep. He was on Keppra for, I think, over 3 years. They said, we're not going to take him off it for a long time because they had to tamp down because the brain had already done that once.
Yeah, that's one of the things. A lot of people, when that person was saying earlier, I would never let a doctor do that to me. Well, guess what? When you're having seizures and they give you anticonvulsants, you take them.
Yep. My daughter's on them for life. My daughter is on them for life.
Yeah, well, people are so flip about this stuff.
And when he got off the Ativan, they gave us rescue meds just in case. But it was scary for me. Never told him that because you have to let your kid live life. But it was a little scary because, I have already one kid that has seizures, and, maybe his threshold was lower because, maybe his brain, maybe somebody else might not have had a seizure. But, they told us that my daughter doesn't have, it's not anything genetic that she has it, but, who knows, that there could have been some predisposition that he had that maybe his threshold for seizures was much lower than anybody else. But I'm telling you, I shouldn't say I've never seen a seizure like that before. But what I'm saying to you is, in the absence of epilepsy, having somebody that has epilepsy, it was the most unbelievable. And I kept telling the doctors, this was no small event. He went the whole 9 yards. It was not a joke. What happened?
Well, yeah, it's
no
really
joke.
hard. It's really hard that doctors aren't as knowledgeable about pharmacology as they should be.
Well, it was interesting because on Gary's team, we had we had the whole team, the whole medical team, but we had a personal nutritionist and a personal pharmacist. Each patient has a pharmacist assigned to them, and they're part of the team. And they were so meticulous about getting him off.
But they were
safely.
great.
They could not believe that this happened to him. They just couldn't believe it.
But they still did it the right way.
They did, but it still happened.
Totally
so that's my point. Like, you need to be so careful about these drugs
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to do it as a service to everyone to say, look, he was withdrawn medically with support.
Exactly.
The way he should have been handled. This was not anything like they neglected to get him off or anything like that. But it happened anyway.
Well, they gave Shanna, when she found out she had cancer, they gave her some Ativan.
Mm-hmm.
I hope she didn't.
Well, I don't think, listen, I don't think they shouldn't have given it to him. He needed it. And you know what? Not for anything. He medically needed it, not psychologically needed it. His body needed it.
Yeah, but
it served a purpose. I don't feel bad that he was on it. I think
well,
he needed. But
yeah,
I'm just saying you have to be so careful.
Yeah,
so careful with this drug.
The mistake is that so many doctors have taken it further and they say, well, don't worry, you'll be on these for life. And you just keep taking them, you know, and they don't understand that you're not, if you read about this class of drugs and actually the drug laws are cracking down on it, but if you read about the class of drug, there are huge warnings saying do not
exactly, and you should take them very seriously because
and
this is no joke to take these like
Good night, guys. I might lay and listen for a little bit, but I'm gonna go. Okay.
Okay. Good night, sweetheart.
Good night, Scooter.
Love you. Did you leave it where there's any that I have any control to let people on or no?
Oh wait, yeah, we can't. Okay, I can.
I am here. I'll put you on. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm here. I'm just getting a foot bath. Hold on.
Okay. So
well,
anyway,
I'm glad you're nice and comfy.
You know, I wanted everybody to be aware of that.
Thank you for that very much. Because I'm going to remember.
I shared a lot about my life, but you know, it really, like as the time is going on, like it was really, really bothering me that she said that I was a helicopter mom. Like that's because that's something I never
say
wanted
bad
to
words
be.
about her.
And
she knew just what would hurt you.
The word cancer, when you hear the word cancer and your kid, you can't keep from being a helicopter mom. You try not to let them know how you feel.
Well, in the beginning, also, you know, it's weird because like, how do you, and this is what I do all the time, like I'm always balancing what he needs because he still needs me.
Yeah.
With giving him a full and healthy and productive life as a man, you know, and I think we both do a pretty good job because like he respects like I'll give you an example. He goes for his checkup every year with long term. Now Carolyn's talked about this too. He always lets me go with him because he knows I don't go in the room with him. It's so cute. I'll tell you what happens. He goes in by himself, right? And then he'll say to the doctor, actually she's a nurse practitioner, I think, that really sees him there. My mom really needs to feel like she's, you know, part of it. Could she come in now and talk to you a little bit too? And then he'll let me come in after he's already seen her and had like his exam and everything, just to make me feel better. Because you see, in the process of all this, I think we've done a good job of respecting each other's needs, you know, because he understands that I need that. I don't think that's being a helicopter mom.
No.
I just feel like I need to hear from her what's going on, or, you know, and I think it makes him feel more secure, you know, because I managed his care. You know,
the battle was shared together.
Pia, a helicopter mom is somebody that, you know, like a helicopter hovers, that you hover over your kid all the time.
I don't do that at all. I don't do that at all. The only thing I do is I like to know where he is and what he's up to. If he gets sick, I tell him, like he had moved out for a while. And I told him, like, if you get sick, I don't want you to just, if you have time, if things are not like horrible, I want you to come home and go to the doctor that you go to here because he's vigilant. I don't want you going into like a walk-in or anything like that. You'll come home because it was close enough. If you can, you'll come home and go there because, or you know what I mean? Because he's in on the team. He's vigilant and he's part of his team and he knows him. So like
Yes, management plan.
Right. And I told him like, we can't deviate from that. We have to you don't trust. Now, I'm not saying he's never gone to a walk-in. Look, the walk-in doctor saved my son's life because when he got sick, his doctor wasn't in and we had to go to a walk-in and the doctor there was incredible. She had a feeling that something was really wrong. And if she didn't have that feeling and didn't draw blood that day and didn't like, instead of saying like, oh, this kid, like he'll be fine, you know, he wouldn't be here because we did not have that amount of time. So I'm not saying anything against walk-in clinics or anything, but my point, and I even said to him, if you have to go somewhere locally for something really small, that's fine. But if anything comes up that's a little off, and it did happen while he was living away, something did come up. He said, you know, I want you to come home and go to your doctor here. And he actually did go to a walk-in because he felt really bad. He felt really sick and he didn't feel like he could come all the way home. So first he went there, then he came home and he went here. So it's a team effort, it really is. But I think we do a really good job of that. And like, you know, there are a few things that come up in life where you need to like be a little bit more involved with your kid, which is what happened, what she's referring to. But I think I do a good job at not doing that. And she really hurt my feelings a lot by saying that. That really was something that got to me.
Yeah,
it really did. And I didn't realize it did until like last night.
For a long time, my daughter would ask me to go with her because she didn't remember any of the time before, and the doctors would hound her and hound her.
Like,
and she would say, I don't know. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I don't remember that time of my life. You're going to have to ask my mum.
Yeah, it's true. He even said that to me a few times because he was so out of it. Like, I remember every detail. And he'll say to me, I don't even know what I don't even remember. It was so, and the further we get away from that time, the less he remembers because he was drugged he was so, not even the times that he was drugged. He was miserable and out of it. So like, he'll say that to me all the time. Like, you're the one that knows. Half the questions they ask, I don't even know.
No.
You know, if it's not, well, I shouldn't say that. If it's a doctor that doesn't really know him, they don't know.
Yeah. Every time they see someone different.
Right, but he doesn't remember. I mean,
no.
He has no idea. So you have to be an advocate in that situation, right? Like, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
I was there for every second of it. So of course I remember things that he doesn't remember. He doesn't even remember the seizure. He barely remembers even being in the hospital. He was still so out of it then. It took him so long to recover. I would say he wasn't really feeling like himself for like like maybe a year to 2 years, like fully really. And even then, there's certain things are really never the same. But it's such a long process to come back to life when that's happened to you. It really is a rebirth, and the rebirth it's a beautiful thing to see, though.
Yeah.
When it starts to happen, it's a beautiful thing to see. But
I'm so glad that you can feel emotions again. That's a huge thing.
Yeah,
it's wonderful.
Yeah, like I'm happy to feel emotions again.
Yeah, I don't think people realize how terrible life is when you're aware that you don't have any.
Right.
That you used to feel things, but now you feel nothing. Nothing.
But I had to, because
oh yeah, no,
I had to be like that. I think my body and my brain made me like that for a reason.
So cool when you come back to life, though. You know, when you're able to feel joy again after you haven't been able to for you know.
Well, the joy came with every step that he took back. There was like euphoria. for every single thing that happened that brought him back. When he started getting like his coloring back to his face, when he got started getting some of his hair, like the peach fuzz on his head, he actually
It's a
had
little
to
bit more
regrow.
skin on their faces.
Yeah, he had to regrow nails. His nails popped off. He lost all his fingernails. I'm talking about like a real rebirth of a human being. I mean, how do you not feel joy at that? And his donor, she's like an angel.
Did you know the donor?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
You get to meet the donor.
Oh.
You get to meet the donor if the donor wants to meet you after 1 year.
Oh, that's so nice.
If it's European donation, I think it takes 2 years to be able to meet the person. But on the very day, a year later, they asked the Be the Match. I think it was Be the Match got in touch with her and asked her if she wanted to get in touch with us. And she said yes on that exact date. And on the exact date a year later, we Skyped with her for the first time and saw her face and saw what she looked like. She had written him a letter, like to give him during the transplant that she wanted him to have, but she wasn't allowed to put anything identifying about herself. But she wrote, I wish you really, really good luck with this, and I'm thinking about you. And so he had that letter
that's so nice.
to read and to see and to understand that she was. And it was kind of neat because what they did was they gave us a sketch. She got is anybody really interested in this story anymore? Am I going on?
Yeah, I am.
I'm
interested.
They gave us the week that he got to Sloan Kettering, they gave us like a schedule of what was going to happen every single day, the 7 days leading up to the transplant. So we knew like what chemos he was going to get and what his schedule of radiation was. And then at the same time, they gave us her schedule, what she was doing every single day leading up to the transplant, because she had to get medications to boost up her stem cells in her blood system. So she was in the hospital getting drugs to do that.
Yes, Peter.
And so they showed us like Monday, he's doing this. Monday, she's doing this. Tuesday, he's doing this. She's doing this. Wednesday, this is what he's doing. Wednesday, this is what she's doing. So we were able to actually see what she was going through to help him every single day leading up to the transplant. So I could show him, look, this is what she's doing for you today. She's getting the medication. And then like the day they took her stem cells, they're like, Gary, they're taking her stem cells today. Look, you're doing this, but look what she's doing. You know what I mean?
Great.
So it was so cool that they did that we got to see like exactly what she was up to help him. And he got to see that in a concrete way. You know what I mean? So
and she just
really
volunteered.
Cool.
She volunteered.
She became a donor through Be the Match. She sent in her sample, I think like 4 or 5 years, I think, before this. And she got the phone call. And he had a lot of donors. He had a lot of potential donors. When they first told us, it was interesting. He was in the ICU with that infection, really, really sick at the time. And we were waiting for his white blood cells to be able to come back so he could fight, because he couldn't fight the infection. So it was a really like a Debbie Downer time for us. And during that time, they were doing the search for donors at the same time while he was going through that. And I'll never forget it. Like the doctor came up to me and she said, I have really good news. And this doctor, oh my God, I love her so much. She's such an angel. Even now, I get to see her when I go to work at the hospital. And all she does is come over to me and give me hugs. She's the cutest thing, and she's the nicest person. She goes like this to me. I have such good news. And I'm like, what? She goes, Gary, they did his search for donors and there's over 1,600 potential donors out there for him.
Wow.
He had such an HLA typing that wasn't rare. And that many people popped up as potential donors. And we were in the middle of the hallway in the ICU. He was in his room. And at a moment that was like one of my worst moments, she was able to tell me that. And we were literally jumping up and down in the hallway. Like, oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
Like if we could get him through this. And she kept telling me, we're going to get him through this. Don't, it's bad, but we're going to get him through it. It's bad, but and then we were like jumping up and down like two little kids in the hallway at the ICU.
Oh.
And she said, now you could start, and we could tell him that. And now he could start to realize like, this is going forward. Like you have so many potential donors out there. And then they Sloan Kettering narrowed it down to 3 of the top best matches, because you have to match, like if you ever had mono, that's a big one. You have to have a donor that had mono. If you didn't have mono, you have to have a donor that never had mono. It has to be, see, it's not just HLA typing. It's also like whatever viruses that donor has already had and built up immunity to, like that has to match. They just, every minutia of everything. And then the doctor told us, like later on when we got to Sloan, because then they picked up the ball. They were like, well, we have 3 girls for Gary. And we just have to figure out which girl is going to be the one. And then they told us like a few days later, we narrowed it down to just 1, and she's the one. And it was like the most incredible feeling you could ever imagine in your whole life. It's just like unbelievable.
Amazing.
Coming back to life, like it was just amazing. And like she didn't even know what was happening to him at the time. Like she had no idea that she was like the one. And like she was going to be it, and like she did it. So it was beautiful.
It's amazing.
It was beautiful. So
Well, these are good.
anyway.
These are the good things to hear about medicine.
Absolutely. And there were so many others. I mean, there was so many other good things. Like people are so good. But it's hard because like at the same time, like you're going through some of these joys, but then like you're seeing so many other people not make it. And it's very hard. You have to have no emotion, I think, to survive that. Like you can't, if you had to have this feeling, like, and of course I did, there were times when I did, like I was a mess, but I'm saying overall,
No, you have to shut it off just to be able to walk through the day every single
and even
day.
now, like I'll say to donor girl, every time I talk to her, I'm like, thank you so much. And then I'm like, oh my God, I can't even come up with a word that's the right word. Like, how do you thank somebody for that? I never have the words. I never do. And she just takes it so lightly. She's so cute.
Aww.
So cute. One day I'll give her permission to show you who she is. She'll give it.
So cool.
She's a pediatric nurse.
Oh.
And she worked in oncology
really
for a long time,
now, right?
decided that she was gonna do this, and she was living. It was so funny. We had a donor pool. Everybody was guessing like where was she from, what was she, what was she like, and what did she do for, like we had this whole pool going on and see who could be the closest to, like figuring out who, like what she was, her identity would be like, and
how old and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, like we thought that she lived. It was funny. The day of the transplant, they were flying it into JFK, the sample. So they were like, it's not here yet. The plane didn't get in, it's not in, it didn't come to JFK yet. And we're thinking, well, they had to fly it in. So she can't be from New York. She can't be from like New Jersey or Pennsylvania or something like that. She has to be from somewhere that they had to fly it instead of driving it. So then we were all speculating, like, then she had written his letter and she wrote y'all. So we were like, okay, so she's from the South. You know, what state would she be from? She was from the South, and
Oh,
she
that's
turned
so
out to
sweet.
be living in I always get mixed up if it's Oregon or Washington State. I think it was Oregon she was living in. So she was the furthest away she could be, like
Oh my.
in the States, you know. And we're thinking, oh, she's maybe from Texas or Florida or, you know, someplace, you know, not that far. But she was at the time a traveling nurse. So she would get an assignment to work in a place for a couple months, work there, and then get another assignment, go to another state, work in another state. She wanted to work, see what it was like to be in different places. So at the time she was living there, but she was really originally from Louisiana.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, her whole family is beautiful. Like we went to her wedding,
Oh,
and
that's
we went to her wedding, and the whole family, like just my husband and I and my son and his girlfriend at the time, we all go there, and we figure, you know, we're just going to be regular people. We'll just sit there and celebrate with her and meet her family and everything. And my son, her mother went up to my son and she started to cry, like me, like I just did. And she said to him, I don't understand this feeling, but I don't know you, but I feel like I know you. And she just like took his little face in her hands and was like, you're so beautiful. And like, I love you, but I don't know you, but I feel like I know you. And it was the weirdest thing because like, we thought, like, of course we worship the ground she walks on, of course, but that's how they treated him. Like he was the person that was miraculous in a way. Like they fussed over him. I couldn't believe it. He was like a celebrity at her wedding.
Wow.
Like the rock star there. You know what I mean? It was just great. And I said to her, you know, from mother to mother, my husband and I sat with her parents for a long time. And I never, like, as a mother, I thought, you know, I'm the one that's supposed to be, you know, putting her on this pedestal because she deserves it. And here they are treating my son like he's this treasure to them. It's crazy. It was just crazy. Really, really nice people. So it was like the most incredible experience. Like we went to, and she doesn't live in Louisiana anymore. And it was just the coolest thing. Like they were treating him like he was the donor almost.
She recovered really, really well.
What?
She recovered really, really well. Yeah.
Yeah, she did great.
Yeah.
She got did I tell you guys the tattoo story?
No.
Carolyn, did I tell you that? No, I can't hear her.
I never heard one.
What? Did you hear it?
No, I didn't hear it. What was it?
Well, she the date of his transplant, she got her stem cells taken from her arm, like her vein, instead of her hip. She didn't want to do the hip method. She chose to do, they let her choose to do it through pheresis, where they take the blood and take the stem cells out of it, but they have to make her body produce. So she had to be on some drugs to do that. Whereas I think if you go through the hip, you don't have to do that because they're taking the marrow right out. But she decided that she wanted to do it that way. So she got a tattoo over here. And she's Irish, 100% Irish. And she wrote Dokas here, which means hope, and the date written on the date of the date that they took her stem cells, and she got it put right here on her arm.
Oh,
beautiful.
And then what happened was she came to visit him for his 21st birthday. We flew her here and surprised him with her as a surprise. And she realized that they took her stem cells, but the next day he got it. So it wasn't the same day that he got, like they took her blood and then she got transplant. He got the transplant. He got the transplant the next day. So when she went home, she got another tattoo right below it. And in Italian, she wrote hope and his date. So on her arm, she's got both those dates and each word meaning hope written in like Gaelic, I guess it would be. And then underneath it in Italian, the word hope. And she has that on her arm. She did that for him.
That's great.
To commemorate that. And I want to show you a picture. I'm going to ask her if it's okay to show you guys a picture of her.
Yeah, I would love to see her.
Because who does that?
Oh,
and also she also donated T cells to him, which so that like, because he had none, so that if he got in trouble with some sort of infection after the transplant, they could give them to him and save his life with that, because he had no blood cells. It took a while, but I tell you, her stem cells did a great job, because he started grafting and producing her blood very fast. And that doesn't always happen.
That's
So
really
it was
miraculous.
really cool. It was really cool. And every day they would tell us what his levels were. I have a pic. I should show you a picture. I on his wall. We had people wrote messages to him. Anything I would say to the doctors and nurses and family, I would be like, draw or write anything you want that would inspire him through this whole thing. Write anything you want on a piece of paper. And we hung everything up on his walls were covered with messages from people. Drawings, messages, people made him posters. The whole room was covered, so he could look around and always see things that could give him inspiration, because he needed it so bad. He really did. But what I did was, on the day that he had the transplant, I decorated like a whole wall for his rebirth day, and put like, because I was bored. I mean, I sat there while he was asleep and did nothing. So I would be like going to the Child Life people and be like, give me something to do, give me paper, and I'd sit in his room and watch him and like do things to decorate his room, to do whatever I could do, because I can't stand being idle. And I decorated a little wall for like happy rebirth day and everything. And then I had this little chart that I made, and it was a picture of a little girl. His girlfriend drew it, I think. We didn't know what she looked like, but she drew like this cute like caricature of a little girl. And then I put like a barometer of ANCs, like his white blood cell counts. And then every time there would be a count, I would put that on her, like to fill her up, to show like he was growing cells.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, and then at the top I put like thank heaven for little girls at the top.
Aww.
So every day, like I would put his levels, like, and I would make these lines on it with like, they gave me stickers, because and they were happy face stickers. So I made like the line of all happy faces across the little girl in the room, to keep track of how, because I always wanted him to feel hopeful, because there was so many times where he was so desperately sick and so, I don't know, just really beaten down to like nothing. And I was always afraid he would give up. And I was always afraid of that. No, he never did, but I always wanted him to have like something that, so I could say, hey, look at that. You're gonna feel that way. Look at this. Come on, look, but he didn't, he never did that, but I was afraid he would. So I kept saying, we need to have stuff around him to remind him of the way people feel and what they said. And
well, see,
all the doctors loved it, because they felt like they were part of it.
Well, he had the right kind of mom, for anyone to make a disparaging remark, because you gave him the kind of hope. I think,
Right.
people underestimate how much, giving someone a little inch of hope to get them over the next terrible bump.
So I think, when she said that, I think because I've been through so much that like I carry around all the time, that it just killed me when she said, it just did something to me. Like I couldn't take it. And I didn't even realize it was going to react that way. It just started to happen. I was like, it's like mocking somebody. And I think it makes it worse because she said that she had cancer. And she has no idea what that's really like to go through. And it's so evil. And then to say that, it just really got to me. So I don't know. I didn't intend to really talk about it. I was going to do decoupage, but I wanted you to know the Ativan part of it because it was crazy. It was just crazy to see that happen. So everybody needs to be really, really careful. I'm not, like I said, I don't regret that he got it. He needed it.
No, it has a definite place, and has a place in medicine. It's an extremely valuable class of
There was
drug.
certain times where like that was the only thing that could stop him from throwing up, and he couldn't do it he was just ravaged.
Oh yeah.
And what was I going to do? Say, oh, don't give that to him? Are you kidding?
No, but it's so great that they did wean him off those things. The fact that it can
They
still
were wonderful, right?
have lingering issues that's kind of a given for people who've been through it. But it's wonderful that they didn't do the usual.
Right.
A lot of
I'm
people
reading what you're writing, everyone.
no, just cut it in half, and by 2 Fridays from now you'll be fine. So,
right. It's just not always like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, there's so many good things, so many good things, and then
these are
to just sort of mock me and say that. And there were things going on recently with him that were difficult for me, and I shared those with her. I thought she was my friend.
So horrible.
Thank God things are better now, but there was some things that were going on, and I relied on her to talk to. And when I really needed it, and she acted like she was there for me, and she really wasn't. And I don't really tell people anything like that, but I really trusted her.
That's so sad. Oh.
Yeah. So I might not have given her any money, but I certainly gave her part of myself. And, crazy, right?
Yeah, it sure is.
Anyway, so next time I want to tell you about Donor Girl and even maybe ask Gary if I could show a picture. I would love to show you guys a picture of like the moment he got the transplant. The second he got it, I have a picture of it. And there's certain things I would like to show you guys, but I can't do it without asking him. But maybe next time, because I'd like you to see the moment of that miracle. And if anybody's out there that wants to be a potential donor, go to Be the Match, and they swab your cheek. I think they swab your cheek, and you could do it by mail. And who knows, you could be the one for somebody. And you know what? She chose to get the pheresis method where they give you like these drugs, I think that it's injections. I think Neupogen, I think they gave her. I'm not positive, but I think it was. And then they took it out of her veins. So the only pain she felt was a little bit of bone pain, because when your body is producing cells, the bone marrow is producing cells so quickly, it puts pressure on the bones and it makes them ache. So that's the only side effect she had, really, was some bone pain, but it was all temporary. They never even had to do like pull it out of the hip bone or anything like that. So if you're worried that it could be really painful, it's to be a donor, it's really not. If you choose to do it through the method that she did it, it's much easier if they're taking just blood out of your arm. It's almost like you're a blood donor. You're just donating your blood, because
that's so cool.
Yeah. So you could be a lifesaver. Now, here's the thing. They have so many people now that they don't even take people after a certain age. I think they don't even want people if you're like over 45. They only want young people now. So, but if you have, like, say you have an unusual HLA typing, they might take you anyway. Or maybe you have a background. See, the hardest people to match are people that have, like, say you have a relative say you have like lineage that's like pretty ordinary, like Irish, Italian, German, Polish, like whatever. And then you have one relative that was an American Indian. This happened to somebody I know. They couldn't find a match because of that little sliver of American Indian.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, you could, what if you had like if you have an unusual lineage, go and let them swab you, because those are the people that are hard to match, the hardest to match. So, and it really has to be a match, because then you get graft versus host disease, and you could die from that. Not a joke. It kills people. But they have better and better ways of handling that now. So thank God my son really never went through that. But, you know, go out there and do it. You'll feel so good about yourself. And you could be a match with somebody.
My dad had, there's some kind of a universal blood type, maybe one of the O's. But
Sorry?
What?
There's a universal blood type. I think it's an O that can
My
be given.
my daughter and niece are both RH negative. They can give to each other. They can give to other people blood, but they can't receive blood from
somebody that doesn't match.
They can receive blood from each other, RH negative. And their blood is very, very useful to other people. But we have to keep very in mind that if either one of them are having surgery.
Right.
So
see, it's a weird thing, because like,
they're the only two that we have found.
It's so weird, because like his donor was a totally different blood type. It does, like, he has a new blood type now, other than what he was born.
Oh, that's so cool.
Well, because don't forget, like, he has her blood now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Forever. So if you took his blood and tested it, he'd be a girl. He'd test out as a female.
Oh, that's so interesting.
And he's got her blood type now. Forever.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the kind of blood my father had. He was so pleased because he could help so many people, because he was like on call basically during his healthy life, because he had I forget what the blood type is, but it's a universal donor type, where it's a rare blood type if you have it, but you can give your blood to other people. And
right.
Yeah, I reckon it's the RH negative.
I forget what it was.
RH negative is rare. Sam, thank you for that beautiful. I'm not answering anybody, but some of these messages are so beautiful. I appreciate it so much.
But he felt so bad because
Sam, you're so sweet.
When he got cancer himself, he couldn't donate anymore.
Right.
It was like he felt so down about it that he couldn't do that anymore, because he'd always done it. He'd go as soon as somebody called, he'd go in and donate whatever this rare type of blood was. It was just a rare type.
It's a good feeling, right? To be able to do that.
Yeah, and then when he got cancer himself, it was just like, he couldn't do that anymore.
Changed everything.
But, at least he did it while he was able to do that.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's not a big deal. But
I'm just plain old B positive. When I was younger, my doctor told me I had a happy blood type, B positive.
Thank you for all your messages, everyone.
Thank you for trusting us to share your story, Lisa.
It's just a great story of hope, too.
Thanks for being there for me. Let me work out this feeling that I started having. I didn't realize how much it really bothered me. It does. See, you never know what people are going through. These people.
I'm sorry she did that to you, Lisa.
What?
I'm sorry she did that to you.
Yeah. I guess I shouldn't have trusted her to share my life with her.
Well, they're good. It's good to know there are still good people in the world, because
exactly,
you just get, when you get burned enough and you trust people and then they hurt you for no reason.
You okay, Carolyn?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
You need to lie down?
Oh no, I'm not tired.
Okay.
Looks like there's a filter over your
It's not there. I don't. It's I just turned down the light almost the entire way. I don't know whether there's a film on the camera. Let me see. The camera. I don't know what's up with that. And I've turned down the light. Keep turning down the light. Is the light's almost off? How's that? Now it's dark. Is that better?
It's okay.
I think it's because of the lights behind me.
Yeah.
Because I don't normally have those on. Like on like that. So I think it was causing like a something. Because you see how it's the top of the cabinets, you can't see them?
Yes.
So I think that's what it's doing.
It's the angle. How long have we been on now?
I don't know. I was going to ask somebody that.
So if we did
a world's record.
You don't even know what happened to me last night. I was having a really
What happened?
I was having a really nice rest. Okay. I went from here to the couch and I was laying there. I was listening to the thing from here, but I didn't have it on my computer in there. And I was texting with Loopy Lisa for a few minutes. And then I must have fallen asleep, and I said, wow, I'm really sleepy. I better go up to bed. So I went up to bed, and long story short, Jimmy's been taking this new freaking, this is a lot of information, protein powder that gives him horrible side effects that he knows he cannot stay in the room with me because I can't handle it, okay? So the kids then thought it would be fun to come sleep with me. But they were like, I don't know, on like 20 packs of sugar, it felt like. So when you're just like really in a nice sleep and they're like jumping in the bed and then I'm like, okay, go to sleep. All right, go to sleep. So they're like, okay. They're trying to go to sleep. Luke keeps turning around. Luke's a big hugger, okay? Then I seem to have drifted off to sleep again and I was in that really good sleep. And I feel something burning on my cheek, right? I'm like, what the hell? And I smell something, and I know it's like essential oils or something. I'm like, what the hell? And the kids are both like, Luke's like, what are you doing? He goes, I'm taking a shower. He was in my bathroom taking a shower. I don't even know, right? So I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, you've got to get to bed. I can't believe it. They're taking this over. This is like the only time I can get rest. I can't believe this. And they're like, go ahead, go back to bed. We've got this. I said, I can't rest now. What is this on my cheek? Because now it's peppermint. So Ethan says, oh, it's this, what did he call it? He said, it's this clarity oil or something. This, it's in this roll-on. And I said, oh my gosh, this is like awake stuff. Okay, so now I'm becoming fully awake. And I said, I can't believe I'm in the bathroom washing my face, trying to get this off. My cheek is still burning, right? I said, this is insane. So then the kids are like, okay, no, we'll go to bed. Then finally they did go to bed. They were asleep. And then I got up and I don't know, I think it's with my thyroid. Like my house will be warm and I'll be freezing. I mean, like shivering, freezing under like 3 blankets. And I remember this happening like years ago and I thought it was my anemia or my thyroid, and I think it's definitely my thyroid because I'm shivering. I'm like, all I had to do, I said, I have to get my feet in the foot bath. So I then said, and then I was getting really emotional about other things like during my sleep. And then I heard your story, and then that was like, emotional. And then I came down here, put my feet in the foot bath, and that's where they are now. And now I finally feel warm again. I was freezing. Like frozen.
What the heck?
But the kids, oh my gosh, I was having the best sleep.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. Now I feel like we're all screwed up now because now I'm sleeping at night. Now I'm up now. So then it's going to be the same thing. So we're going to have to, Scooter's going to have to go 24 hours.
So we've done 2 11 hours. How long is this one?
I don't know where you see that. Kevin's not here because wasn't Kevin the person that was figuring that out?
There was 11 hours and 2 11 hours and something, and then a 25-minute, I think.
Who knows how long we're on this one?
Well, we figured that at 1 a.m. it was 48 hours. So we're whatever past 1 a.m. is.
I'm
We're
still
into
awake.
3 days.
We're not 48 hours yet, though.
There's something in between there. Can't figure it out.
Yeah.
We figured we were 48 hours at 1 a.m.
No, that was 24.
It's just 24?
24.
Where's my time? I'm 10:42.
We started
No, it's like probably like 30 hours now.
Yeah, we're into the 30s now.
Yeah, what do we got to beat 500?
Oh, it seems like it's.
How many days is that?
No,
I'm gonna
4 days for
500.
little 3 point something days for every 100.
Yeah, I'll be a dead person by then, not to mention the rest of y'all.
7 hours and
I'm gonna
5
have to
minutes on
give
this
in
one?
eventually, I suppose. But I don't sleep anyway, so.
Sleeping is such an issue for so many people.
Yeah.
Man, it's funny how kids are like hardwired to.
Yeah, but then I was listening to you, Moo, and you're like, oh, when you get off that stuff, then you sleep like a normal person or something. I'm like, well, how come nobody sleeping like a normal person that's not on it? Like, you're not on it, I'm not on it. But we still stay up late and always have. Well, I always have. If I could, I mean, it's my choice.
Well, the thing, at least I can sleep. Now I can sleep, in chunks and get in a good.
That's what I do.
I can always get in. I can always get in into 24-hour period. I can always get in between.
Yeah, but now I'm feeling like I'm falling asleep like by like 12 o'clock last night. I was like gone.
Yeah, but that's what I was thinking. You're going to accidentally be turned into a day person.
I know, right? The whole show is going to change.
You can't have that happen.
That's what I'm saying. The whole show is going to change. The whole dynamic. That's why if it's going to be night, Scooter's going to have to just take on the night shift.
Oh my God, it would be terrible because all the
people that count on the night shift. That's why.
Exactly.
Scooter. Yeah.
My daughter said to me, "So, are we picking you up for church tomorrow morning?" And I thought, "Oh, when's it? Oh, when do I sleep? What's sleep time? When do I sleep before church?"
Oh, Greg, I don't think that's 3 weeks. No, because think about it, Greg. For every 100 hours, it's 3 point something days. So it would be like two weeks, maybe. Not 3 weeks. Plus, we already.
Lace.
Oh, nice. I'm working on where did you get the book?
I still can't remember that lady.
We had to duck in and get milk and stuff today, and it was just in the cheap shop next to the supermarket.
Nice.
Cute. Oh, origami.
Maybe you could do one for
Ollie's used to have
not yet.
Ollie's had that? Ollie's used to have a lot of origami books. I didn't go. I went right by Ollie's and I didn't go in the other day. Can you believe that? I did not go in. That's like a rare thing.
This was only $18.
Oh, nice.
We got to have a family barbecue tomorrow night for New Year.
You're going through the freezing feeling too? Yeah, and I hope everything's all right, York Hill. I woke up and I caught something like, I don't know what was happening. Poor, what was it? The one that got, oh my gosh, Liz, no, not, yeah. Oh, what the heck? What is her name? Why is I'm drawing a blank with the name? Somebody called. What? Help me out here. Who? What? Liz Townsend.
Yeah. What was that about?
Somebody said Liz Townsend was a troll, but Liz Townsend is not a troll. Liz Townsend is a long time rambler. She was writing what Scooter's troll was saying. And then I was like, oh no, and I'm typing in, I can't even stay up, and I said, she's teal, I think I said, instead of she's real. I said Liz Townsend is teal instead of real. And then something happened with York, and I'm like, where is York? She's real. And I don't know, I remember doing that like half asleep.
Oh my gosh.
Was it poor Yappy Yowie?
Liz
accidentally got timed
Not
out?
You. No, wasn't it you, Liz? Yes, Liz. Wasn't it you that you said you wrote some name and? Oh, come on, Liz. I'm not losing my mind, right? You
Yeah,
said you
yeah,
wrote-
it was.
Yeah, okay. Someone
This
did
wall,
upset
sorry,
me.
makes
It's
me
all
itch my
good.
face.
She has completely misunderstood me. Oh, okay, because I didn't know what happened, and I'm like,
Wait a minute.
where's
Wait a
your?
minute. What did she do?
Y'all, my phone's about dead, so I'll be back on later. I love
Okay,
y'all.
all right, love you. Bye.
Enjoy the night.
Yeah.
Love you,
Night.
sweetie.
Oh,
Night,
yeah.
everybody.
And it's so weird. And then once somebody doesn't understand what's going on, then it's like all hell was breaking loose at the same time. Somebody was coming in with like 19,000 Biden messages for Scooter.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, you were not the troll.
Was
Yeah,
that
I
the
knew you
real
weren't
grand
the troll.
piano today?
I think so, but it's funny how grand piano came back, right? Isn't it? Just, I don't know.
And then, yeah, I know, and says, I play piano. Something like grand piano. I play piano or something. It is, yeah. I don't know, Carolyn.
I know, right?
And there's a couple others that I've noticed pineapples in the last 2 weeks.
Lovies, how the idea of the 500 live got started. Well, we were, I don't know, it was well, let me see, how did it happen? Well, I went to sleep last night, and I thought the live would end. And when I got up in the morning, it was still going. So then I just joined, and then we just decided to keep it going. And then some people said, keep it going through January. And then we got to talking about what is the record, and someone looked up the Guinness Book of Records, and because we've been streaming on Zoom like continuously, even though we have to start a new YouTube video, we've been continuous on Zoom. And so, yeah, so they said 500 hours or something was the record, and I don't know. That's how it got started, lovies.
I think it's so funny because people would say, Mommy Rambling's blog streams are so long.
Yeah, now she's going to
like,
go the entire month of January. Did you hear that? And all the Ramblers are going to destroy all of their sleep to keep it up in shifts. Oh my gosh. This is so freaking hot. Hold on a minute.
You know how you get Movember? How can we do
Yeah, something with live stream in
Oh,
January.
no, I can't. Gem.
Live stream. January live stream. I don't know. Real
Yeah.
live stream. Checking in.
I'm practicing a different version of the.
When is your Cricut coming?
I'm going to do it with plain paper that I have pre-cut.
When is your
Just
Cricut?
wait for me though. I'm working on learning another strategy.
When is your
You're
Cricut
fine.
coming? I'm so glad Jimmy ordered me a new mic. I got upset because this is my Blue Yeti, but he ordered me another Yeti. Nobody can hear me anymore.
No, it's been spotty, that's for sure.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on, what is that?
When does your new Yeti come?
Well, yeah, I'm really upset. I think there has to be a way to bring this one into be because
I'll tell you when mine's coming. I thought they said the 4th, which is Monday.
is this better? Any better? Any
Well,
better
it's hard
now?
to tell. It's more of a sustained thing.
Any better now? You can hear me fine? Well, maybe it's the people on panel that can't hear me. I don't know, because I don't know.
No, it was different. It was different.
Luke reckons it works well if you yell into it.
Carolyn, I'm going to show everybody what I'm getting for you, but you can't look.
Okay. See, and there's that film again.
All right, after this, I'll show you. I'll
What
show
film?
everybody.
The film.
Oh, you mean the whiteout across
Yeah.
your?
Now I'm like way too dark. I can't do that. The other
What
side.
What happens if you turn off those main lights in the kitchen?
Yeah, my feet are in a foot bath, so I can't move.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll slide and kill myself.
Hey Siri, turn off Carolyn's lights.
Hang on. Oh, here it is. January 4th.
January 4th is coming? What, you look perplexed.
Yeah.
Is it coming the 4th?
It says it's coming the 4th.
Does it?
But you know what? When I look at like the tracking, it says out for delivery. So maybe it's going to come sooner.
Today? Today's Saturday.
Let me show you what it looks like.
My daughter gets Sunday delivery too where she lives. Do you get Sunday deliveries? My daughter,
I do.
She gets Sunday deliveries as well. I couldn't
See
believe
what
it.
it says? What do you think?
Even with public holidays?
Does it out for delivery? Do you have a tracking number? Look at your order and see if they give you a tracking number.
A tracking number.
Yeah, look in your order. It'll say track this item or something.
Well, that's what I did. When I touched tracking, it showed this.
Yeah, but
there is an ID number.
Yeah, track it.
What do you do? Touch it?
If she gets her cricket, we'll do cricket all night long.
Yeah, I'm not opening it without you guys. Carolyn, is there anything I should get in preparation for it?
Well, you know what I got really pissed off is that I had put in a whole bunch of stuff at the cricket sale on their site, and due to all of that absolute craziness that occurred on the 23rd, 24th, and I never checked out with my stuff.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because they had these really neat X-Acto knives and everything. I hope they have another sale. They normally have sales. I'm going to check.
Can you tell me, like, what I should get as a starter?
100% you should get, let me see if they have the roll of black, the roll of white in permanent and removable. They are usually half price. You get those.
Wait, a roll of what?
Black vinyl and white vinyl.
Okay. Let me write it down. Let me get a pen.
Well, I'll show you let me see the link.
That was the other thing I wasn't sure about was they had these packages, and by the time you got this bundle, it was like $595. So I was so confused.
Contact list missing. What is she talking about? Sorry to bother you. I don't know why the rest of the people of my
It's so funny. You could always tell what everybody's doing. Like Gary worked till midnight, my son, and there's like a Snapple bottle out. And I'm like, what he did, like little remnants of what he did when he got home. Oh, there's this. Okay, he had Snapple. Sometimes there's like a fast food container or a pizza box. I'm like, oh, he got iced tea and he got pizza. Because sometimes I'm not awake when he gets home. Last night I wasn't. So it was so funny. You're looking around. You okay? That's what he did. So funny. I don't know. I think it's funny. It's like little gumdrops, little breadcrumbs.
Lisa, can you let me know when you're going to do it? Because I'm going to have to go to the family home because that's where it is. I can't do it here.
When I'm going to do what?
The cricket. I can't do it here because of the granddaughter.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna, you want to be included, and you didn't open yours either?
Nope. That I just don't know what to do with it. Mine's mine's the Circuit Joy. Because
the little one?
Yes, because I don't have room for a big one here, but it's all at the family home because I've got family here. No, how do I say that? It's at my family home, but I've got people staying in my disability unit.
Okay.
Okay, 2 houses. Scooter's got 2 houses.
I understand.
Yeah, I have 2 houses.
She's got her house and she's got Dave's house. I get it.
Yes. So my husband's house, where him and the kids live, or to the grown-up kids. So that's where mine is at the moment because I got it for Christmas. So I'll do it there.
Oh, you got it for Christmas. So you have 2?
No, I left it there.
Okay,
I got it. I actually got it.
With you and okay.
No. I actually got it before I had surgery.
Okay.
Before I went away, but I left it at his house.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and so that's where it still is.
So you need a warning before we're going to do it
because I will go up there and use it. I'll go up to the family house and use it.
Okay. So we'll have to figure it out. We'll plan it.
That's all I'm saying is I'll go up there and use it.
We'll figure out like who's got the cricket, who wants to come, and we'll all right.
And that's the only reason I couldn't join the one in Adelaide is I didn't have it with me.
I gotcha. All right. So
this is the other secret.
Where's Carolyn now?
I'm right here.
The other secret is you have to have 2 houses.
Sorry, love?
The other secret of being an effective rambler is you have to have 2 houses.
2 houses.
2 houses, yeah.
Okay, we've got a problem now. Not a problem, I don't mean something. Snow Remover has a issue. Well, they want to know if anybody knows anything about this doll of theirs.
What doll?
That doll right there, it says, not in great shape, but a doll passed down in the family. Any idea of the age or origin?
Okay.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe this.
What?
Wow, I wonder how old that is.
I have to look. Oh wait, did you just make it bigger?
Yeah, I did. You want me to make it smaller?
No, can you? Oh my, the
What?
porcelain.
Yeah.
This doll. I gotta ask my cousin who's 70. She's a little older than I am. My mother's sister's doll. It's my cousin by my mother's sister, and there was a doll that my mother. I was confused about why my cousin got the doll, but it's because my mother's sister, who died at the age of 29, this was a doll that she had, and she had made clothes for her. And I think her name was Geraldine. And if I have to ask Jan, because she knows the history of that doll. Is this doll like about 12 inches?
They didn't give me any more specs on it. Snow Remover, if you're in the chat.
It's got a head. It's got the head and the torso, the head and the chest are porcelain, and this it's sewn onto that body, and so are the hands.
And then the feet have little black porcelain shoes, right?
Right.
Yes.
I have to ask. I'm gonna get in touch with my cousin.
These are from Acquired Taste. These terrariums that I'm showing now. Now we're having a little show and tell segment.
What's that?
They're terrariums that Acquired Taste makes.
Wow.
Wow, I can't believe this. The doll, this looks like a twin of the one my mother's sister, my aunt, who I never met, but my mother's sister, and she died, let's see, she was born in 1921, and that was her doll. So that doll is from the 1920s.
Can you repeat that, Moo? What did you just say about it?
I'm sorry. I'm going to put my bubble.
The doll with the black hair and the little black porcelain shoes. It's like a twin of this one that my aunt, who died at the age of 29. She was born. 14, 15, 16.
Oh.
Yeah, she was born in 1921, or 20 or 21. And that was her doll when she was little. So if it's the same, it looks like the exact same doll as this little Geraldine that was my aunt's. And my aunt had died before I was even born. And my cousin, so my mother had given this doll to my cousin because it was her dead mother's.
Right.
And I know that Jan would still have that because she when her mother died, she was only 3 years old, but she really cherishes the things that had been her mom's. So I'm gonna have to ask her. I'll have to send her an email. She's very diligent. She'll get back to me. She's not like
Greg
me.
said, I think it might be a mini porcelain German doll.
It's beautiful. And in those days, the women, my mother and her sister and my grandmother, they all sewed, and they would sew these gorgeous clothes for their dolls. They were just beautifully sewn.
Wow.
And I remember, I was glad that Jan wanted the doll and cared about it, and the doll went where she should have gone. But I was so sad because the clothing, I mean, it was such a nice little doll, and the clothes were just gorgeous, just made just for that doll by my aunt that I never met. But
What
anyway, no,
is, how did, that's so sad that she died so young.
yeah, I mentioned, I told what had happened, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago. She was on the ground in 1945 when the Trinity bomb was the bomb test um, in New Mexico, and she and my uncle Dick were stationed in New Mexico, and she got thyroid cancer from the radiation of the atom bomb, the Trinity blast. Um, and then she died. Let's see, I forget how many years. It was like 2 years later, because it was 1945, and then she died. I guess 1949, because my brother had been born by then, and nobody knew why she had that. They didn't talk about, they
Right.
didn't use cancer in those days, and they just said she had a goiter, and when they tried to operate on the goiter, she died of shock. But then later, my cousin found out that it was that specific that radioactive iodine.
Right. That kills the thyroid.
Yeah, and so people who were exposed to the plume, and they were right nearby. I can't ever. Is it Roswell or Roswell? There are a lot of people downwinders or upwinders or however it blew, but there are a lot of people who got that specific thyroid cancer in it, and that's what they got. So, but anyway, that doll, I'll ask her because she would never get rid of it. And she had two sons, so I don't think even if she handed it to one of their wives or something, she probably has photographs. So I'll see if I can find
Yeah,
them.
and it's funny, like, if there's a doll to be carried down, it has to go to somebody who really appreciates it.
Exactly.
If it means something to somebody and they want, and they pass away, like, it should go to somebody who really, really gets it.
Oh, definitely.
My husband has this cousin that we were really, really close to. She was older than him, though, like, at the time that we met, I think she was in her I don't know. She was like in her late, I don't know how old she was, but it doesn't matter. But she was older than he is. But we grew to be they were like his parents' age. And we grew very close to her. He knew her when he was little, but he didn't see her that much. But anyway, we grew really close to her. My kids were really little, and we would hang out with them all the time. They had this gigantic boat. It was kind of like a yacht, but not as big as a yacht, but pretty big. Like, you could go in it, and there was like a living room and a kitchen, this and that. My kids loved it because he had like a satellite on it, and we could go on the boat, and my son could lay on the couch and watch Nickelodeon, and he thought it was the coolest thing. But they were wonderful people. Just, I don't know, just really top, like, just wonderful people. But anyway, they're both gone now. But anyway, after his cousin passed away, the husband developed Alzheimer's, and then the sister of the husband, who's not a nice person, duped him out of money, because he wasn't, like, she'd go there to visit and talk him into taking money out, and then she would take the money. And then before that, when the wife died, the one that we were really close to, she went and took all her stuff. She had good, like, she worked her whole life for the telephone company. She had a good pension, and she liked nice things. She had a lot of jewelry, a lot of beautiful bags and this and that. And she went and just cleaned that place out. So it was horrible. So then later on, when the husband passed away, the son got in touch with us and said, you know what, because we were vacationing in Florida at the time. He says, you know what, come to the house because there's some stuff left. And it might not be might not be valuable in money, but they might be something that means something to you, that they had, that they owned, that you could take, that would, make you feel good. Because like, I know you guys are so upset that like this everything they had was pillaged by people. So we did, we went, and I found her doll. That was one of the things that was like the most precious to her. She loved it. She had it on her bed, or she'd make her bed every day and put this beautiful doll on the bed. And it was laying like in a pile, and it was dirty. Like somebody was rummaging through this stuff and looked at the doll and was like, ugh, what is this about? And threw it aside. You know what I mean? And I took the doll. And I didn't get anything else. Well, she was a really amazing, she did like to do ceramics, but she would do like amazing designs on them. Like she was a great artist. And I have some of her ceramic pieces too, that she made with her own hands. That's to me more valuable than money, but it was sad because it was like thrown, like it was just junk in a pile. And I found her doll, and I was so happy I got it, because it would have been thrown away. You know what I mean? And I was like, yeah. I said to Gary, it was meant to be that we were here now and we got the doll. We got the doll, but if it didn't go to me, like she had no children, it would have gone in the garbage,
I know, it's so sad.
It is. And I have the doll though. I'm so happy because she loved it.
It's all, did you clean the doll up and everything?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a cute little, it's like a little Asian baby. And she's beautiful. And I should take her out and show you guys. And I love it because it meant something to her,
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a happy story. That we were at least they, and even my husband was cute. He's like, I'm so glad you got that doll. So
I'm glad that I've been trying to. I'm glad that my kids are interested in some of the stuff
that's great.
I've acquired, because it makes me sad, because it's part of history, and people let it go easily, and then they let it go, and then when it's gone, it's too late, and they can't go back and ask about it, or I don't know.
Want to see? I don't know if I ever showed you this, you guys. See this thing on my wall? I'm sure you've seen it a lot of times. This is like, it's made out of beads. The whole thing,
look at that. Needlepoint.
But it's all beads.
Wow, that's beautiful.
So this is like, you're not going to believe this. One day we went to the Goodwill, because my son loves vintage stuff. Like he loves to go antique shopping and all this stuff. He loves retro stuff. We found like a little mini record player once for little kids that comes like in a little box, that I had like the same one when I was a kid. I don't have it, and he grabbed that. He loves stuff like that. But anyway, we went over there, and that picture that's hanging on the wall was in the garbage heap. Like they were throwing it away. I saw them there was like a box of stuff that like they felt like they couldn't sell. And I looked at the back to see if it was handmade or not, and it was handmade. Somebody, and I was like, I said to the guy, what are you going to do with that? And he's like, well, because it was all crinkled up. It was all crinkled up. It was like a mess. And around the edges, you can't see it now, but like there was filth, there was like dirt around the edges, and it was like broken apart in pieces. And I go, I want to buy that. And he goes, all right. I go, just give me a price and I'll just pay it, whatever. And he was like, well, we were going to get rid of it. I was like, just tell me, I'll give you money for it. He goes, all right, $3. Take $3 for it. I'm not kidding. Because I said, somebody's grandmother made that.
Yeah.
Or somebody's mom. Somebody made that. They spent all that time my grandmother used to do beading, and it reminded me of stuff. She used to do bags, beaded bags.
Oh, those
and it reminded me of something like she would make, and I'm like, that can't go in the garbage.
Yeah.
I mean, it's beautiful, but also somebody made it. Like somebody's relative had to have made that. Somebody made it. So I took it to I cleaned it up and I took it to the frame store, you know, like Michael's or something.
Uh-huh.
And I had it framed, and like you'd never know that that was something that was literally going to go in the garbage.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm like, okay, grandma or great grandma, whoever you are, I have it.
That's
So there.
great.
It didn't go in the garbage. It's beautiful.
Some of us are meant to adopt little orphan bits of
Yeah. And I was like,
people's lives.
I'm so glad I saw it, because somebody's grandma's or great grandma's or mom or somebody made that. It would have been thrown away in the garbage.
Yeah.
And now it's got a place of honor in my kitchen.
Nice.
So I adopted the woman who made that. They're my family now, wherever they are.
Cute. See, where else could I have met people who have who appreciate stuff like that, where you,
right.
you know, you give sanctuary or asylum.
Right. I feel like I saved it.
Yeah, I know, right? Save these little lost orphans.
And it wasn't a doll; it was a thing. But
oh yeah, I feel that way about little things too. I mean,
I know I'm too sentimental.
When we go to the when we go to the other house, I'll show you what my husband and my daughter got me for Christmas.
Sounds great.
Picture. They wanted to have it framed, and I said to them, no, it has to stay in its original
Just
frame.
leave it the way it is, right?
Yeah, it has to stay like that.
Good. That's great. I love a story. You do beading, Pia Pill? Sometimes on cross stitch, and it takes a lot of time. I know. I have my grandmother's hook that she used to sew beads. Still have it.
Wow.
Because that's how my grandmother was divorced from her husband when my mom was around 7 years old. My grandmother raised my mother and her sister by herself. And she worked in in the sweatshops, but she also did homework. She would take work home.
Oh,
and
right.
She would sit at home and you got paid by the piece, I guess. And
Yeah,
some of her other friends that would sew, and that's how she raised her kids.
Yeah, the mother of my grandmother, the mother of my mother, and the aunt that died, and you know, they all sewed, but my grandmother was a seamstress, and she did that same thing. And
that's what they did.
She called it piecework. Like
piecework.
Piece, not
yeah, but they did piecework.
Because they paid you by the piece, and she was really good at it, and so she made piles of money, relatively speaking. I mean, these
Grandma Valentina. Yeah.
And that was the Valentina you mentioned.
Grandma Valentina, yeah. She sewed my wedding gown too.
Oh.
And the bridesmaid, I only had two. It was my two cousins. I had a small wedding party, and she made their dresses too. She's unbelievable. She made half, like most of my mother's first cousins. She made all their wedding gowns. A lot of them, not all of them, but. And she would do them sometimes by mail. If the person lived far away, she'd send them like stuff to like the thing to try, she would send them made in like a plain fabric, like a model of it. Make them try it on and pin it, and then mail it back to her, and she would use that to measure the dress and then mail.
That's so
like
cool.
make like a mock-up of it.
Yeah.
My wedding gown was so pretty.
Wow, that's
pretty.
Amazing.
It was simple, but it was so pretty.
I think some people used to keep the mock-up. What do you call it?
I should show you a picture of it. You would like it. So pretty. She made my daughter's christening dress.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I've got my grandmother's mannequin from the sewing. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it doesn't fit here. Not yet, anyway.
Pia Pill, you should come on and try and teach us how to do that. I would love to be able to do beading. I wish I would have asked my grandmother to show me how to do it. She showed me how to do everything else, but I wish she would have showed me how to do how to do that. Carolyn, you would laugh because she would get so frustrated with me sometimes when we would work on projects because I would be overthinking it. And she would go crazy with me. She was so funny. She'd be, because she didn't overthink anything. She just did it. But I used to overthink everything. And she'd be like, if it doesn't work, you could just rip it out. Start over.
Yeah.
Please, just do it.
There's another piece of material here to
She
cut
came
out.
up with the thing before Nike. Just do it. What?
Oh, there's another piece here if you make a mistake. If you have leftover material.
Terrible. She was so funny. Just do it. She gets so exasperated. Like Carol. She looked like Carolyn in the Michaels. They had the same face. Same expression.
No, that was AC Moore. Was it Michael? It was AC Moore.
Oh, AC Moore. She did the same. It was the same thing. Like, what are you doing? Stop.
You didn't buy anything. That was incredible.
I know it really bothers you. I know. Well, you know what? Let's do. You know what we should do? We should do a redo at some point. All right.
We'd have to find a craft store that was going out of business that had prices like that. What's the odds of that?
We'll do it. I promise.
You have to find a new extra person to go.
Yeah, we need a third person.
Scooter would be good, but she's too far away.
Yeah.
She would buy everything. Scooter would buy anything I said.
She would.
She would be throwing. Scooter would have her own cart. She'd be like, "What are you getting? I'll get 2 of those. I'll get 3."
She would.
I went with Scooter to the store. She bought everything I bought and more.
You probably wouldn't want to take
it wasn't on. I think she did do some beading on cross stitch, but well, I don't know because they were like purses that she, like they would sell for like a lot of money in the fancy stores. She would do beading like that.
Scooter's very impressionable.
Your grandma made lace doilies and boysenberry jam, and my dad and his brothers to sell them door to door. She took in ironing. Aw. What an amazing woman.
Yeah, these are the ladies that gave us life.
How badly do I want to go upstairs with that stick and rub it all over my kids' faces right now?
I'll show you something really pretty that I have in my kitchen. I don't know if you ever noticed it.
Did you hear what I said? I would love to take that peppermint roll-on thing and go up and rub it on my kids' faces right now while they're sleeping.
As lipstick.
Yeah, while they're sleeping. Because Luke will be the first one to be like, oh, come on, stop. Yeah.
Just on the tip of the nose, Carolyn. Just on the tip of the nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little dot.
Oh my God.
This is a doily that my grandma made that I always have in my kitchen.
Wow.
But I have other ones that are...
Is that one like you would put on top of the sugar bowl? Oh, it's got a hole in the center.
That's beautiful.
It's just a doily.
Yeah, you put some. A lot of Italian people put doilies on everything. The real Italians.
Oh, so it's bigger than I think.
Yeah, no, Gail. The Italians, the real Italians, they have doilies on everything, even the washing. My mother-in-law used to put it on
the little pearls on the bottom to hold it.
Do you know my mother-in-law used to put the doily on top of the washing machine?
Really?
I am not joking you. You know
Wow.
the real and a piece of Capodimonte. So every time you would go to do
you had to have at least one piece of Capodimonte.
Capodimonte was just like it was all over, and doilies under everything. Doilies. Yeah, if you don't put anything down without a doily underneath it.
When I went to Italy, right? When I was in high school, that's how I met Gary, right? On trip to Italy in high school. All the most, like, we had 10 kids that went on the trip. All the Italian kids brought back Capodimonte, except me. I was like, I don't really like it. But they were wrapping it, and this one's got to have a piece. I'm going to give this one to my grandmother. The whole suitcase was full of Capodimonte.
You should have seen my bridal shower. The Capodimonte I was getting there from all... Unbelievable.
You got a lot of it?
Oh my gosh. They brought me Capodimonte that you couldn't believe.
Isn't it? It's so funny. It's like a thing with Italians. It's a thing. And not my family, but...
not my side either. No. And
my
it was just
family,
like,
not really, but...
I don't think I even knew what Capodimonte was there.
I didn't know until I went to Italy, and the kids were grabbing it and bringing it back. But not the kids that weren't Italian. Only the kids that were Italian. They brought it all back. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of work to
But they were giving pieces money like this big, like
these
big vase things with the roses all over the bottom.
Yeah, the kids were given extra money to buy it and bring it back. Big thing, like with some Italians. I don't know if
Yeah.
it's still like that.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, but probably some of them, yeah, so who knows?
Yeah. Oh, I see what Pia Pill is saying. Yeah. She gave me some cute things to play around with. I haven't gotten to. I got so busy over the last several weeks, like before Christmas. It was like a whirlwind. I was just like crazy busy. Ridiculous. And now I'm looking back and I'm like, well, what the heck did I really do? I don't know.
I had no time before Christmas.
So
I had,
Alicia
like,
wants to know
zero.
what Capodimonte is. Could you show a picture of
Yeah,
it?
I will show a picture of it.
They're like these like porcelain sculptures. They have a lot of flowers, right?
A lot
They're
of
always
roses,
very
a lot
floral.
of roses, very floral.
And I don't know, it was an Italian thing.
Very
I couldn't believe it. I didn't even know what it was when I
Very
went.
Italian
But the
thing.
kids knew.
Oh, it's an
Elizabeth
ornament.
Townsend, I can't wait to cricket with you guys. Elizabeth Townsend. Yeah, it is hard to clean because
Yes,
the Capo
it's
di
hard,
Monte
yes.
is like, there's all these nooks and crannies.
You've got to go in there. My sister-in-law would be like, "Oh, I've got to go clean all of my mother's Capo di Monte with Q-tips."
It's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, here, let me see. I thought I saw an exact one my mother-in-law had. Is this one? What is that?
You have a nice mother-in-law?
This one? Yeah.
I have a nice mother-in-law too.
Let's see here.
It's a blessing.
I just saw her.
I'm not going to look at the chat for a minute. I'm going to go back to that video about the triangle box.
Okay.
So I'm not going to be looking at chat right now, but I'm going to stay on while I do it because I want to see if I could get a better method to teach everyone so we're not struggling with it because I want to be able to teach it better. So I got this video of somebody doing it. I'm going to try to, but I'm going to stay on.
They have lamps. I mean, you could get a lot. It could go really elaborate. I mean, you could get something just like. Here, let me pull this over. Okay, it could be something plain like the roses in this flower thing here. Or it could be something like that, or it could be something really, really, really ornate. Like
and people pay a lot for it.
Oh yeah,
people pay
a lot of
for
money.
it.
Yeah. Let's see. It could be something like that, where that's pretty simple with not too many roses. Could be something like that. That's like, what does that say? $800.
So far, I'm not liking this girl's technique. What the hell is she doing?
That's also Capo di Monte. And then there's also people that they make. I'm trying to figure out the.
Okay, so what's she doing?
Sometimes they just make a simple rose too. It all depends on, like that's roses. That's a. But it's very, very, very big in some of the Italian communities.
Okay.
See, and this is very simple. This is more simple.
Do you have any at all? Did I ask you that?
Oh
If you
yeah,
have
yeah,
any?
yeah. They gave it. I have a basket with.
Now you still have it.
Yeah, I still have it.
Do you have it displayed?
Yeah, it's on top of my. Well, the basket is on top of my china closet, and then I've got.
Oh, the basket must be pretty.
Rose. The basket is pretty. It used to be on my coffee table. Roses. I have roses, just nice roses on wood stems, like nothing too gaudy. Yeah, this is really cute. I've never
I
seen.
don't know what this woman is doing.
That little that is really cute. I would love to find that. That little Christmas tree there. I've never seen that. That is very cute.
I don't see it because I'm trying to find a better way to teach this, and this woman's not helping.
Yes.
Her technique is weird.
Oh, look at you. Go for a lot of money here. Huh.
Hell.
I see this. Yeah, so that's Capidamonte stuff. I do want to show. Well, hold on. I have to show you what I won on eBay.
Okay, folks. So far, I'm liking the book. What the book teaches better, but
No one can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay. Somebody. I feel like nobody can hear me anymore. I'm getting a complex. I am a little bit of a complex. I am getting a little bit of a complex.
No, it's weird because there's sort of a drop off. It's just not crisp and clear.
oh, I forgot to tell you that.
What?
Hold on. Something about the mic, that your mic is really working okay. Not to worry about the mic.
Oh, I don't know. Jimmy ordered me a new mic because I got right on the freaking horn on that one. I've had this mic for a long time, this mic and I. Okay, let me see here.
Okay, this is not easier.
Does somebody
than
hear
the-
Christmas carols?
What?
Mother
Still
and
have the
Child.
Christmas clock.
Oh, that's the Christmas clock. Okay. I thought I was hearing that in my head. I was getting scared.
No, don't get scared. It's not like a.
See, I'm getting a little scared. I have a whole new timeline now because now I'm going to be up for the day now because I'm up for the day.
Isn't this ridiculous?
And
That's
now
scary.
I'm
I
going to
don't
have
like
to go
that.
to bed early, so someone's going to have to take over the night shift, or the regular ramblers are going to lose their minds. So Scooter looks like she's going to be on night shift. I don't know. It's getting really. I don't know what we got ourselves into. It's something. It's scary.
What is she doing?
And Davida, I think I typed something to Davida last night and it didn't make sense either because I was doing it with peppermint oil on my face in a deep sleep. I was going to my kids, I was like, they're never going to let me sleep like this again. This is my only chance and you've ruined it for me. With this peppermint oil.
The peppermint oil, you can't make it up.
Oh my gosh. And they're like, no, just go back to sleep. And I'm like, I can't. You put peppermint oil on my face and now I'm awake.
It's too much.
And Jimmy's out through the whole thing. Doesn't even hear any of the commotion.
Of course.
Probably. He heard it, probably just turned over. Nobody bothers Jimmy.
Yeah, what is the deal with that?
Yeah.
I've never understood that.
It must be in the genes.
I'm like, if I yell loud enough, he'll come in and save me. No. Didn't happen.
Okay, this is harder than the way I teach it. Well, it's not my thing, it's the book.
Okay, I've got to show you what I won, Lisa.
I'm ready.
You don't sound excited about it.
Wait, I can't see it. Hang on.
No, well, I didn't put it on yet.
All right, let me know when, because I'm
Seems
still
so
looking
low
at this
key.
video.
Is there
that's
anybody
making
in the
me up.
chat? It seems so low key in here. I can't see the chat. It seems very low key. Everybody's probably, all the ramblers are probably in bed. Like, we don't do mornings. We don't do
they're
mornings.
not used to that.
Ramblers don't do mornings. Okay, let me see here.
Okay, I did that. Tell me when you're showing
I'm
it.
going to show you. Okay.
God, people on Facebook will think I'm dead.
All right, so let me see here. Here. That better be better be one of those. Because if it's not, I'm gonna just throw in the towel on it. Lisa can't see it.
Put it up.
I did.
Okay.
That's one of them, right?
All right, hold on. Let me go back. Wait, I got a commercial. Hold on. Somebody's putting poop on their face. That's what they're doing. I'm not kidding.
Maybe that's probably
It
subliminal.
doesn't smell like roses, she's saying.
I bet you it's from the peppermint oil. It can hear you.
When Maggie came to see me, she was bloated and gassy. She couldn't poop. She was having 1 or 2 poops a week.
Immediately my mornings got better. When I sit down on the toilet, everything just comes out easily.
What? Oh my gosh, what are you listening to?
Nothing like it.
When you're pooping regularly, energy will improve. Moods will
What
improve.
are you listening to?
You're even going to sleep better.
I have women stop me in the streets, on the subway, at the gas station. People write in and say, how do I feel different this quickly? And they're like, it's working. Whenever I ask my friends about the last time they went a whole day feeling awake or light or limber or energetic or vibrant, most of them admit it's been a while. And I think that's something every adult can relate to. The problem is we often just chalk it up to getting older or ourselves for being unhealthy. And sometimes we don't even notice it because we're so used to feeling like blah and we don't ever stop to think there might be an alternative. Because while we're constantly bombarded by images of happy, healthy people who have perfect bodies and boundless energy and exciting, active lives, in the real world, most people barely have enough energy to finish their day. Seriously, it seems like nearly everyone is tired, whether they're in their 20s or their 80s. And when you factor in all the other problems people struggle with these days, like weight gain, bloating, bad moods, irregular bathroom habits that leave us feeling heavy and lethargic, trouble focusing, uncontrollable food cravings.
See,
indigestion,
they heard about the
and
coffee
everything,
enemas.
that fun, happy, healthy life we all want to feel like a pipe dream. And I know because I've struggled with many of these same problems myself. Of course, as an actress, I did my best to hide them.
Who is she?
But
Who
even
is
then,
it?
I wasn't
I
always
can't see it.
successful. For example, I'll never forget how mortified I was when my bulging stomach sparked pregnancy rumors and nasty comments about my figure online. So whenever people tell me they feel sluggish and fatigued, or they're insecure about their weight, or they hate their stomach, or they just feel like their body isn't working as well as it used to, I always assure them they're not alone. But what if I told you that no matter how old you are, what your lifestyle is like, or how busy your schedule might be, there's one very simple thing you can do at home each morning that can help you feel and look
See,
like
coffee enemas, I told you.
by the time next week. Well, I am living proof there is. And it doesn't require any special diets, pills, or workouts either. In fact, it just requires a few seconds every morning. But once I tell you my story, you'll understand exactly why it works.
I bet you it is the coffee
Hi, I'm
enema.
Maggie Q. You may recognize me from shows like Nikita and Designated Survivor, or see me saving the world alongside Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible 3. But while I often play dynamic, kick-butt characters on screen, I'll let you in on a little secret. For a long time, my body was actually a total mess in real life. From the time I was in my 20s, I pretty much felt like crap every day. And it made no sense because I'd always been a very healthy eater. I exercised regularly.
You can skip
and
the
I
ad,
took all
can't
my
you?
that I was supposed to. And yet my face was
Or
always
are you really interested in what she's selling?
I had these awful dark circles.
What'd you say?
I said you can skip the ad, or are you really interested in what she's selling?
Well, I wanted to see if she was going to come up with the funny thing again, but she just went on and on, so I got rid of it.
Because I've always been a very healthy eater. I exercise
Oh my God, what happened? Why isn't it going away?
Skip it.
Oh, it's a delay. Oh, that's the doll you got?
Yeah, now, yeah. Is that the one now? That's one of them, right?
I think so.
It better
Looks
be.
like it. He's cute.
It better be. If it's a hard baby, I'm gonna go crazy.
What did they describe him as?
How
did they describe him?
I'm gonna look. Let me see. Oh, come on, Sass. And now they want to go out, and I have wet feet.
It's hard to tell. My guy doesn't have open eyes, so I don't know what his eyes look like.
All right, let me see. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second, Sass.
I love that I love here.
Yeah, I just had to let mine out. That's what she come up to tell me.
And then, you know what? She does go out for, half a second. There's a squirrel in the backyard. He looks big. Okay. It's described as, let me see. And they're only doing this because I'm down here. They would not be doing this if I was not down here.
Right. They wouldn't even ask, right?
No, not at all. They just hear me talking. Okay, so it says, from the Ashton Drake collection, this Happy as a Lark 4-inch doll still tied into its original box, never been taken out of the box. So Truly Real series. Let's see. So I think that's it, is what I'm hoping. That's all the description there is.
It looks like it's. Want me to get mine so you can compare it?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, is yours?
It is too.
I'm hoping so. Let me go let the dog out. This dog. Oh my goodness.
It's hard to tell because his eyes are closed.
I'll be right there. I gotta let the dog out. Oh my goodness. What?
I'm trying to think of, because the hands look the same.
Yeah, I know. For like all 2 minutes, right? Not even. It'd be a minute and a half. You just right in.
Well, you know what? I think his legs might be cold. I think he needs a blankie. Look, his legs are out.
Oh.
Go.
Don't you think I should get a blankie? I think he might have came with a blankie.
Yeah.
Look, his legs are out. He's probably cold.
Yeah.
What happened?
I said, I think his legs are cold. I'm going to have to get a blankie for him.
I have to walk really carefully because my feet are soaking wet.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I don't want to fall. Okay. All right. Now let me come back in here. Okay. All right, now let's see. Okay, where's your baby? Now let me see.
I want to compare the hands.
You want me to put the picture back up on the screen?
Yeah.
Come on. Get over there. It's got a little like knitted outfit on.
It does. See it again. See how similar the hands are? See his hands? God bless.
Thank you.
See how similar the hands are? I think it probably is.
Oh wait, here's another picture of it. Not the one that I bought, because this one is a hell of a lot more expensive. $91. Like, who the freak would do that?
Wow.
That's crazy.
How much did you pay for him?
Cheap. I got that one cheap. I think it was $13.99 plus shipping.
Oh my God, that's fantastic.
Yeah, so this says Happy as a Lark, but it looks like it's a different blanket. But I don't know why that. I wonder. Oh, see, there's Sassy. All right, there we go.
Potter said she sent you how many? 3 emails.
Come on, get in. Get in. Okay. I don't know if that's the same baby.
See how the arms look? They look. Should I take this off so we could look at his arms better?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the same baby. What's the art? Do you know the artist on that one? This is by Dorothy Stephen. Who is the artist on that one?
Yes, Dorothy Stephen.
Dorothy Stevens? Oh, okay, maybe it is the
Look
same.
at the arm.
Yeah, and it's squishy though, right?
It's squishy, yeah. I think you nailed it with that.
I hope so. I mean, because this is getting ridiculous.
Oh, Potter said that she sent 3 emails.
Okay.
And I was supposed to give you a message earlier about the mic. The mic was working fine from somebody. Who was it? I forget now. Who sent me the message about was it Sam?
Sam, I think.
Who said, tell Carolyn the mic is working fine. Let me go back. I'm sorry, Sam. I'm very easily distracted. Sam, send the message again. I'm glad you found it, Carolyn. That's exciting. I can't wait for you to get it.
I know.
I'm just tying the bow. Very hard to tie it. So, like the ribbons are so tiny. My grandmother had this thing with bows. She would teach me how to make bows. Because every bow she ever made was perfect. She had a thing about making bows.
Yeah.
And you had to make a good bow. So always, if you're making something, you're making a bow about it, it's got to be a good bow. She always said that. Make a good bow. It's got to have a good bow. So every time I make one, I'm like, okay, me, Mom, making a good bow. It's a good bow.
That's like kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. And she could make the tiniest bows and make them look good, so.
Moo, did you ever hear the saying when a baby was born that if they wanted to keep back in the day, they wanted to keep the gender of the baby a secret, they'd say tied with a bow or tied with a string?
Really?
If it was tied with a bow, it was
Tracy?
a girl, and if it was tied with a string, it was boy.
Oh, that's familiar.
It does sound familiar.
That's how they in the Second World War. That's how they would communicate, or something. My grandma was telling me.
You should Google it.
Yeah, tied with a bow or tied with a string or something.
Yeah, that phrase that rings a bell. I mean, I haven't used that phrase, but I've heard. I don't think I knew what it was though. My parents and grandparents said stuff that was confusing like that, but it rings a bell. The bow and the string part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they have these gender reveal parties, people.
I know. And this was just so that. Sorry, me?
Oh no, I was about to say that a lot of these stupid gender I don't mean they're all stupid, but a lot of them involve pyrotechnics, and they start fires that burn down acres of land. It's insane. But yeah, the gender reveal thing, that's an interesting phenomenon.
Yeah. Look at this little, this is so cute. My husband's grandmother gave it to me when I was having my daughter. I don't know where she got it. Maybe at like a craft fair or something. As a Christmas ornament. And it's a walnut shell with 2 little sticks on the bottom, right?
Off the cradle.
And a little like lace around it, and inside is a little tiny baby.
Oh, that's so cute.
Oh wow.
Isn't that cute?
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a little flower on top.
We used to make them at Girl Guides.
You used to make those?
these?
At Girls Brigade.
What's the old
no,
brigade?
Brownies.
Oh, brownies.
Yeah.
I just thought it was the sweetest thing. I don't put it on the tree because I'm afraid that it's his Gary's grandmother. She was so nice, and I'm always afraid like something's gonna happen to it. So I keep it with my dolls. But it's so sweet, and that must be really fun to make, right?
Wait a second.
What is the doll? We used to have these plastic dolls, real hard plastic dolls that you used to put them. What is your doll? What is the baby inside?
This?
Yeah, what is the baby?
It's like, almost here, I'm going to pull this back. I don't know what the head is made out of, but there's like a little, it looks like a bead, but there's like a little blankie and a pillow.
Yeah, that's cute.
Like, it's pretty detailed. You know what I think the head is? A button. It's a button. And the button is sewn onto the pillow.
Cute.
I just realized that it's a button. What a fun thing to make, though, with a kid, or is it glued on? Just really cute, right?
Yes.
People could be so creative sometimes. I think she got it at a craft fair, but I just thought it was so cute. And I don't, like I said, I don't put it on the tree because I don't want anything to happen to it. So cute. I just happened to see it when I was in my doll cabinet.
I reckon the one I've got I reckon I've got one, but not with the hood canopy, the one I've got at the moment in my sewing thing. It's like red with white spot blanket with white lace around it.
Carolyn, look at how cute this little baby is.
Porcelain? Is it porcelain? Oh gosh, did you almost drop it?
Yeah, it's hard to hold. Yeah, wait, let me put it down.
You remind me of Jimmy.
Hold on. I'll just...
That's tiny. What is that from?
It's made by the same company that makes like all these little animals.
Is that like, would you use them on a christening cake or?
They're like what's the name of that company? There's a company that makes all these. I just sent one to Scooter's granddaughter, a little dog, that they make all these little animals.
Which animals? I don't see them.
And
can I see them?
They made the baby. I found out that they made a baby, so I bought it. But they usually only make these animals. And then I found out that at some point, I found out that they make babies. So it was so cute. I had to get it. It's really tiny. And they make little boys too. You want me to find out the name?
Yeah.
Maybe you could get one?
Yeah.
Isn't it really sweet?
How long ago did you buy it? It looks like it's done with that mother of pearl. I used to do ceramics with that. It's like that mother of pearl stuff or something.
It's got like an iridescent.
Yeah, the iridescent. I did a bunch of stuff with that.
And that company that makes these the animals has been around forever. And my parents used to buy me one every once in a while when I was growing up, and I just added to my collection. They knew I loved them. Mm-hmm. And they bought me like a little animal like for every birthday and Christmas, and I just developed like the collection that I have. But I didn't know that they made a baby, and then I came across it one day when I was looking at them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll find out the name. I know I can. It'll take me like 3 seconds. But I loved collecting the animals, but they're made so well. They come on like a little piece of cardboard, and then you put it in soap and water, and the cardboard comes off. It's called, I was just looking at them not long ago because I wanted to get one for Apple. Okay, they're made from a company called, hold on. Begins with an R. I just can't recall the name of it. I could tell you in a second.
I don't know how Scooter stayed up all those hours. I'm trying to remember when she got on.
She got them in the tea.
Oh, they're from the tea? From the Red Rose?
No, not me, but Scooter got her little animal collection from the
Yeah, we bought some from a garage sale where they got them from the tea.
The Red Rose.
Yeah, the Red Rose animals. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, Potter said she sent me stuff, right? Potter?
Yeah.
You sent me stuff, right? Okay. All right, Potter.
Oh, here it is. Renneker. Hagen Renneker.
Oh, look at, wow. Okay. Potter sent this.
Here they are.
Look.
Hang on. Oh, wait, I can't. Hold on. Wait, Potter's putting something up?
No, I put it up for Potter. They sent it.
Okay, I'm going back. Hold on. Freaking commercial again.
Just skip it.
Not about poop, though, this time.
Oh, look, it's...
Oh, my goodness. Is that the one that's yours in the bottom, right? See the one in the blue? That's yours.
Yeah.
See the hat?
So. Yeah, I believe that is him. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. So he's one of them. So,
oh, mine's in there too. See where the 001 is?
Yeah, over there. Yeah.
And yours is 007.
See the
so I think that you're safe. That
002 was in the auction box. This one 002 was in the auction box, and either this one or this one was in that other auction box, and we missed it. This one reminds me of somebody. But Potter found that other doll from Snow Remover, I think.
Right.
I don't know.
But I think you could be pretty much guaranteed that you got the right thing.
No, but this is Potter found this. I don't know if this is it or not.
What's the name of this series?
Well, mine said cute as a button.
Oh, there goes Moo.
Oh, she's on top of things, man.
By the end of the night, she'll have the entire set by the end of the night.
Mine was the one in the back. I think it was 001.
I knew she was being quiet over there. What's the name of this series? Okay, and there's 12 in there? All right, I've got them all.
No, sometimes it's just research.
Oh my gosh. Potter sent these, I don't know if this is, that looks like the doll, kind of, this one, right? Look, are you looking at this Moo? Can I tear you away from buying the baby dolls for a minute to look at this something?
No, I'm looking at something I can't make out. It looks like oh, wait, you put up a new one.
Yeah. It says,
whoa.
I don't know if this is anything this is what Potter sent.
This is very similar to what, wow, yeah. Yeah, this looks like Geraldine again. I mean, the doll, and the same little painted porcelain shoes. Wow. What's the information on this? Where's it from?
It says, let me see. Vintage doll I purchased at at a estate sale. On the back of the head has a marking Germany, 11 inches tall, great condition. So this is just Worth Point, where they don't even know like what the doll is, but Potter just sent those.
That's about the same size.
But then look
too.
here, then also if you go here, oh now it's one, I don't belong to Worth Point, so it's not gonna let me see that. This other one, see, this is more like the face, right?
Well, I'm not there yet.
Oh, okay. But this is a kit, like somebody made this kit.
Oh, I see.
See?
I see.
And see, there was like a pattern to make the clothing, the body. So maybe somebody made it.
Yes. Okay. Wow, this is cool. Oh my gosh. Would you be kind enough to send me that link?
For which one? This?
The kit, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to email you the link to this.
Oh, that's so cool.
I'm just going to send it. I'm going to send it to your Facebook message.
Okay. God, I haven't been on Facebook in I got on for like a half an hour in the past 36 hours. People actually think I vanished. Not that it matters because my daughters, now that
they know where you are, they're monitoring your watch.
Yes.
Carolyn, your email is carolyn@truecrimechat.org.
Yeah.
Was I not supposed to say that?
You doxed me. You doxed me. Oh my gosh, you doxed me. Now everybody's going to be emailing me.
Oh no.
I know.
All right, I'll put out my email to be so we're even. All right, I'll say my email just so we're even. I'll dox myself.
All right, dox yourself.
You want me to?
No, don't dox yourself. Do a fake dox. LisaD@gmail.com.
Neckbracekaren@gmail.com.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's taken by now.
Probably
not. All right, I just
I don't
emailed
think there
you
is
something.
a neck brace, Karen. And I think I'm gonna be able to recreate that drawing myself because I'm pretty good like that. If I look at something.
Do you want the one that was drawn that I have on my fridge? You want that?
Well, I have the ones like she gave me, but I don't even want to use hers. I just want to draw. Like I'm pretty good. If I look at something, I can draw it myself.
You're gonna do it yourself?
I'm gonna give it a good try. Yeah, I think.
All right. You know what? I'll take a picture of this and send it to you if you want to use it.
I have it. I have all the prototypes.
You have this?
Yeah.
You don't want it then?
I have the prototypes.
Okay.
I put him in that whatchamacallit message. Did you see him? In the
No.
WhatsApp message. The prototypes.
No.
You didn't see him?
No.
You should go back and check.
Oh, wait a minute. No, you sent them to me, right?
No, I put him in the WhatsApp message.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder who really drew this.
I wonder. You know what I was looking for? Because it was weird. When she sent me the computer stuff with the family, but it was always in stages, and she'd say, oh, look, here it is so far. And I think she took pieces, like, because I can do that too. If I see something, especially a drawing, I can do it verbatim. Like I can just recreate it, not even.
You have like
copy
a photographic memory.
Well,
almost?
I can look at it and I can do the same drawing and not trace it. Like she said, she traced that picture of Rome. She admitted in there that she copied it with her pen like that. Okay, but I'm saying like with the other stuff, because the one that was closest to her, the one that knew her for almost 5 years, says she doesn't draw, right? But then you have somebody like someone else says she can draw, but didn't know her as well. So wouldn't you think the person that knew her really, really well would know if she could draw?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then she said something else highly suspect to me once. She said, because I said, hey, can you get the neck brace, Karen? And did you see the first rendition of the neck brace, Karen? It was like totally not her drawing style. Well, what
it looked
she said,
weird. It looked really, really weird.
And I tried
totally, totally weird and
it
kind of
looked
ugly.
I know. And that's what I said. I said, she wanted me to do, and I said, that is hellacious. But I didn't want to insult.
It was totally. I wish I had a picture of it.
I do have a picture of it. I didn't want to insult her. So, because like I figure she's sick and she's drawing this and she thinks I don't want to insult her, but it looks hideous. It's hideous. And I was thinking, like, if I was Lisa T, I certainly wouldn't want that on any merch. It looked like George Washington or something. It was horrible. It was horrible. It was hellacious.
It was horrible.
It looked nothing like the Ollie's picture one, okay? And I said, can't we get a little cute one like the little Ollie's picture one? Now, see, that I was highly suspect then. But I said, all right, maybe she's not drawing as well, Maybe she doesn't remember what she drew for the
Right, you can excuse it because of that.
Yeah.
Because the brain tumor really encompassed a lot of things.
So I'd say, well, maybe I don't want to insult her, so I'd say, could we get something a little more attractive, maybe a little more hair and a little more cartoonish kind? And she was like, okay, I'll get to it. But then she goes, I don't know where I put my drawing pens in the move, so I had to order new ones from Amazon, so it'll take about a day or two. But she never, ever gave me the final prototype.
Right.
Ever. And then when she was drawing these pictures of my family, and it was real weird, she showed us a rendition of the one, like, on Thanksgiving, and I said, ooh, you forgot the turtle. And she goes, oh, well, I'll put him in there before I send him off to you. But she didn't.
Right.
And
because then she'd have to maybe get somebody else to draw it.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, I think like somebody was drawing it for her. Or there was a program on the computer that did that, and she copied it, like, because she would send it in dribs and drabs. She'd go, look, I'm almost done, and it would just be the outline of the computer and our faces. So I don't know what was going on there. But that other neck brace, I know that neck brace, Potter would find it in a minute, probably. Potter's really good like that.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can pull it up. I think it's on my WhatsApp. Where's my glasses? Over here. I'm 100% certain she did not draw this. But I don't even know how she thought to send that to me. But it also could be something of her where she wanted me to insult her or something and then say, I drew this and they hated it. Or something. I don't know what.
It was weird. It was so weird. It looked like a zombie.
Yeah, it didn't look like anything that, and she was like, oh.
It was in one of the big drawings, right?
I said, here, I'll tell you what I said after she sent it, because I waited. I didn't know what to say, but I knew that was not going to go on merch.
It may have just been another way to put a wedge between the two of
Maybe she wanted me to put that on merch, and Lisa would be like, wow, Carolyn, could you find a more unattractive rendering?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a way to create, just
some conflict or something.
Yeah. And I just said, no, we can't put that on. Here it is. Let me see. I just saw it. Yeah. Look at this. And it reminds me of something. I'm going to try to enlarge it there. Okay. That's what she set through for the neck brace, Karen. Can you even imagine? Can you imagine? Okay. She says, let's see.
Oh my God.
She sent that through and it says NBK. Thanks for the chat. Stand with you all the way. Always here. Love yous. I have an appointment at 7. Oh my God. See, listen to this one. I have an appointment at 7:30 a.m. So 2:30 a.m. my time. She's telling me. So you understand. 2:30 a.m. You better be calling me about my scans, okay? For a review of a scan and bloods and a lumbar puncture I had prior to the break-in cycle tomorrow. That will determine how much longer I have treatment and the intensity of it for the next 8 weeks. So she's letting me know, 2:30, you better be off your live or something, and you better be on the phone with me.
Right.
Yeah. And then, let's see. And then, of course, where am I? I'm at the store buying her Tums asking her which ones, I'm sending her a whole box of over-the-counter medication she can't get there. Which Tums do you want in the mega bottles, because she has such side effects from these treatments, and the Tums she can only get here. We sent her home with bottles and bottles of Tums, and so I was getting the over-the-counter medications that she needed.
Oh my God, you're kidding.
And she was like, yeah. She goes, oh, either's fine, but berries perhaps.
Carolyn, I remember you said about soda you sent her home with.
Joe, she was drinking
drank
root beer. Yeah, root beer like crazy. I'm trying to see what the date of this is. Let me see. Okay, in September is when she said, I have a lady coming to collect some of AJ's things. I'm donating some to people who can't afford it. It's pretty tough. I said, oh, really? I'm sorry. What made you decide to do that? She says, it's okay. It's tougher than I expected, though. And she says, well, I don't even go in my wardrobe anymore. I avoid it. And I keep seeing all these advertisements online, people pleading for things, and it felt like the right thing to do. Not everything. I'm keeping some. I said, it's a very nice thing to do, but make sure you're ready. It is okay to change your mind. And she said, yeah, I know. I'm regretting it a little because it's so hard, making me cry a little. Pathetic. It's just sitting there and people need it. And I said, no, it's not pathetic. If you're not ready to do it, don't do it. She says, okay, I've got a couple of hours before she comes. I'll see. Sorry to lay this on you. No, yeah, she's really sorry to lay this on me. You know, sorry to lay anything on me. But I appreciate the advice. Thank you. Okay. Oh my gosh. And then she never brought it up again, whether she came and got it or not. Oh my gosh. And I'm trying to see where I told her about the neck brace, Karen. I think I said it on a live. I said, I got it. Could we make it possibly a little cuter or something?
It's super scary.
Oh my God. It's so different than what she, like, that had to be done for a reason. She had to do that for a reason.
It isn't accidental, but, poor drawing. It's like the eyebrows are so surprised above these popping. I mean, it's
so weird. I'll be right back.
To make the person portrayed look crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be right back, okay?
Trying to see if I know I mentioned it to her in a live. I just said, can we get it to be a little cuter?
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah. But you didn't know it looked like that, right?
Well, I couldn't see that. I can't remember if you held it up but because I can't see anything, without a magnifying glass. But I remember the commentary was funny. Could you make it look cuter, make her look cuter or something?
Oh, and then guess what?
Really?
Here's something very, very funny, weird funny. When I had my colonoscopy, and then I got home, and then the Watts Netflix thing dropped. I said, did the movie show for you? And she goes, no, I was unwell. I was not myself. Sorry. I said, sorry to hear that. What's wrong? And it's okay. I'm just not me. I said, same stuff as the last time we talked or something different? She goes, I don't remember. I went to the hospital, but no swelling or bless, whatever that means. I think she meant to put bleeding. My thoughts are slow. I can't stop trying. I said, you were in the hospital? She goes, they are jumbled up for. She's writing all weird. I said, yesterday? She goes, night. They said I'm tired. I said, okay. Are you sleeping? She goes, not really. They gave me medicines for it. I didn't know what to do. I tried to call people to ask for their help, but it went unanswered. I think that she means unanswered. I can't remember. No, she goes, but it went answered. I can't remember who answered in the end. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm sorry. I sound crazy. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm sorry. She was trying to make me think she was insane. I'm just not myself. I said, when? When were you calling? She goes, yesterday. I didn't call you because I knew you had things to do for yourself yesterday. Oh my gosh. So I said, can you look at your phone to see who called? She goes, I called Lisa D. And I called Loopy Lisa and Nick. And I said, and you couldn't get them? And she goes, no. I called the hospital, but I couldn't remember if they said to rest or go in. And then I spoke to someone, I think Bella. She answered, tell me to go in and what to do. I said, right, and this was for you on Tuesday night? She goes, well, I tried to call in the day, I think, and later those peoples, she says. I said, you were speaking with me Tuesday early morning. She goes, yes. And she goes, I have not had a seizure. I know that. But I couldn't stop crying. Everything was slow. Words I was using, wrong words. I didn't make sense. I'm doing it better now, but I'm scared. I just want to be myself.
Oh my God.
And I said, and this is, remember, I just got home from a colonoscopy and we just did this thing. Okay, so then she goes, I said, are you sure you did not have one of those standing seizures? She goes, I didn't. I'm really certain of it. She's right. I didn't know what to do. I don't know. I just want to be better. I don't want to be just laying here by myself, but I just can't do anything about it. I said, right, I know. She goes, I'm rambling. I'm sorry. And then I said, it's all right. And
What
then
a burden on you. Oh my God.
I wonder what on earth she's doing now.
And meanwhile, she had all those freaking people.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, and then this is a weird one. She told me there was Chinese food delivery attempted at the house. The next she goes, she asked me, I've had Chinese food attempted to be delivered to my house for the third time tonight. I haven't asked for it. I've asked everyone else. You didn't send it, did you? I said, no. And she goes, okay, thanks. I had to go through everyone. It's been tried 3 times tonight. All have my address on it. I said, oh, and she goes, yes. When I text, it was the once. Now it's been 3 times. I've had people do something similar, but they always tell me or say a surprise is coming, but not Chinese food like this, not a meal or anything. Anyway, thanks.
That's so weird.
And then somebody else said that she called the police and had it tested for poison.
What?
Yeah, that's what someone else said.
Oh man.
So weird.
This team, do you know if the team of helpers, the little elves she had running around waiting on her, do you know if they are aware of if they've been tipped off?
The people that were waiting on, they were all in the meeting, all the people that were waiting on her hand and foot.
Oh, they were. Good.
Yeah.
Good. No, I didn't know she had a subset of.
Well, I'm sure she probably has another whole set of people that wait on her.
I'm sure.
That must be a little frightening.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to find out where she gives me the new neck brace Karen one and what, because I know she said. I had to ask her so many times for it.
Must be weird to have something so highly orchestrated and then have every member of the orchestra.
Yeah.
Part.
Oh, she said, starting to despise Slack. They all go in there and they have a good bitch session. You know, I mean, they're the first to kick off when you're late or may not come on. Love ya, but I hate ya. You do so much. You're so good at what you do. I think you do way too much. You're a good person, the best, in fact. In case no one told you today, I'm grateful for all you do. Thank you.
Wow.
I'm still trying to find her neck brace, Karen.
Well, I was thinking if I get to sleep by 8 o'clock, I'll be good.
Where's the new neck brace, Karen? I'm trying to see because I know she said she didn't get her stuff.
Are these texts or emails?
Text.
Carolyn, do you have old texts on your old phone? Is this your new phone?
Oh, but they just transfer over. I've got them all.
Oh, yeah.
I have to keep my sound off because I sleep at such odd times that if I don't turn off all the sound, it's like people coming up applying peppermint oil to my cheek.
The airbed. I just had to go and try and put a patch on the airbed.
Oh, here's where she said it. She said,
son and daughter-in-law are sleeping in, but it didn't work.
I said, you don't feel good? She goes, hey, I'm okay. Just the chemo is lousy. Just waiting for some drawing supplies to arrive to finish off Karen. I ordered some more. I can't find them in my boxes. It will be done tonight. I said, oh, okay, good. And then, let's see. When did she give them to me? Oh, then she let me know, I've been preoccupied with a spider that seems to live outside my house.
Oh, I see.
It disappeared today and has been in the same spot for a week, but it'll just come back. I wouldn't mind, but it's an 8-legged, million-eyed beast, but it's something called a false widow, the only venomous spider we have in the UK. So, she doesn't move out of the house if there's a spider anywhere outside the house. She won't move outside. She wouldn't even go to work. She didn't even have a job, but she told me she didn't go to work. She called in sick from work because of the spider.
Did you say a false widow?
Yeah, that's what she said. The only venomous spider in the UK. So I don't even know if that's true. Then she says...
Well, I'm Googling it, but it's not because I want to buy one.
Oh, no. She goes, then I said, how are you doing? And she goes, I'm okay, just having a few nightmares with my old place and the light down. I'm not doing well health-wise. Anyway, I hope you're doing well. You won't even believe they were supposed to have fixed the mold. I can't get a cleaner. This is where she lied completely. She said she had nobody helping her. I can't get a cleaner or a handyman. Everyone has canceled on me because of lockdown. I had a friend for half a day. I've been walking back and forth between 2 houses, 1.5 miles away, bringing things over, carrying them in separate trips. And then I said, so gross, because she's sending me pictures of the mold. And I said, what is going on? And she says, oh, nothing notable. Just the treatment going on for so long is making me quite sick, just in general. It's disgusting. So I've been sat on the floor bawling, not knowing how to put one foot in front of the other.
Oh my God, she got so dramatic with you.
Yes, and because she expected me to swoop in there and see, I didn't get it because...
What were you supposed to do, though?
I don't know. Like, did she expect me to know what companies to call to get her people over there? I mean, what the hell did she expect me to do? I don't know.
So bizarre.
Okay, so she's going on and on. She said she's seriously losing the plot. I said, okay, so then after today, this is your last trip. You're all done with that apartment, right? And she goes, no, tomorrow I will have to come back and steam clean the floors once it's completely empty. All I can say now is I'm so glad I moved. My new house is not damp at all. It's warm and huge and lovely. I said, oh boy, it seems you have a lot to get out of there. She said, mainly just crap and cleaning stuff, but it's so hard with lockdown. Meanwhile, she had a team of people in there, all of these friends, cleaning. She goes, I had 3 cleaners cancel on me. The removal men for the second day canceled.
It's amazing how she got people to do things for her.
I know. And then I said, okay, so how's everything? And can't you, I said, can the people at the cancer center help you get some kind of help? And she goes, and I said, is the landlord pushing you? And she goes, no, he's not, but he can take me to court and fine me to claim damages. The mold's got nothing to do with me, but I have to get it better than this. The furniture isn't mine, it's his. And I said, and then when I asked her about the people at the cancer center, listen to what she says. I've asked, and yes, in short, long, there is a wait list. That didn't fit. I couldn't afford to spend another $1,600 here and on the new place, as well as to stay longer. So what was I supposed to go, here's $1,600, here, take your time on that. I mean, I don't know what oh my gosh. And then she says, Bella recommended the movers, other than I tried calling a couple of times. She hasn't answered. Now she's upset at Bella. She hasn't answered. Her mom is still very unwell.
Oh.
And I said, you know, that really sucks. It's okay. Last hurdle. I've done all the hard work. The garbage and stuff I'm getting rid of can be left on the street. It's okay. I just have to lift it to the stairs. I cleaned the oven today and outside. Getting there, my friend getting there. I don't even know. Oh my gosh. I guarantee you she didn't even clean that oven. I guarantee you one of those
Absolutely
other people
not.
cleaned that oven. Mm-hmm. She lost her brain somewhere between the mold and the oven. Sorry to whine on. And then the strangest thing that, okay, she said her landlord, she said she saw like an Orthodox calendar. And she said, you know, he's an Hasidic Orthodox Jew there. I said, really? And she said, yeah. And so then she was going on and on. So I said, what did I say? I said, okay, let me know what we can do to find someone. Did you ask your new landlord? He probably knows a lot of people, because she told me he was arranging all the stuff. She goes, ah, good point. I hadn't thought of that. I lost my brain somewhere. And then I said, oh, good. Yeah, call him. I'm sure he knows a lot of people to that type of thing, because she said he owns a lot of properties, right? So she says, yeah, you're right. The Jew squad, that's what she said, the Jew squad will come to my aid. That's who
The Jew squad?
Yes, that's exactly what she said. The Jew squad will come to my aid. That's who he sent to move the furniture. I didn't want out of the new place. Hasids are scared of Elvis, not making eye contact, ha ha ha, like the old days.
That's bizarre.
Wow.
And then she finally sent me the neck brace Karen's on November 10th, and that's like 4 days before the professor cuts her loose. She said, I just emailed you this. Let me know if the face is right or the expression. Could not get the eyes right at the freak-all. At the freak-all. Like I think she was purposely writing like this. Did it like 20 times, so went back to the side eye. And this is, these, you know, you saw these, right, that she sent. And these, we went back to the cartoonish ones.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right? Okay. But then
Well,
your
at least
face,
you have them.
Yeah, the face like an orange spray tan. She said, maybe more vibrant colors. I can fix it, make it neater. These are just sketches.
She didn't get as pathetic with me.
No, she didn't get as pathetic with you?
Not as pathetic.
Oh. I just take time.
She would just be like more like martyr, like a martyr. Oh, I'm fine.
Oh,
Don't
really?
worry about me. Maybe she didn't go into as much detail with me because she knows I have a background in cancer and I might have discovered something was inaccurate or something.
Yes, and I think this is when she got cut loose. She said, I'm sorry, I'm such a bad way right now. I feel like I'm having a bit of a breakdown or something. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'll go back and read through properly and listen. I said, what's wrong? Did you go for treatment? No, I canceled today. I don't know what's wrong. I'm sorry. I said, really? She goes, I'm losing it a bit. I've got so much and I can't line my thoughts. I said, what do you mean? She said, I don't even know what I mean. I'm a bit scared. I'm just struggling with everything. I said, did your side and walking get worse? Because that's when she said everything was... No, that's okay. I really don't even know what is wrong. I know this sounds nuts. I know I just don't even know. I'm frightened and I just can't get a grip on anything. I said, so what did they say when you canceled? What are you struggling to do? She said, well, it was just the administration, really, the reception people, not so much. I'm struggling to do anything. I just lose the whole day and I don't remember it and I cry a lot. I'm freaking out with panic attacks. I just don't know. I said, you can't remember the day or what you did? Well, yeah, I guess. I don't know if I sleep it away or what. I said, do you feed Elvis? Do you walk Elvis? I haven't walked her in a little while, no. But I feed her for sure. I said, what about yourself? I'm so sorry. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm sorry. I think I manage for the most part. I don't have a huge appetite. I said, you should call the doctor. I know I should. Please do. Tell them, I said. And she goes, I'm worried what might happen, though. I don't want to go anywhere. What do you mean? She says, I mean, I don't want to leave my house or have to sit and talk to doctors. I said, I know, but you have to. But you have to. You have to go for treatments and stuff. She says, but I don't even feel able to do that. I said, you don't feel like you're going to be able to get to the treatment center? I feel like I don't want to do that anymore. I said, you don't want to go to treatment? No, I don't think I do. It's so hard. I said, are you still taking your chemo? I don't really do anything other than sit in my home. It's not much of a life or anything. How long have you been feeling like that?
That's when you were telling me that you were worried she was giving up.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm really scared.
She worried the hell out of you.
Yeah. And it's not right for me to say, and she goes like this, and it's not right for me to say any of this to you. I'm sorry. I said, did you talk at all with the doctor about the treatments or stopping them? I haven't mentioned about stopping them. I did a long time ago, but not recently. And then I said, I mean, do you really want for I said, do you want for treatment? I mean, do you want for treatment on Friday night? Let's see. Oh, I mean, did you go for treatment on Friday night? And so today you missed, but then you're going to say something if you don't go tomorrow night, right? And she says, yes, they will call me if I don't attend to check on me. I was just on the phone with Lisa D. Remember I called you about this? She said, not for long. I don't even remember a word she said. I don't remember hearing a word. I just said I had to go. I'd call her back. Remember? And then you said to me you were worried that you were going on and on and on. You overwhelmed her. Remember? You were so upset you overwhelmed her. You said, oh, I'm so sorry. I should have thought about it. I shouldn't have overwhelmed her. I probably overwhelmed her.
Right, because I was talking to her about some of my
Going
stuff.
on and on and on.
Which has nothing to do with my marriage, by the way.
Right. And I said, do you remember? But then I asked her this. I go, do you remember we talked on Friday on the phone? And she goes, I remember we talked. I said, okay, but you can't remember your conversation with Lisa? She says, I know I was on the phone for maybe 20 minutes and she was talking, but I don't know what about. I couldn't.
That's because she probably didn't really care what I was saying, because it was about me.
She goes, I couldn't listen. So I said, oh, why? You couldn't focus, or your head hurt, or what? And she goes, I just stare into space. I don't know. I couldn't keep track. I said, did she notice? Did she say anything? She goes, I just couldn't take it in. I don't remember. She just texted me and said she was sorry. I was going on and on. I said, Then she goes, anyway, it's late. I won't keep you. I'm sorry. I think
That's because I was talking to her like you would talk to a friend, and, you know.
She goes, I'm just overwhelmed.
Trust in her.
And if you would all come, she goes, and it will all come right in a day or two. I said, okay, but don't be sorry. Tell me what you need me to do. For you. If you need to talk, that's fine. If you need to call me, that's fine. Whatever. I'm here for you. So then she goes, thanks. I don't know what I need. I'm not sure at all. I just know I'm scared. I don't like feeling
I bet you
like this.
she didn't know what I talked about, because it was about me, that conversation. It wasn't about her. So she probably just didn't even really pay any attention to it.
Right. And this is all right after live. She's keeping me up like all morning. So then I said, I'm sorry. You don't like feeling like this. It must be scary. And I'm thinking that you need to call the doctor and let them know how you're feeling. Yes, I will. I'm going to schedule an online appointment for today. I will try to call Lisa back, see if I can take things in case I freaked her out by leaving the call so quick.
She didn't freak me out.
I'm sorry.
There was no drama like that.
So I said, okay, you were overwhelmed and maybe need some rest. Because I just wanted her to get some rest, because then I could get some rest. So I'm like, you better get some rest. I think maybe get some rest. Okay, yes.
Like, so you could leave me the freak alone.
I said, love you, and call me if you need me. Love you too, thanks. Okay, and then, what did she say? I'm trying to think of the
I'm working on this box.
Oh, then she shows me that lady cooking in her kitchen.
I'm listening, though.
I said, that's good, she's there. She goes, hope you're doing okay. I didn't go for treatment again today. Someone from something called a crisis team will be in contact later. Is your friend still there? And she goes, no, she left after I fell asleep. I said, oh wow, I hope she stayed. You did not feel up to going in again? I just don't feel able to leave the house. I see, they're calling in a crisis team? She says, yes. I said, what is that exactly? She says, I just want to be myself again. It's mental health support. And then she goes, I mean, I know I sound crazy, but I'm not. I'm not mental. I'm just not me. It will be today. They already called. They're going to assess if I'm safe or not. And they want to see my GP. If not, then they will assess. It's not like that, though. I'm just scared. My mind is failing me. And this is when she told me that because the crisis team came, I had to give her wake-up calls in the middle of our lives. So it would be 2:30 in the morning. I had to give her wake-up calls because if she didn't answer for the crisis team, then they would come in and think she committed suicide. So,
oh my God.
So strange. Yeah. Yeah. She said, they said I need to speak to someone about it, someone on the team of people to have access it. They told me to take a few days, that it's normal, that people waver here and there. They said it's a lot of work to not push through, and I've done a lot of work.
Why don't I have that?
Did Tracy? Oh, Tracy's here. Tracy? So strange. Hi, Tracy. And then I made these doll videos for her with her doll, telling her to get out of bed and go watch something on TV with her, the doll that I got her talking.
Hey. I'm thinking we should binge watch that cult show and pick out on junk food.
So I think something you got to watch Netflix and pick out.
I don't know. I think I'm listening.
You're on, Tracy.
Hi, Tracy.
Okay. Hey. It looks like I was on a doll video.
No, I was just showing a doll video.
Okay. Okay.
You're
Because
okay.
I heard you talking about something else, and then I saw some dolls. I'm like, wait, what happened?
Oh, yeah, Potter's showing me something. You might be right, Potter. Doodle, he's showing me a doodle site, like, yeah, doodly. Maybe. First one is really ugly, though. You're Googling neck brace Karen and you found this? Let's see.
I think there's a delay. Had terrible time with my computer, so I think there's a delay right now.
Oh, is it? That's funny, Robin. I think I've seen that. How are you feeling? Can you hear it, Tracy? How do you feel?
Who?
Tracy.
Oh, I see that I'm on, but I had like a delay.
You have a delay. Huh.
I'm almost ready to do this with everyone, but I'm just.
What is it
training
you're doing
myself
now?
One more time. It's this.
The triangle box?
It's a triangle box, but it's made differently. The lid is built into it.
Did you check? Wait, did you check on your tracking for your Cricut?
I did, but it just says it's supposed to come Monday.
Oh, you're sure?
That's what it said. Do you want me to check again?
Do you actually checked using the tracking number?
But I don't understand, like, how I should do that.
What do you mean? You just get the tracking number.
Don't make fun of me, but I don't know what you mean.
No, just get the tracking number and then put it into Google and it'll show you what, like if it's, you know, if it's a USPS, it usually starts with a 9.
Could you do it for me?
Yeah, send me the number. I'll track it.
Oh, and I emailed you a link to the little porcelain doll that I showed you.
Okay.
Okay.
You sent me the number?
I think it's going to come before Monday. I think it's going to come tomorrow. It says 1Z.
Oh, that's
like
a UPS.
zebra.
That's a UPS.
Shoot, to read that. 3595.
Okay, no, but I don't. Why don't you just send it to me? Don't send it because then someone will know. Get your tracking information.
Oh,
Well,
shoot,
don't
you're
say.
right.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so
just
I'll
send
take a picture of it and email it
just
to you.
yeah, just email it to me.
I already doxed you. I feel horrible.
I know.
I want to show everybody what I ordered for you, but I don't want you to look. After this, you have to shut your eyes.
What did you say, Boo?
No, I was wondering if the doxing was the email that Nightbot published
Yeah.
every 5 minutes.
Why is it sending you both? Wait a minute.
What?
The hell am I doing?
You just have to send me the Z number.
I know, it's weird. It wanted to send you something else, too. I don't want you to see that.
Oh.
Well, if I conk out, you guys, it's because I fell asleep.
Okay. Yeah. Look at the cats looking out the door.
I love that.
What are all those plants out there? You're growing a garden?
Oh, that's when I get around to it. I have to put those in some pots that I have.
What are you growing?
I have some succulents, and then the two in the front are Christmas cactuses that I had to adopt.
You had to adopt them? Either somebody didn't want them?
Well, yeah, they look they look like they had been orphaned.
At the store?
Yeah,
I do that too. I do that too. Isn't that you like? You take the one. You're like, it's okay. You come home with me. I'll fix you up.
Exactly.
I know. Isn't that weird? Like you don't take this big like really nice one. You take the one that looks like it really needs help or it's not going to make it.
Yes.
One that's got like half of a thing broken in half, and you're like, okay, come on, get in the car, let's go.
That's really crazy,
Yes.
right?
I've done that with African violets, saved them like in February, and then like still have them now. Yeah, it's just like, come on, get in the car, it will be okay. Because I know you're saying everybody's going to pick the really nice looking one. I'll pick you. Come on, let's go.
I show everybody what I got you without you looking.
Yeah, I'll close my eyes.
You
Tell
promise?
Me, yeah, my eyes are closed. Tell me when it's over.
All right, hold on. Here it is.
Wait, what is that? I mean,
Don't say it. Don't dox it because my eyes are closed.
Oh man, I wish I could see this.
You want me to send it to you, Moo? I'll email it. I'll send you in a message.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Is it done? Can I look?
Okay, you could look now, but you promise you won't peek later?
No, I won't. I don't do that kind of stuff.
I know, I'm not like that either. I like surprises. Okay, I just texted it to you, Moo.
Okay.
Mew. I feel like I'm statistics.
I thought somebody just sent me something really bad, okay? Because when I just saw this, and then I'm like, that looks like Lisa's address, but this looks like something really suspect.
Oh
You said
my
retire
God.
Hagen.
What is it, Carolyn?
Because you said retired Hagen Reneker, sleeping baby wearing a diaper, blue. I thought it was like some kind of really weird image. Like I thought it was some kind of sergeant. I don't know what the heck I was looking at. And I said, what the hell is this? Oh my gosh. Tracking number. Let's see.
Thanks for doing that for me. Moo, you like it?
That's excellent.
Isn't that cute? Maybe it's not a big deal, but.
No, it's great.
Okay. Let's see. Smaller.
I don't know. I have to see, is anybody interested in making this triangle box that with the lid built in? If you are, I'm learning how to make it right now, and I could teach it, but you'd have to really, really be devoted to all, like, it's a process, but it's a really cool product. So I'm teaching myself so I could teach you.
wonder how many, do you know how many of the current chat have been up for the
I can't see the chat because I'm training myself on this video. What?
No, is Carolyn, are you keeping track of how many people have been up for the duration?
No, I haven't, but I mean, we've had a consistent good number in here. 799.
There's a lot of folding involved in this.
I've been here I've been here the whole time.
Okay, so your tracking is saying it's out. It says it's out for delivery, and
I know it says that, but I don't know where.
it says Farmingville.
Oh, it's in Farmingdale?
Farmingville.
Okay. That's not bad. So maybe it will be delivered today.
It came from Canada.
Really?
It says Ontario.
Oh, interesting. I don't know because I didn't order it.
Oh, Gary did?
Yeah, Gary ordered it because it's supposed to be my Christmas present. Uh-oh, my battery's low.
Yeah, good taste. What's going on? How did the cookies turn out? They turned out well. These are some of the cookies here. Kids are getting into them. I have to still do the gingerbread. You need to find your origami paper. One of a kind.
Yeah, look for your paper and get ready because I'm going to try to teach this to people. But it takes it doesn't have that weird corner.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Leisha. Yeah.
You know, it doesn't have that weird corner that we were dealing with yesterday.
Yeah, that corner ripped doing that corner ripped
I'm
my
gonna
paper.
have to figure out a better way to teach that because I don't want you guys to feel like failures.
Oh,
if
Patch,
you're not,
I think, is doing it. They've had their hand.
You know what I mean? It's not fun then. It takes away the fun, you know?
Tracy, can you hear Tracy?
That commercial was really weird, wasn't it?
The what?
It was a cold.
Tracy?
I wonder if it would be after delivery, like coming out of Farmingdale today.
Yeah, I don't know. You never know. Something you never know.
On the truck.
Tracy?
And you know what else? There's usually a notation saying it should be delivered by 7 p.m.
Yeah,
or
it gives
8
you.
or
Yeah, but they're all wrong on those this year. Like they always say that, and then it's like what they did with me with this doll. Tracy, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can.
Sound like that commercial. There was some delay when Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There was some delay. I'm listening to hear if there's any delay again.
No, it sounds okay. You're okay.
It does?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's always a delay with YouTube.
You can't watch it on
Not
YouTube. Yeah, don't watch it on YouTube. You just can't.
Do you think I should go out and turn my YouTube off? Maybe I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, just watch it on Zoom. Don't watch it on YouTube. You know what I mean?
Can I leave and come back?
Yeah. Yeah. You can leave and come back, but you
because I'm hearing myself on a delay.
Because you probably have YouTube on. Go shut YouTube off.
Okay, if I leave, can I come back?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. I did this wrong. Hold on. This is a little tedious.
What? So quiet.
Where did that happen? Hold on.
I don't know these infusible ink pens.
It's a little off. I don't know if anybody's going to want to do this one. Hold on a minute. Where did she put those? It's a lot of folding with this one, so you need a pretty resilient paper to do it.
I still don't understand infusible ink. Do you need a transfer sheet with infusible ink, or do you?
Oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to make a list of what I should buy.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's the one thing I don't understand. Does anybody know? Do you know infusible ink, Gail?
Some of these videos, they go so fast when they're showing you things.
I just don't understand it. There's markers, so somebody said you can draw directly on something, but then somebody's like, no, you need a transfer.
Crazy dog.
Do you have a delay at all? How's it going? How's it going, Tracy?
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Can?
I can. Yep.
We're good then. I guess I didn't turn the YouTube off.
Oh, okay.
And I was hearing myself on a delay.
How do you feel?
Oh, how do I feel? I'm back to normal. You know, I have rheumatoid arthritis and other things, so you know I had those things. But as far as now, my taste hasn't come back. That's
Your
weird.
taste? You still haven't got your taste back?
No.
Not anything? You can't taste anything?
Well, yeah, you can. It's very dull. different. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, that
Like you
sucks.
can taste really like bitter, and you can taste really spicy, and things like that. But like your normal
You can't taste it.
food, you just and it's weird. I guess it's going to be temporary. It better not be forever. But I've heard that it lasts a little while.
Yeah, it
But
sounds like it's
right, even as you don't know anything about this, don't know enough about it. But as far as how I've been feeling, I've been back to normal for a while.
That's good.
Yeah.
And how's your roommate? Did they get it?
Yeah, he got it, and he hardly got it.
Oh.
He hardly got it at all. Yeah, it was amazing. Well, he did have a fever every day and a cough, but it didn't hit him near. I mean, I was on like death's door. But he it's weird, like how that happens.
Yeah.
We both basically at the same time. We got it at church. Now I look back at it, I thought, what was I thinking going to church? I can't believe I did that.
Yeah. Wow.
I thought he was going to have.
They weren't wearing masks. They weren't wearing masks at church.
And I get there, and I had a double mask on, and a lot of people didn't have any mask. And I was like, now I look back and I think, what was I thinking going to church?
You think that's exactly, you positive that's where you caught it?
Oh, yeah, because I don't go that much. And
like anywhere else?
Anywhere else. And this was a big church that we went to his church. The Catholic church is we couldn't go to. I'm Catholic. So I went to his church that day, and we were planning on going to a bigger church, huge church. And they were doing something that day, and they had a choir and stuff. And I don't know what I was thinking. I really don't. I should have been saying, no, this probably isn't a good time to go, but I did. And and like I said, I assumed everybody would have masks on, but a lot of people didn't.
Is it a law in your state?
No.
Okay.
No.
So it's optional.
Yep. West Virginia is pretty, do what you want.
Lisa, I put the...
Here it's mandatory.
I put the fabric...
It should be. It should be.
It's mandatory here, and people are very, very...
It absolutely...
Everybody is on top of it. Like, nobody goes anywhere without it.
Yeah, it should be, and I love the way New York does it. West Virginia's always been that way. They're like that with the guns, too. Everybody has a gun. Not me, but...
Lisa, I'm putting the links in the chat there, Lisa.
Okay. I'm just putting together this box. This is what it looks like before you put the lid on. The lid goes on like this. And it looks like this when you're done. And it has the lid built in. You don't have to make two pieces like the other one had.
One.
Right. It's one piece. This is the other one I made. I'm practicing because, I want to be good enough to show you how. But this is how to do it. It's a little like when you open the box, it looks like this. And then you put these things inside and it closes the box. The one I taught you, the one I taught everybody yesterday, this is complicated, a lot of folding. The one I taught you guys, even though that corner is hard, is much easier than this, but you have a built-in lid and you're only making one piece to make the whole thing.
How thick of paper is that?
Well, it's regular,
really
scrapbooking
thick.
paper. It's regular scrapbooking paper. You can't make it too thick, otherwise you can't.
Okay, I have that. I have some of that. That looks like
scrapbooking paper. It's not really that thick. It's not really that thick, but it's not.
It just
really
looks
that
it.
either. Yeah, like I
Yeah.
tried to use the paper I got at the Dollar Tree, but that's too thin.
Right.
This
Yeah.
is, you got to use something a little heavier, but not too heavy,
Right.
because then your folds, when you fold them, they don't, it doesn't work right. So, it has
I
to be
want to learn
somewhat
it,
thick.
and I can't learn it in the books. When
I
you
know,
try
that's why I'm trying to show people like
to
doing
get
it.
it, you can't learn on the books. You have to have someone,
Someone show you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me
you
see
do.
what everybody's saying in the chat, because I'm not there right now. I don't know how everybody feels about how to
I can't see chat.
want to do it. Now, I'm gonna hold on a minute.
See if I can. Not sophisticated on this yet.
I'm gonna go back before I do this one. I'm gonna go back. This is my notebook, and I'm going to try to do that corner again. Find an easier way to do that corner, and then I'm going to teach you guys both boxes. How does everybody feel about that? I really want to do this right. Tracy, okay, you like it. Usually Pitbull likes to do them. But I'm not going to start yet, Pitbull. I'm going to start like maybe 20 minutes or a half an hour, then I'm going to start. Because I want to get this right so I can be a good teacher.
Right.
Okay?
You're great.
But I want it to work, you know what I mean? All right, so I'm going to work on this right now, and I'm going to master that corner if it kills me. I don't see, it's weird because I made these and I don't even remember how I did it. Because like with these things, like you have to do them multiple times before you really learn.
No, I bet. Yeah. For sure.
Right. So I made these a little while ago and I forgot how I did that corner, but I know it wasn't that hard. So something is really wrong. So I've got to master that before I can teach you guys that. So I'm going to make one right now, which isn't going to even take me that long.
I feel bad, Carolyn. I couldn't have joined you all in the last couple of days, but I told you where I live, phone doesn't work. And I just kept leaving you or sending you messages to come in, and the message would come right back. So I woke up this morning and I got a message from you. I was able to come in, but
oh yeah, right.
I wanted to, help you all get you guys out. How long are you gonna go?
All of January.
How long?
Yeah, how long are we gonna go?
Just as long as it takes.
Did you? Don't forget, I'm putting those links in there for the vinyl there on the site.
Okay. I should order that?
Yeah, that's the Best Buy I find on the vinyl.
The paper is still square, Sam.
Tools and
I'm
mats.
getting this down if it kills me. We're making a box today. We're gonna make two. We're gonna try this one if everybody's really up to it, because it's a lot of, like, you gotta. I think you guys could do this. We just have to do it together, really slow, and we'll get it. All right, because I think they're both interesting, right? They're both really interesting. All right.
I like the box.
Yeah, they're cute, right?
They're very cute.
Did you see the pyramid box? The pyramid box is really cute. You want to see it?
No, I didn't see it. No.
Do you want to see it?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. When I finish this, I'll go get it because I want to focus myself. All right?
Okay.
Did that. And...
Here, and I use these Nicapa ones. They're on Amazon. They're exactly like the Cricut, and you pay a lot less for the mats here.
Okay.
Putting those
You
in.
sent me a link to that
I'm
too?
putting that in right there. Yeah.
Should I order it right now? Should I stop what I'm doing and order it?
Well, let me get the because the tools you have to get the tool here.
All right.
The vinyl.
I'll be right
is there.
back. Hold on.
All right.
Yeah. I drink a lot, so I have to pee more.
Okay.
All right, so. One, two, three, I really think this one is a lot easier. You just have to do two. Like one a little bit bigger than the other. But I really do. If we can get that fold down, we can make this work really easy, and nobody has to struggle with it. That's my goal. I want to be able to say 1, 2, 3, zip, it's done. I have to look at it myself.
That would be nice.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so I'm up to the fold now. I'm going to make this fold so I can teach it.
Do I again? I have to check which transfer tape I just got.
I lost all my snow.
Yeah.
We had so much snow. It was so pretty. And it turned to the daggone rain, and the snow is completely gone now. I love snow.
I know, me too. I don't mind when it snows.
Most people hate it, but I love it.
You'd like to see the snow in person one day, Augie? Wow. You've never seen snow in person?
Oh. That's sad.
It is. It is sad.
We don't get as much snow as we used to. I remember when I was little, had snow all the time. It doesn't seem to snow as much.
I don't like the snow too much.
How the heck did I do this corner so easy last time?
Nobody was watching.
I'm learning.
Carolyn,
Yes.
What were the dimensions of your daughter's weighted blanket? Like how long, wide?
I think 60 by 84, maybe something like that. It was. I can check it in a sec. Something here.
I just got a bit sidetracked.
Yeah, I'll tell you in a second. I'll tell you exactly.
No, you're fine.
Hers came with 2 duvet covers too. Came with a minky one and and then her boyfriend got her one, but it was different.
Slumping. Nah.
No, that's.
Is that crochet or knit?
Crochet.
That's what I'm doing too. Oh,
It's a bag.
Mine's gonna be a blanket when I finish it.
This is to match a blanket.
I don't have any grandchildren yet, but they're working on it. My baby.
I've got one staying with me at the moment.
They're working on it. So I thought, well, I can't wait. I'm just gonna go ahead and make it now.
Yeah, enjoy.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, nothing's, but they're gonna try.
Yeah.
All I've had is grand dogs. I love my grand dog.
I've got a granddaughter and a grand dog staying with me.
I love my grand dogs. Yeah, knitting, that just looks too hard.
I can't knit. I can't even crochet. I'm such a spaz.
Why not?
I tried so many times. I can't get it.
On the internet and reminded myself because I could crochet when I was younger. And so I thought, well, you go on YouTube and there's all these, people that teach you. And so
my grandmother tried to teach me so many times.
Mine too. I only learned this year.
Yeah, I only got back to doing it this year too. Yeah. It's easy if you find the right YouTube person. Absolutely. They make it really easy. They really do. I couldn't read it out of a book or something like that.
I sometimes just slow the video down.
Do you?
Yeah, and just watch it.
What?
Or I make
problem you made a blanket?
Sorry?
What mine was like getting like not even, like not an even.
Is that knitting or crocheting?
Crocheting. I can't knit.
Yeah.
Is that just not because you're not counting? Count goes off?
No, you're getting tighter. All of this is you're getting tighter. You're starting off loose and you're getting tighter.
Oh, is that it? Okay. No one could explain that to me. It's like it was getting more, it wasn't a complete square. It was bothering me. So
Yeah.
I would, I'm like a perfectionist. I had to have it right. So
Yeah, me too.
That's my downfall.
But I can't figure out why it was doing that.
Yeah, no, it's because you started off loose and then you went tight.
Who would have known that? Thank you for telling me that.
That's okay.
I thought I was like counting wrong. And I would go back and I'd count, and the count would be right.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's all it is.
Wow.
And I get tighter the tighter I get.
I was going to say.
I know, but when I used to when I was knitting.
I bet I do that when I get tired.
Yeah.
Or have a lot of pain in my hands.
Yeah.
I have a lot of pain in my hands.
I had to go from knitting to crocheting because I don't have I've had a lot of surgery and I can't. It hurts.
Yeah, I bet.
That's why I also loom as well. You know, the round looms.
Oh, I want to learn that.
And the square looms.
I want to learn that. Yeah, I would love to have one of those.
I'm still struggling with this corner.
Those loom blankets, I love them.
Okay, I lost my.
It's just big tomboy stitch.
Sorry. It looks easy.
It's just a big tomboy stitch.
Is it expensive to get the
Not cheaper in America than here.
Okay.
Way cheaper over there.
Yeah. Because that was, I was thinking it was going to be expensive to buy the stuff. Okay. I'm going to try that. As soon as I finish this, I want to go and try one of those blankets. Those are really awesome looking.
I reckon in the last 2 months, I have gone around the outside of 20 blankets.
20 what?
You know, gone around borders of about 20
kidding.
I did 11 for the grandchildren. And then went around some of my own children's blankets when they were younger just to spruce them up.
Awesome.
So that made about 14. And then
good for you.
Anything that sat still when I was at my mum's because I got bored. We were in big lockdown. Anything that sat still.
Yeah, that's when I started it. When the lockdown started.
Yeah.
Might as well figure out something to do. Yeah, I don't believe that, Lisa. You're gonna do these what you can do with those paper, you could definitely crochet.
I probably could, yeah.
She could.
I'm just looking at somebody else's version of the box, how they make it.
Yeah. They call them the little tooth fairy boxes too.
Yeah.
You can make it one.
It's just some people have a so much more complicated
way of doing it?
Yeah.
You do have an easy way of doing it. That is cool about that.
But for some reason,
I was the one that fell the night you were doing your class.
Oh my goodness.
I went to the dollar store and got all of my stuff. It started to rain. And I was rushing and I can't rush, you know.
I know, I'm the same way.
Wait,
I can't rush, I hurt
You
myself.
got all my stuff. I was ready to do the class with you that night. And
what happened?
I fell and got my paper wet, everything.
Oh, you were the one that fell.
Okay, it's just, I kind of like cursed myself with that.
Oh my gosh.
It's a good thing I didn't break a bone, right?
No, because you know, Suki,
still falling is no fun.
I feel bad because Suki fell at the Dollar Tree
but
too.
I have really brittle bones, so I am glad I just didn't break anything.
Absolutely.
Out of the cast, I broke my wrist. You know how when you fall and you brace yourself?
Yeah.
That kind of fracture in the wrist.
Scary.
My balance is off.
Right. That happened to me like with my the problems with my neck. It made me off balance. Right? Yeah, I used to like fall over, not be able to walk. Like I could walk, but I would lose my balance.
Right.
It was really weird, and I didn't understand why. And
then,
and then they told me that it was because there was pressure on my spinal cord.
Oh wow.
I feel bad.
I had no idea why. It was weird. And it did get better after I had the surgery. First one. First one especially, yeah.
I feel bad.
Okay, this is her technique for making the...
Because Suki fell as well.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry.
She fell at this Dollar Tree.
At the Dollar Tree?
Yeah.
That's where I was.
I know.
What is this at the Dollar Tree?
Two people
I
fell.
was right at the Dollar Tree too.
Two people fell getting craft supplies at the Dollar Tree. Suki fell in between the two doors, remember? And she broke her frame or something, yeah.
She was going back to check it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but the worst part is I lost, all my paper got wet. So I couldn't do the thing I couldn't do it with you that night. Like,
Poor thing.
I did watch though.
Aw, but you couldn't do it.
Well, I thought maybe regular paper might work, but it didn't. Like
Sometimes I do a project first with like really soft paper.
Yeah.
Just to experiment with it, because sometimes you can manipulate it better with a softer paper, but then sometimes it's too soft. Because also, like if you're making a bigger object, you can have thicker paper because
what's easier, big or small?
Well, I find that if I go too big, like I don't know. I guess it depends on what you want to put in it. But I usually stick to like a 6-inch square. If it's a square project, I do with 6 inches, which is the traditional size of origami paper. But there are, I shouldn't say that, there's origami papers that are bigger than that, but I guess you'd have to experiment because if you make something very, very tiny, you can't have thick paper.
Right.
It has to be thinner. If you make it a little bit bigger, I guess the best way to say it is like the bigger the object, the thicker you could go with the paper. The smaller the object, the thinner the paper, because you can, if you have to really fold, like think about it this way, if you have to fold cardboard, how easy is that? And some of these things are folded on top of themselves, and then you can't really fold it the way it should.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Right. So that's why people say, how thick should the paper be? And I'm like, well, it depends.
Yeah, it depends on what you're making.
Right.
I get it.
Does anybody want me to just show you how to make this one with the lids? Since I'm wasting time. How does everybody feel about it? You want to just watch?
Yeah.
All right. I'll do it, and you guys will watch me.
I'll highlight you.
Let me get my camera that I can face you down to look at what I'm doing.
All right. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
So like this box, hold on, I'll show you something.
Here.
Some of my experiments. This box I made with thick paper that was too thick. So look what happened to it. Because the paper was so thick, first it was harder to make.
Oh, I love that box. That is so
But see how it's like
Yeah.
hard to even put the lid on? See how the
Yeah, I
it got
see.
like that? Because the paper is a little too thick for the project. This
Right.
box is actually is much easier than the triangle
That's
box.
so cute.
I mean, I could make this with you guys if you want. Why
That's
don't you guys tell me what you want? Do you
That's
want to make?
definitely a tooth fairy box.
Hi, Nunu. Hi, sweetie. Hi. Hi.
Aw.
Thanks for coming.
Aw.
Thanks for coming. Thank you. Who's a
Give
good
her
boy?
kisses. Give mine kisses. Now my dog's running because she thinks I'm talking to her. Now I'm not talking to you.
So you guys tell me, do you want to make a small square box like this?
I know.
Or do
I
you
mean,
want to make the triangle box that
I'm
has the lid built in? We could do either one.
I watched the triangle box.
The little square box is much easier to make. What do you think, Nunu? You like the little square box? I'm glad you like it.
yes, you can give me a kiss. Come on.
All right, so everybody tell me. Give me a kiss. You're nice. You're so nice. Thank you.
I was talking to your cat.
If we're staying on for a little while,
Thank you for the kisses.
you might be able to
You're
do
nice.
Come here. Kisses.
Oh, you're nice. Thank you.
Do you have to go to bed yet,
Give mommy a kiss. Aw. Give
Lisa?
mommy a kiss.
Oh, his butt's in the camera, so.
Aw, give mommy a kiss.
Oh, Lisa.
Yeah.
You know,
Give him
you
a
have to
kiss.
fill out a claim form for that package you sent me because there's $50 automatically on that stuff. You know that, right?
Tell me
What?
You know the package you sent me with the broken mug?
Yeah.
You have to fill out a claim form because you know there's an automatic $50 of insurance on it, right?
Yeah.
So you have to fill out the form. If I need to send you the picture, I have the picture to send you the broken mug.
You'll send me what?
The picture of the broken mug,
Yeah.
and USPS will send you a check.
Look. Oh, she's headbutting you. It's so
You know how to do that?
He wants nonstop kisses.
I'll
He's
send
kissing
you
me
some.
now.
Lord, that is so cute.
He does. He kisses me back.
I know cats do that, but yours doesn't a lot.
Yeah, mine does that.
So cute.
He never gets enough kisses, right?
Wish I could have her here.
And when
Yeah.
people come to visit, especially girls, he does the same thing to them.
Oh.
So everybody that comes thinks that they're like his girlfriend. So they'll be like, "Where is my cat? Where is he?" And I'm like, he does that with, especially blondes.
No
He likes
kidding.
blondes. Yeah. You should see him with my friend who's a blonde. I think it's because they both have blonde hair, you know. Well, he's
Right,
not
right.
blonde. He's a ginger, but right, Nunu? You like girls?
Oh,
You like
Lulu.
girls? Yes.
Give
you
mommy
do.
kiss, Lulu.
He's so good. Don't put your butt in the camera though. It's not nice.
Aw.
You could kiss him all day. That's all he
Seriously.
constantly. If he's not taking a nap or whatever, if he's hanging out with you,
How old is he?
He's I think I gotta figure it out. I think he's 6.
Oh, that's young.
Because we got him a
That's
year
little.
after Nunu.
cats live a very long time.
They stole him
My
from the
baby.
neighborhood.
He's my
They
baby.
can.
So what does everybody want? I'm gonna start making stuff. How's that?
Yeah. Dude.
Yeah, I'm making a box.
What's that contraption you have?
This is a little stand for my phone.
Oh.
So I could show you guys what I'm doing. Watch, I'll show you. You just have to figure out the right angle to put you down.
Hey, you're eating my cookie. Why are you doing that?
And here's my paper, so let's see if you could see that. Give it a second.
No, that's bad.
It was the book, no, don't be scared. Watch your butt in the camera. Alright, let's see. Hi baby, hi. Hi baby.
Don't eat mommy's cookies. That's not nice.
Let's see. I'm gonna do, let's do the cube box. That's fun and it's a lot easier.
Okay, I'm watching.
Can you, oh, you can see my paper, alright.
Yeah, I can see it.
Don't stick your butt in the camera. Ooh, no, you're kind of in the way.
I just got some stuff for Carolyn that has pineapples on it here. We have a bunch of that stuff, and but I don't know how to get it to her. I gotta figure out, because I know she probably don't want her address out.
Right.
I gotta figure out how to get it to her.
She has a P.O. box.
Oh, is that it? Is that how
Yeah, so just email her and she'll give it to you.
Oh, okay. That's easy enough.
Yep. Alright, so we're gonna start with this piece of paper here. This is 6 by 6. Okay? I'm gonna start now.
Okay.
I don't know who's doing it with me, but I'm gonna start. Turn it upside down. Now there's hair on my table because Nunu wants to be in the camera again. Don't sit on the book. You know, let me put a piece of paper over here so you can sit on that. Here, sit on this. You know what? Let me just make him happy a second. Here's another book. Alright, I gave him a different book to sit on. He likes to sit on that. Alright, I'll look over here. Alright, you ready?
Peppermint oil on my face.
Here it comes. 6 by 6. And the first thing you're going to do is fold it like this.
I need to sleep on. Mommy gave me a chance to sleep and they drove me nuts.
They drove you nuts?
Yep, and then I got up at
Oh my god, Nunu, you gotta stop.
Aw.
Oh, come on, Nunu. Alright. You can sit here.
She wants to be involved, or is it a he?
It's a he.
He wants to be involved.
Alright, now he went and sat. I moved the book and he's sitting on the book again. I left him a book to sit on. Was it good enough? No. Right, so here we go with this. See it? Can you see it? Yeah. Alright.
Wish I had the right paper out. Right. I'd do it with you.
Why don't you get any piece of paper? Try it. Just get a piece of computer paper.
I don't even think I have computer paper right now.
Alright, next time I guess. Alright.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna turn it this way.
Paper I have is too
opposite
thin.
way. This paper is probably a little too thick for this, but I'm gonna use it anyway. Because I want to do pineapple.
If you do
I'm
it again,
in the mood
I'll
to do
get up and look
pineapple.
around.
Okay.
Okay, I see. You got the 4 boxes.
Yes, I'm doing the square one, Sam.
We get square 6 by 6.
I'm just gonna go real slow, okay? So now you have cross on the paper, right?
I'm following you.
Okay. Now, you're gonna take this and go right into the center.
Oh, that reminds me of that thing. Remember that thing we used to make when we were little?
Yeah, the fortune tellers, right?
What was that called?
I called them fortune tellers.
That's it, fortune tellers. That's it. That's a good thing to call it. Yeah.
I'm making the square one,
That's
Sam.
what it
I
looks
decided to go easy.
It reminds
And you're gonna go like this.
Yeah, that's how you start that, right?
That's right.
I can make one of those. So if I can make one of those, I can make one.
You could do this.
No post office today.
Why not?
Okay, I'm following you.
All right.
So hard.
So this one's easy.
It looks like an envelope too.
And you go like this.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
Right?
I could do
Everybody
that.
sees what I did?
You are making it easy.
Sure am.
Now I can go back and replay this.
Yeah, you can.
I'm gonna try it.
What hour is this video up to? Lisa?
Okay, you ready, everyone?
Yep.
Fold into thirds. Okay, so now you're going to do. So you're going to take this and fold it into thirds. So you're going to go like this. So it's like in even thirds, like this. So it's, watch this. See how I'm doing this where I know it's like even, so it goes into like there's 3 parts that are even?
Yeah.
I'm gonna fold that, so watch. There's no marker for where you fold it. You just have to do it where it turns out to be like in even thirds. I'll show you. See why you can't have the paper that's too thick? Now watch, see? You want it to be that each section is equal.
I see. That makes sense.
Right, so it folds.
Now
like
I understand why it can't be too thick or too thin.
Right. Okay.
Is that a little dip of water like a damp cloth?
This?
Yeah.
This is a little tool, an origami tool to make faces that I got. Yeah.
I thought it was like a damp cloth. Okay.
It helps my fingers.
I'm seeing things.
We could do the triangle one after, of course. I'm not going to go anywhere. We'll do the triangle one. Just, okay? But I wanted to start out with something that's a little less complicated. All right. So do that.
Yeah, I'll be.
If anybody's doing this. And
I think
then
I can do this.
you open it up like this.
'Cause this one reminds me of the fortune teller, so I can do this.
This is really easy. Okay, you ready, guys? I'm just guessing that you're ready. Okay, now watch. Now comes the making of the box. These are the sides, right? Here's this side. You fold these in to get this to go like this. Watch.
I wonder if the seeds are frozen up in there, honey.
What seeds?
In the bird thing out there.
Ask them.
You can get up here.
It should be. We should have really made folds here, but they didn't tell that in the directions.
You can
But
get up here.
let me see something.
Thank you. Thank you for the kisses.
All right, go like this, guys. Before you do that, go like this. Go back to this. And go like this.
Thank you for the kisses. Thank you. You ate Mommy's cookies.
I'm trying to figure out a way to make it easier for you to do those folds. So let's see if we can make this work like this. So go like
Which
this.
one is just the middle one?
Now, there's a fold over here that you could use as a guide, right? Watch. When you fold this over, go to this, where this starts. And there's usually a place to fold where you can go like where there's a guide. So make this shape. When you go back to the square and go like this. Now I think it's going to make it easier to make the box. Okay? Now open it up again. And go like this. And then it's going to go like this. Watch. This side goes up. Why doesn't, there's something missing here?
Now you probably have to do all four, do you?
Right, you see how we did thirds this way?
Yeah.
Go back and take the square that you have here and make thirds the other way.
Done.
They don't really tell you to do that, but I think it's better. It makes it easier to put this together. All right, so go like this again and make your thirds again. Hi, Gary. Hi, Gary. My cricket is in Farmingdale. Carolyn checked it. What? No. All right, so now you did thirds each way, so I think it's going to make it easier to put this together. All right. Open it up again. And go like this. Watch. See how it's going to come together now? Watch.
I
wrap
see.
Wrap this around here like this, and that's that side.
Yeah.
But you need to do the thirds the other way, otherwise it doesn't work.
Okay.
All right? Can you see what I'm doing? Hold on, there's a little bit of a delay.
You're awesome, Lisa. You're doing a good job. You're making it easy.
I want to.
Doing a good job.
It's almost like you have to really do all your folds.
Yeah, I can read this and do this.
It almost goes into that position almost by itself.
Yeah, I see.
You see what I mean?
I do see what you mean.
Now this side, you're gonna fold over here.
You are so awesome.
And that makes the bottom.
How cool is that?
It's fulfilling, right?
I love it.
Fulfilling. I know.
I love it. It's so cool.
I'm glad you love it.
I do love it. Like I
now
said,
for this size, this paper actually works pretty good. This is a scrapbook paper that I bought from Hobby Lobby. It's not too thin, not too thick, but it actually works pretty good. Now, the fun part of this is the top is really cool, okay? It's interesting. Because what you're gonna, now, I want to know, did anybody do this with me? Really?
that seemed pretty, I could do that, the bottom.
Okay, now, to make the top, can you see it, Tracy?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'm going to make a top for that. And this is going to be really fun because this is interesting. Watch this. You take the same paper that you made the bottom with.
You do?
And you go like, yeah, you take the same exact paper, right? The
I thought
same
you
size.
used different paper for the top.
Well, you could use a different color. That's fine.
Okay.
You want to use a matching one? Let's see. I'll try to use a matching one. What do I have?
It doesn't matter.
Let's see. That would be fun, wouldn't it?
The dots?
Let's see. Where's my dots? Do you think the dots would look? The dots is like a little. How about one of these? You guys want to? You think I should use the purple?
Yeah, that'll work.
Good. All right.
Yeah, that matches some of the pineapple.
All right. I'm gonna cut it in 6-inch square, like a 6-inch paper. Now, this is gonna be so much fun. You guys are gonna like this. Put it face down, right? And I'm gonna fold this way.
think I've been awake about 35 hours.
And I'm gonna fold it this way. This is how you size the box. The lid is gonna be the right size. Watch this. This is fun. I loved when I did this the first time. Now what you're gonna do is, can you see this paper, Tracy?
Yes, I can.
All right. Now you're gonna do the same thing you did the last time to start it. Like this.
Awesome.
Same exact thing.
It is the exact same thing.
Same exact thing. This part of it is the same. And you're gonna be really impressed by this. I wish I came up with it, but I didn't.
Oh, I am so impressed already.
Then everybody would be they'd think I was so cool.
You are cool. You are so cool, Lisa.
All right, so here comes this. Now watch this. This is what they tell you to do to make this lid. These creases?
Yeah.
You're gonna cut that. So that you're really gonna use the middle. Now watch.
Oh, wow.
I know.
I didn't do that.
I didn't think it was gonna work when I first saw this.
Yeah, how are you gonna do that? With scissors?
Yep. So you take the scissor.
Come on, you can get up here if you want. Come on. Come on. I don't have any PREATSs.
Everybody seeing what I'm doing?
I see. So you're gonna cut those off.
Right.
And make a little box.
Yep.
Oh, all the ice is
Now
coming
you
off.
could use your
Jimmy,
paper cutter
should get a
too.
camera out
But
there.
I'll
Little
just
square.
use scissors just to show everybody.
People used to come in the ER and have massive cuts with those
I
things.
need to get my camera
Yeah.
for a second. Should take a video
Paper
of that.
cutters.
All the ice is flying off the
Paper
trees.
cutters? Yeah, you gotta
Yeah.
be really careful.
Take a look at
All right,
Yeah,
it's pretty even. Okay,
Got a lot
everybody
of-
sees that?
Yes.
Now,
It's flying down.
you go and you make another box. And this is called just the basic traditional box. It's not a square box
Here, you
because
put your camera in there for a minute.
it has different dimensions. So, but it's basically the same thing as what we did before. So now you start again like this.
Huh?
Only it's in miniature now, right?
Go like that. Can you? Doesn't matter.
It's, whoops, that's not that even. Because I use scissors. Usually if I have to cut, I'll use the paper cutter. But today I just use the scissors. I think it'll be fine. And then you go like this.
Yeah, that reminds me of the fortune teller thing.
That's
again.
right. So let's say, let's call this the fortune teller formation.
Yes,
Let's call it that.
that's how I know I can do it because I
Okay.
can make a fortune teller.
No, it doesn't.
I saw it after before that was there like twice. I saw it at least twice.
Stays alive all year.
Now, I'm just waiting in case anybody's doing it with us.
Oh, Lisa, you're so cool.
All right, here we go. You ready? Now, instead of folding this in thirds, it says to fold the corner. Let's see.
What?
Fold these to the center.
You.
One like this
Thank you.
and one like this. So you don't have to do thirds like you did before. You're just going to the center of this.
Thank you, baby.
A little uneven. Let's see.
Thank you.
Try to be as even as you can because you want your box to fit, right?
Thank you. What you want?
You can shift your work if the crease isn't right before you make the final crease. You can mess with it.
Tell me what you want. I don't know what you want.
Okay? Now, open it up again. And you like this. Right? And then you do it in the opposite direction. The same thing as you did here. It says you're going to do,
What?
oh, wait a second. It says, take this and fold this up.
And watch. Little girl, Mom's trying to watch.
Do that. And then you fold this one
Oh,
up.
how
like this.
neat is that?
I forgot about this part. Okay. I forgot about this part.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate all of
Okay,
you.
so now what you have looks like this. And then you're going to take this, you have it like this, and you're going to fold, oh wait, it already is folded, so let's see.
I know what you want. You want a treat. That's what you want. I'll give you a tiny piece. That's it.
Okay, so now what you're going to do is you did it like this, right? And these already have creases in them. Now you're going to turn it this way. Like you made this, you did it like this, right?
Right?
So then you're going to turn it and do the same thing this way.
Okay.
Because you want those creases to help you make the box at the end.
I got you.
Yeah, all the unfolding that you're doing is getting ready for the end result, so that like it could go into the right position.
Yeah. That's
Right? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay. Now, open this up.
Ow.
We're almost done. Here, just open up, and you'll have this, right? Now, go like this when you open it up. Go like this. Now hold it like this, because now you're going to make the box.
Awesome.
Right?
But you're gonna make it into a lid.
And you can put a little dotted glue on these.
Oh, so it's the same thing, only smaller, which makes the lid. Is that it?
Yep.
How cool is that?
So you're making a smaller version, not a. It's not the
Right,
same
I get
dimension.
it.
It's
Not
more
yet.
shallow, right?
Right.
Now you can take a glue stick, if these pop up a little bit, you can take a glue stick, open it up, put a little bit of glue stick here, and then put it down
Oh, that
if
makes
you want
sense.
to.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But you know, if you really think about it, it stays pretty good.
Right.
Okay, so now you have
Oh,
that, and you have
cute.
this.
That wasn't hard at all.
No, it's really not.
That
So
is definitely a tooth fairy box. That is so cute.
you could put a little gift in it.
Yeah, or a gift or anything, I guess.
You do anything you want. And now
That
you're going
is
to put
so
this on
cute.
top.
I'm
Let's hope
gonna
it
practice
fits.
that as soon as I get some paper.
I hope it fits.
I actually probably
Yeah.
have
Can
some
I ask?
paper
Can I
down
ask
here
a gross question, just really quick? Of
There
the
you
chat?
go.
Can I ask a gross question of the chat?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody ever get dry heels, and what is the best solution that you have for that?
Amy P, you're going to make these with your daughter?
Dry heels.
Yeah, you know, like your
I
feet,
hope
your
you have
heels.
a great time.
Your what? Your
heels, really dry skin on your heels. How do you get rid of that? Best kind of cream or solution?
Trying to think.
I need one fast. It's driving me nuts.
I don't know. Oh, you know what? What about something that has like that?
Somebody said, "Oh, I saw a commercial for O'Keefe's." Has anybody ever used O'Keefe's?
No.
Bag
I use
balm.
olive oil. Scrub
It's
with a
bag balm if you have any. I always have some around because that's good for that. Have you ever heard of bag balm?
Yeah,
This
I
area,
have.
it's for cow.
I swear, when we were younger, my sister had this thing. It was like pretty feet and hands, and you just put it on your feet, and your feet were like a baby's in 1 minute.
Well, bag balm is for around here. What you get it is for cow teats because they get cracked and sore and bleed.
Yeah.
And they sell it's called bag balm, and that's what I would recommend. That's the best stuff ever for that kind of thing.
Darn box is not working. What is darn box? I've never heard of that one.
Bag balm is what they call
Vicks,
it.
vapor rub, and socks. You're saying, J.A. Olive oil. People are saying bag balm is great.
Bag Bomb's the best because it's for the cow teeth.
So you just put it on and wear socks or something, and then it just.
You don't have to have socks. Just put it on. But do they sell it around there?
Well, I mean, I can get anything on Amazon, but I just want to get something. I need you need like an exfoliator too, don't you?
Bag Bomb I think
you need something. I'll tell you what I think.
It's
you need. You get rid of like whatever calluses you have, and then you get that stuff that has that little bit of acid in it. What's it called?
What is it?
Hold on. Hold on.
Salicylic acid or something like that. Something like that.
CVS probably sells Bag Bomb.
Udder cream.
Yeah, it's for udders.
Nobody gets dry skin on their feet in the winter, really, on their heels. I think
especially
because of my
best
thyroid.
on the market, and it's expensive. It's
I don't care. At this point, I don't care.
Tiny tin is very expensive, but it's the
Thomas
best.
Stone, I've used that.
I'm telling you, that's the thing that you need.
I use Queen Helen's cocoa butter. Boy, Sally.
All those are okay, but if you want to get rid of it right away.
Right, I'm going to look at the Bag Bomb. Hold on.
I forget what's in it.
All right, let me see.
And I used to have it always around.
Bag Bomb. It's in a green tin.
Yeah, it's in a little green tin.
Right, Vermont's. It's not that expensive. It's $7.89 for 4 ounces, and it's Bag Bomb.
Yeah, get that, Carolyn.
Yeah.
We'll swear by it.
Okay, I'll get some. I can get 8 ounces for $12.
Because remember, those cow teeth, they bleed and get very sore, and that's what the farmers use.
I probably get some right down the street at the farm.
I know, right? You can.
He's probably got a vat of it for the cows. I'll just stick my feet in it.
Yeah, we're in West Virginia, so you know.
Yeah, I know.
Bag Bomb?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bag Bomb is that's the best stuff. I mean, there is nothing better than that.
I have that green stuff it's for your hands. I forgot what it's called.
Working hands?
Huh?
Working hands or something?
No, it's like green. Looks like a snuff can, sort of.
But I forget what's in Bag Bomb, though.
I'm going to see. There's Bag Bomb like hand and body, and then there's Bag
No, you want to
Bomb
get the
soap.
farmer kind, the ones that they put on the
Farmer
cows.
kind, the ones they put on the cows.
Cows, pigs, those things.
There's Bag Bomb for dogs, Bag Bomb original.
Get the original, the ones for the cows.
I can't find it. It was something that Bath and Body Works made.
Yeah, it says it has hydroxyquinoline.
That's it.
And lanolin.
And it makes it like not come back.
Yeah, Bag Bomb is awesome.
Okay, I think I'm going to get this then.
There is nothing on the market that's
Nothing
better
like
than
it.
that.
Well,
It says-
maybe you should go with that.
I'm
then.
going to try it. It says dry chapped skin. I'm going to try it. What's it, I'll let you know how it goes.
Yeah, I usually always have some around. I don't think I do anymore.
So you all have nice soft baby feet.
No, I don't. No, because I never wear shoes.
I think it's because of my thyroid because when you
That
thyroid,
makes sense.
Yes, it dries your skin out.
Yeah, my thyroid's high right now too. I'm taking the thyroid thyroxine.
I'm gonna look for this. Okay.
My hair got thin and skin dry and
Yeah, cold. It's very susceptible to cold
Yeah.
temperatures. Yeah.
I look so horrible this morning. I didn't realize I'd wake up and see
No
a
one
thing
can really,
in my.
no one can really see
I
us
was-
because we're little people on top of the origami right now, so it's okay.
I love this little box you made.
Jeffrey Taylor, look at what he wrote.
Lisa, I can do this.
Hold on, let me see.
Good. It says Carolyn's Feet Fund,
Oh gosh,
$9.99.
That reminds me, Carolyn, I have a little box for you that has it because we have a lot of in our dollar stores, a lot of.
This is a regular box.
And I want to send it to you, but I don't probably want to put your address out there for everybody to see. So they said to maybe try emailing you, and you'll
Yeah.
send me your address so I can send you this
Right,
box
yeah,
because
Jeffrey
I have
Taylor,
some
thank
things I
you.
collected with pineapples on them because we have a lot of that stuff in this area.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Thank
Yeah.
you, Jeffrey.
But
for
is that
my
how I
friend.
do it?
Yeah, just send me an
you?
email. Just send me an email.
They said you had a PO box.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what I'll do.
Tracy, you're buying Bag Bomb too. You have horribly cracked heels here. Okay, let me know. I got it too.
Well, let's do that
Let's
then.
see how
Yeah.
it goes. You know, we'll see
We
how
should
that
all
goes.
do it and,
Yeah.
and see what happens.
You have
It
major
is
dry skin?
expensive. I think it is.
I mean, it's not that bad. You know, it's.
They have a bigger tin that's like
Yeah.
20.
You know, if it's $7 and it gets rid of them, that's well worth it.
That's right.
It is.
Yeah.
It's well worth it, and you're not gonna find anything like
No.
I'm telling you, you won't.
No, I won't.
I told my patients about it all the time.
And then Pipple says, I think you need to get the hard skin off first with a pump. But that's what I did today, Pipple. I soaked my feet when I was here earlier, and then I used the pumice stone, and it's better, but I want them really nice. Because I'm doing a foot commercial.
A foot commercial.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I never wear
Scooter,
shoes.
Scooter
though.
would say that. You know?
I hate shoes.
Really?
I hate socks too.
And see, and you would think I always wear shoes. Even in my house, I wear house Crocs.
I know. I'm one of those weird people. I just don't like. I'm like barefoot girl.
I know.
No, I'm not.
I
I'm not.
had somebody I was training, and she's a real spitfire. Oh my gosh, she reminded me of the fruitcake lady. She would get on our marketing calls, and you never knew what kind of mood she'd be in. She was the funniest lady, and she's the sweetest lady, but she's from Trinidad and Tobago. And she's like, Carolyn, I never wear shoes. My bottom of my feet are like leather. I'm like, oh, that sounds nice, Catherine. And
That's right. My mom was, she had a lot of Indian in her because her dad was full blood from South Dakota. And my mom never wore shoes, and she said it was an Indian thing. We have Indian feet.
Right, so they're like leather, like shoes.
Yeah.
See, Charlie, you need to let your feet breathe. Greg says, no, it's not what I really think. It's just because of my thyroid. It makes your skin dry. And you wear nice memory foam slippers in your house. Of course you do, Lisa H.
No, I do have nice slippers. I actually just got some for Christmas, but I just don't wear them all the time.
I don't like going barefoot, Greg. I don't. I just don't like it. I did as a kid in the summer.
Me too. My feet, I never had shoes on as a kid.
Right, but now I don't like it. And I think it's
Yeah,
really, I think
the
it's really
germy
gross.
thing, and if you're diabetic, it's out of the question.
And I think it's really gross to go
Never
into the
be
bathroom. I don't
barefoot
care
if
how
you're
clean your
diabetic.
bathroom is. I don't want to go into the bathroom barefoot and then like get in my bed or something gross.
Now,
gross,
if it
gross.
was in somebody else's house, I would not be barefoot. No.
I still think it's gross no matter whose house it is. It's just gross to
But
me.
I know I clean my floor, so.
Yeah, I know, but it's just gross to me. I'm like that. That's the way I am. Because
Yeah,
I have
I get
little
it.
boys that, you know, you never know where they could pee or so. I just can't walk into a bathroom. I don't care. And then get my feet into the... I just can't.
Oh, Lisa, that is so cool. I can't wait to get some paper and do that. You're so awesome.
And you've got dry feet, and now you've got dry feet, Greg? Yeah. My feet are actually better since I've soaked them, and I did go at them with the pumice stone earlier. I'm going to do it again right now. If
I'm
while I'm
glad you
sitting
did
here.
the box.
And then I
The
got the
box
bag.
is really cool.
The box?
It's
What
fine.
is that?
I'm gonna make the lid for this.
Oh, that box.
is
Oh,
actually
I thought
functional.
you meant the bag bomb box or something.
No, that's a cute little tin.
I do have it coming, yes. It is cute. It's
It
very
comes
cute.
in a little tiny tin.
Okay, all right, we'll get it.
I got a little.
You got what? You got a little bit of a video?
Yeah, I got a little boo too.
Oh, how'd you get that?
Trying to get the ice out of the bird feeder.
You cut yourself in the bird feeder?
There's little things sticking out of it, in the fencing around.
Ugh.
Is it bad? Is that a good doctor?
No, just wipe it off. Yuck, yuck. If that sound is bothering anyone, let me know. I'll put the microphone on mute. It's my foot thing. My foot back.
You have the right one?
Yeah, I have the red one. Don't worry. Choose word I'm using.
You couldn't put the one that I put my feet in?
What? No, I'm using this one. It's fine.
No, that one has all the bells and whistles on it.
Yeah, it heats the water up so hot.
I think you can adjust it, remember?
Yeah, you can. I know. I mean, it's unbelievable how quick it heats the water up so hot.
It's pretty cool. Then they turn that
Lucy?
I was freezing last night. It wasn't even cold, but I was just frozen. I don't know what it was. It's my thyroid or something.
Lucy!
What's the matter, Lisa? You're stumped?
Oh, to make the lid, what you do is you go this far to make the lid for this.
Is that? Are you using scrapbook paper?
I'm using scrapbook paper. Like the ones you buy by the sheet.
Yes, I do have scrapbook paper. I just don't know where it is right now. I can play this back and do that box. I know I can.
It says to make the top for this, you do the same thing, but when you fold this up,
Dorita.
you go 1/4 of an inch below the middle.
No, Google the Mr. Pumice Purple Pummy Bar. Mr. Pumice Purple
I'm guessing
Pummy
that's
Bar.
about 1/4 of
I
an
use it
inch.
all the time. Really? Mr. Pumice Purple Pummy Bar. All right, I'll check that out right now. Mr. Purple Pummy Bar. Okay. Mr. Purple Pummy Bar. Oh,
This
Mr.
is
Pumice. I
and
got
fold
it.
in.
Let's see.
Oh,
I see them. They look pretty
You
good.
go in.
Do you use the ultimate? There's the ultimate as well, right? And then there's the ultimate, but you can get what is this? 4 pumice bars for $4.58.
Wow.
Hope this fits my box.
Longer lasting, great for hands and elbows.
Oh, you're doing different lids. I see.
I'm doing a different lid.
Awesome. So you can just like
Where this is right here, fold this in.
It says 4 price changes. Only one left, and I better get it now before Moo gets it. I got him. I'll let you know how they work. You need to get that petty egg thing, one of a kind. Can't take it anymore. See, either can I. It's like, I can't. It drives me crazy. Dorita, I just got them. Hi, Maudlin. Monica Bueno. That's the best from Sally's. It's the best. My feet are like a baby's butt. Which one, Monica Bueno? Which one? Tell me. Because I swear, my sister used to have something like in the 80s or something. It was like Pretty Feet and Hands, and you put that stuff on, and it took everything off your feet. Were like unbelievable.
Is it that wax?
No, it's just this thing. Like it just like took
They
anything
have
dry off your feet.
hot wax.
Oh yeah, I never know. What do you do with that hot wax thing? You stick your hand in there.
It really softens, they say. I tried it and I liked it. I don't have one, but they heat you heat the wax and then you put your foot or your hands in it, and it's really awesome.
Huh.
It makes it soft.
The one that I just bought, Monica, that's the one you get from Sally. The purple things. These. Okay, your feet are smooth as a baby's butt because of the petty egg, Jill B says. I heard someone like grated the heck out of their feet with that petty egg and they were bleeding.
No, I wouldn't like that.
No.
I wouldn't recommend the petty egg.
The electric thing.
I wouldn't want to.
I saw someone disgusting cut his skin off with a knife on YouTube. It was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
Little tiny scratches you make with
Oh
those.
no.
I wouldn't want to do that.
Skull.
Read
this
what
skull.
Ariadne
It's an electric.
wrote.
What
is
it?
Yeah, I have one of those too, but they never really work that well.
That would be
have
better,
that.
though.
It's never.
Sanding your foot wouldn't be a good.
Yeah, like a rotary tool or something. Yeah, I'm trying to find what you said, Adrian something. Read what they wrote, Adrian. Oh, here we go. I just heard Carolyn and suffer with dry feet. I use Lubriderm Advanced Moisture Therapy and rub it in a few times. Okay, yeah, but I think I'm past that, Ariane. I think I need something.
You need the good stuff.
I need like maybe I could keep that up and maintain, but
farm country. That's what we'd use.
Get some horse shampoo.
Here's what I have for when I used to have cracked fingers. Before I started taking the vitamins.
Hold on, let me make it.
Let's see. Like this one right here.
Tiger, what is that? Oh, is that Working Hands? That's Working Hands. They have one.
Yeah.
They have one.
Yeah, they make something else too, and then you have that right there.
Porter's
Liniment Salve. And but I started taking these vitamins that we get, and they have knocking cracks in.
Vitamin E, and E oil.
I can't figure out. It's a pack of vitamins, and one of them.
Yeah, there's. I'll tell you what's in there. There's
K.
multivitamins.
There's for your joints, your
Cardio Mega, Cell-Wise, Provex, CV.
Your eyes.
Got a whole bunch of different things. CoQ10.
Yeah.
Replenex.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, it's just so I'm not gonna try to figure out which one of them it is. We just have a whole pack. Take the whole pack every day.
I'm also taking. Do you ever take that selenium, Tracy? It stinks. Can I see my bottle of selenium over there?
No.
Yeah, it stinks. It stinks so bad, but I think it's doing good things because my thyroid, she said, has got very small. And she said
this one right here?
selenium. Yeah. She said it was a natural anti-inflammatory. That's what
it smells like dandruff shampoo.
No, it smells.
What are you taking?
Did you smell it? Smell it.
It's something natural for your thyroid?
It smells like old-fashioned antibiotics that you would get from the doctor.
Where did you get it?
It's from a very good company. It comes in an amber glass bottle. It's made in the USA. It's the company is Solgar since 1947. Yeast-free.
And it helps your thyroid.
Well, that's what. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's why I got it because
that's what I have. I have low thyroid.
And then she said, because like I thought I saw a nodule, and then before I had my appointment, I got this, and she said, well, if you're taking selenium, she told me it was a natural anti-inflammatory, and that's why it probably got rid of that. She said my thyroid was very small.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
But I'm telling you, it stinks. It stinks like.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Oh my god.
It smells worse than.
Oh my god.
Worse than I thought.
Like a rotten egg.
No, not sulfur. It smells like.
Yeah, there's sulfur.
It smells like broccoli almost. And now I just smell it. It smells like broccoli. That's horrible.
We had a lot of medicines that smelled like
I don't know why they can't put a coating on it or something. It's hellacious, but it's all natural. It's non-GMO, gluten-free,
I'd like to try that. Was it expensive?
No, I don't think it was. I can put a link in the chat. It's I got it on Amazon.
Yeah, do that. I'd like to get it.
Yeah, I got it on Amazon.
Yeah, but I could show an old photo of my fingers, and you would think I need to go to the doctor. Like, what is wrong? I have cracks all around my nails and all that. But like now, I mean, like these. Where are they at?
When we were having Ethan, and
it was all from that stuff you showed us.
No, from the vitamins that he took.
Yeah, I think
the vitamins.
They go away now. Yeah.
I believe you.
It's not expensive, Tracy. It's $9.74 for 100 doses.
I'm gonna try that.
I think it's even cheaper than when I got it, and this is.
She wants to increase my thyroxine, so why not just try something natural?
Well, see, I'll tell you why I got selenium. There's a reason. I put the link in the chat, but there's a reason.
Thanks, because I'm gonna get some.
Let me see what selenium is. Well, let me make Lisa big again. Hold on a minute, because Jimmy was showing his thing.
I'd rather do that than have her up my dose. I'm not a really good medicine person. I like natural stuff.
This is the medical advice portion of the day.
Yeah.
Call in with your medical.
Look at that, Lisa.
Call
Good
in
job.
with any of your hygiene or
That's a different type
medical
of box
questions.
where the lid was bigger. That is so cool. I'm gonna have to play this back.
See, yeah, okay. So it says selenium acts as a powerful antioxidant, may reduce your risk of certain cancers, may protect against heart disease, helps prevent mental decline, is important for, see, but this is why I got it, is important for thyroid health. It says selenium is important for proper functioning of your thyroid gland. In fact, thyroid tissue contains a higher amount of selenium than any other organ in the body. This powerful mineral helps protect the thyroid against oxidative damage and plays an essential role in the production of thyroid hormones. A healthy thyroid gland is important as it regulates your metabolism and controls growth and development. Selenium deficiency has been associated with thyroid conditions like Hashimoto's, which I have, thyroiditis, a type of hypothyroidism in which the immune system attacks the thyroid gland. An observational study including 6,000 people found that low serum levels of selenium were associated with an increased risk of autoimmune thyroiditis and hypothyroidism. Additionally, some studies have shown that selenium supplements may benefit people with Hashimoto's disease. One review concluded that taking selenium supplements daily for 3 months resulted in lower thyroid antibodies, and it also led to improvements in mood and general well-being in those with Hashimoto's disease.
Fantastic.
So I figure, okay.
Go into natural.
It also, and it says
increase my dose.
Here's the other things.
That's great.
Right. It
I
may,
can't wait to
try it. It may help
that.
reduce asthma symptoms, and it says it boosts your immune system, and there you go.
I need all that.
Yep. Selenium is a powerful mineral.
I'm glad I knew that did that, but I didn't know they sold it. That's awesome.
That's the one I got, and it comes in an amber bottle, so.
I got to get it right away because she's going to check my levels here in about a month, so I better start taking it right away.
Yeah, start taking it. How's those? Anybody else have any medical questions? Skin questions?
It's the F's. Fat female 40.
Just checking back. Hi 80s girl. Does anybody know what hour we're on? Do we need to start another one yet, or?
I think we would soon.
You think we do need to do that?
Well,
do you know how many hours this one is? Anybody in here? Hi, Elizabeth. Anyone? Does anybody know how many hours this is? Hi, Chris.
I know. My daughter had a driving lesson at
What was it? That was called selenium. Here, I'll put the link right here, Emma B. It's selenium. It has all those benefits. That's the selenium.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For that tip. I love that tip. My doctor's really, I love
Just get
her
ready.
a lot.
The only thing, you just shove it in your mouth and drink something really super fast.
I was going to say, what did you do for the smell?
I just drink it real fast. I just get ready. I have something ready, and that's it.
Okay.
Oh, is it really? Okay, Lisa H. So everybody stay in Zoom. Now you people, you're going to see it really fast. We're just going to go to the next one. So just look right away for the next link.
What do you do?
No, you stay where you are, Tracy. You don't have to.
Stay here,
you don't have to do a thing.
We stay here?
Yeah, we stay right here. We don't have to do a thing. We keep the Zoom
don't
going.
Don't do anything fancy on me, or you
don't